The maid, her brow furrowed in concern, questioned if anyone had seen the young master earlier. She recalled the peculiar smile he had directed at her. Another servant, equally perplexed, confirmed having seen the young master, though initially dismissing it as a trick of the light. News of his intense recent training spread amongst the staff. They were surprised by his dedication. The maid pondered the young master's sudden self-improvement, finding it unusual for someone so young. Ezel, the young master, stood before a window, his back to the viewer, lost in thought. A surge of energy emanated from him, a visible aura of power. He vowed that the tragedies of his past life would not repeat themselves. A document revealed Arun's steel guard's age, 16 years old. He remembered his death at the age of 33 in his previous life. Bound and injured, Ezel accepted his grim fate, reflecting on how far he had fallen. He had lived his entire life under the shadow of his grandfather, a legendary war hero who had single-handedly thwarted the Fei Wei Empire's conquest. His father, too, was a prodigious knight, a figure of immense renown. But Ezel himself was merely a third-class knight, a far cry from the achievements of his ancestors. Despite his lack of skill, he had briefly become a lord. However, within 3 years he lost everything. The whispers were true. He was a laughingstock. He was treated no better than a beggar on the streets, the subject of ridicule for all. The truth was he had been scammed, losing all his wealth. To add insult to injury, his childhood nemesis, Kuntz, was behind it all. Kuntz's actions had nearly cost Ezel his life, pushing him to the brink of death. Now, Kuntz was taking everything Ezel had left. This was a transactional betrayal of the highest order. He discovered a book filled with blank pages. Someone warned him not to touch it. The book was no ordinary book. It was a dimensional transaction book, capable of trading items across different dimensions. Ezel's foolishness in being scammed was evident to all, but he desperately wished he could undo his mistakes. He realized, with horror, that the book was his family's heirloom, the bookmark of wish. It was one of many such bookmarks. Ezel, the young master, had been swindled in the dimensional trading market. He'd purchased a supposedly magical item promising a single wish, only to discover it was a scam. Driven by desperation to restore his family's dwindling fortunes, he'd resorted to this risky venture. His thoughts were interrupted by the appearance of a healing potion, a surprising gift from his attacker. The attacker explained that his client wished to prolong the game, toying with Ezel a little longer. Ezel, however, was furious. He couldn't allow himself to die at the hands of this man. The attacker revealed that the potion was a parting gift from Kuntz. He raged against Kuntz, who had already taken his wealth and territory, now attempting to take his life. The attacker mused on the irony of a steel guard heir, dying such a meaningless death. The attacker believed Ezel's sanity had finally broken, perhaps for the best. Ezel's thoughts turned to regret. If only. He lamented his past mistakes, realizing that if he hadn't been so foolish, his family would be thriving. Given another chance, he vowed to correct his countless errors. Tears streamed down his face as he wished he could turn back time. He was left with only despair. The system assessed his state, noting his desperate desire for self-correction and the unwavering will of someone facing death. All requirements were met. He was given one last chance to make a final wish. A system error appeared. His desires were too fragmented to process. The system began analyzing his wishes with the available data. 3 distinct wishes were identified, and their intensity was calculated. No significant difference was found between them. Therefore, all 3 wishes would be granted. He awoke disoriented. The familiar scenery outside his window was the same as always. Moments before, he had been tortured by Kunt's assassin. A young man, Ezel, stood before a grand oak door, his hand raised to knock. He seemed hesitant, his expression a mixture of apprehension and anticipation. He was greeted by his former caretaker, a maid who recognized him instantly, though time had passed. The maid's surprise quickly turned to recognition as she noted the familiar surroundings of his old bedroom. The maid's gaze lingered on Ezel, her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief as she estimated his age. Ezel was equally astonished, his internal monologue reflecting his disbelief at the situation. The maid's thoughts raced, piecing together the impossible. Ezel had somehow traveled back in time. She confirmed his identity, her voice laced with wonder and a hint of tears. Ezel, touched by her reaction, expressed his gratitude for her unwavering support in the past. The maid, still reeling from the shock, questioned if this was some sort of elaborate prank. She apologized profusely, fearing she had somehow offended him. Ezel, however, was lost in thought, reflecting on the absurdity of his situation. A flashback revealed a past interaction, highlighting a previous misunderstanding between them. The maid informed Ezel that the captain was looking for him, furious about his absence from training. Ezel, startled, began searching for his sword, preparing to face the captain's wrath. He smirked, a glint in his amber eyes. "Why are you acting so surprised? Do you not want me to go?" The maid, her dark brown eyes wide, could only stammer a response. She didn't understand what was happening. It was as if he had changed. A stark image of a muscular young man flashed before her, a stark contrast to the boy before her now. This was the Ezel who had brought ruin to the family. But that Ezel, she realized, was no more. His momentary mistakes had been left behind. A prophecy echoed in her mind. Only the ruined steel guard, who would devote his life to changing the future, truly existed. With newfound resolve, she watched him prepare to leave. He seemed ready to face whatever lay ahead. Chapter 2. The Lord's coins aren't decreasing. The steel guard training grounds were imposing, a testament to the family's history and power. Ezel, surveying the scene, noted the knights, still a force to be reckoned with, despite the passage of time. He reflected on his past life, finding his former disdain for the knights amusing in retrospect. His arrival was announced. The first-class knight, Raphael, greeted him. Raphael, still the same as before, expressed his apologies for Ezel's tardiness. As punishment for missing yesterday's training, Ezel's training would be doubled today. The grueling training regimen was laid out. 50 laps, 1,000 sword swings, and 1,000 stabs. Ezel considered his options, questioning whether he should begin immediately. Raphael observed Ezel, wondering about his hesitation. Ezel declared that the person who prioritized the future was gone. A realization washed over him. Everything was as it was 17 years ago. The only thing that had changed was himself. Everything was in his own hands. He smirked, a glint in his eyes. The future was already known to him. Despite this foreknowledge, he resolved to continue honing his skills. His training was rigorous, pushing him to his limits. He was serious about his goals. His motivations were clear, to prevent future tragedies and safeguard his family's legacy. With a final, powerful strike, he completed his training regimen. Exhaustion washed over him, but he knew he could continue. He considered his strengths and weaknesses, strategizing for the future. A message appeared before him, offering a new opportunity. He was startled by the sudden appearance of the interface. His grandfather, Raphael, noticed his unusual behavior and asked if he was all right. Ezel wondered if his exhaustion was causing him to hallucinate. He decided to proceed with the dimensional trading, despite the strangeness of the situation. He accepted the offer, and a glowing book materialized before him. He stared at the book, a profound question forming in his mind. This really is the dimensional transaction book? The young master's astonishment was palpable as he realized the book's true nature. It had been in a different form before, but now. Raphael, concerned, approached him. Did you regain your consciousness? You kept saying strange things. I don't think you're doing fine. I should bring you to the healer. Ezel, however, offered a cryptic response. I'm not the person I used to be. His maid, noticing his unusual aura, remarked on the strength of the steel guard bloodline flowing in him. He pondered Raphael's words, questioning whether his experience was merely a hallucination, but the clarity of his senses suggested otherwise. The dimensional interface activated, registering his identity and beginning to upload information. His maid greeted him, offering to prepare a meal, but he was too tired from his training. He noticed something unusual about his eyes. A strange blue flame flickered within his eyes. A startling realization dawned on him. The dimensional transaction book had somehow entered his eyes. He tried to downplay the event, suggesting it was just mana, but he knew better. He decided to take a break. He stared at his reflection, a faint blue glow emanating from his left eye. Everything, he realized, had been happening within his own vision. Now that he thought about it, traveling back 17 years made even less sense. It was a relief that the head chamberlain hadn't figured out what it was. A notification appeared before him. He was asked to proceed with the information, but there was no option to deny. He remembered his previous ID, but it was of no use now. He accepted the terms. The system displayed his profile, trade rank, level 0, soul status, human on the streets, remaining coins, 10. He was starting from scratch. He sighed. The supply and demand were all over the place. He realized he couldn't be helped, as this was still the system channel. He wondered why he had coins. Did his account from his previous life transfer over? No, but his trade rank wasn't the same. He had been level 2 in his past life. He was confused by the discrepancy. He decided to start by warming up. A week later, he was asked if he wanted to spar with a knight. The chef seemed incredulous. Ezel grinned, a mischievous glint in his eyes. He was instructed to spar with a 6th-class knight, using only his left hand and no mana. Despite the handicap, the young master found the limitations insulting. He declared himself ready for the match. The sparring began. It was clear, however, that even with restrictions, the young master was exceptionally skilled. His opponent, initially planning to go easy on him, was forced to fight seriously. The knight was astonished by Ezel's skill, questioning if this was truly the young master he had always known. Ezel, the young master, stood before his opponent, a seasoned warrior. He had just used his magic, but to no effect. His opponent demanded his surrender. The onlookers were stunned. They couldn't believe that Ezel had won their spar. Relieved, Ezel found his dimensional transaction book was unharmed. He resolved to use this opportunity wisely, refusing to be underestimated again. He opened the book, ready to make a transaction. His survival depended on it. Ezel reviewed the options at the currency exchange, searching for the most urgent deal. He placed his goods on the scales, initiating the exchange. The estimated change was revealed, 30 coins, more than he expected. He was pleased with the outcome, having received more than he initially anticipated. He reflected on the value of goods, changing depending on the store's conditions and the varying values from world to world. Ezel understood that buying low and selling high was key, but the exchange center had restrictions and fees. Ezel reviewed the system's demands. To improve his rating, he needed to achieve better results. However, obtaining high-quality items in System 0 was nearly impossible. A solution presented itself in the form of mana crystals. He muttered to himself, recognizing the predicament. He logged into a chat room with a user named Hearthstone, who claimed to be selling high-quality mana crystals from their mine. Ezel noticed the user's nickname was highlighted in red, causing him to pause, questioning the implications. He accessed the user's profile, revealing their transaction history. It was his first time seeing such a detailed report. Intrigued, he decided to check the prices. He was curious to see how much the crystals cost. Hearthstone confirmed the prices were fair, emphasizing the scarcity of the crystals and urging a quick purchase. However, Ezel was shocked to discover the prices were almost double the average market value, accusing Hearthstone of being a thief. Hearthstone responded defensively, claiming the low prices were due to a minor strike and that they were selling at a loss. Ezel realized the earlier status window was accurate, confirming Hearthstone's deception. Hearthstone, oblivious to Ezel's suspicions, expressed delight at his quick personality. Hearthstone confessed that the mine's profits had been falling, leading to the miner's strike and the inflated prices. Ezel, realizing the lies, refused to continue the transaction, demanding a half-price offer. He considered pushing the seller further, but ultimately decided against it, accepting the slightly inflated price. The transaction was completed, and 2 medium and 2 low-grade mana crystals were added to his inventory. He noticed a discrepancy. The seller had kept 2.5 coins. The seller's explanation cited a minor strike affecting the market. He debated reporting the seller, but ultimately decided against it, choosing instead to simply log out. He received a cashback refund of 3 coins, a surprise VIP perk. Observing the mana crystal's absorption, he confirmed it wasn't a scam. Over the next few days, he diligently practiced his grandfather's improved explosive mana breathing method, Steelguard's vision, Breath of the Steel, to refine his skills. This technique required a strong body and abundant mana. While the physical training was arduous, the mana requirement was fulfilled by using the mana crystals. He reflected on his progress, noting the mana crystal's role in his success. He felt a sense of accomplishment after mastering the technique. He was pleased with his progress, but also felt a growing anger towards those who had exploited him. Ezel, seething with barely contained fury, vowed to once again demonstrate his power. He challenged Mihail to a spar. Mihail, surprised by the young master's sudden request, questioned his intentions, but Ezel insisted that he needed to prove his skill. The onlookers watched with anticipation as Ezel and Mihail prepared for their match. Lady Karen, concerned about Ezel's well-being, expressed her worries to Mihail's captain. The captain, understanding her concerns, suggested a back-to-spar, a less dangerous form of combat. Karen agreed, deeming it a safer alternative. Ezel, despite his confidence, was aware of Mihail's superior skill as a 6th-class knight. His captain analyzed the upcoming back-to-spar, noting Mihail's height and reach advantage. The spar began, and despite his best efforts, Mihail's superior strength pushed Ezel back. Ezel was sent sprawling, but he quickly recovered. Mihail was shocked by Ezel's unexpected resilience and rapid improvement. The night, Mihail found himself on the receiving end of a powerful blow, his body reeling from the unexpected force. Ezel, his opponent, countered with surprising agility and strength. A murmur rippled through the onlookers. Mihail, the seasoned warrior, had been completely outmatched. The crowd erupted in cheers, hailing Ezel as the victor. Ezel stood, breathing heavily but with a newfound confidence in his eyes. He had proven his strength. A hand gently touched his shoulder, startling him slightly. It was his brother, expressing pride and admitting he had underestimated Ezel's capabilities. Ezel's thoughts turned to his sister, a sudden wave of concern washing over him. Karen Steelguard, the eldest daughter of the Steelguard family, was a subject of disappointment to her father. Despite her immense potential, she was denied opportunities due to a family tradition. This was because the breath of steel, a source of power, could only be passed down to men, leaving Karen on the sidelines. However, Karen's potential was undeniable, exceeding expectations. She understood the sacrifices she had to make, the constant struggle against societal expectations. And because of that, she persevered. Ezel, having witnessed her dedication, acknowledged the immense effort she had put in. Karen apologized for neglecting Ezel, admitting she had failed to be a proper support and anchor for him. Ezel's expression turned serious. He felt a pang of guilt. He realized their recent sparring match was a calculated move on Karen's part, a ploy to gain his acceptance. Meanwhile, a knight observed the interaction. He recognized Karen as a person of deep insight and virtue, the first to understand and accept Ezel. Ezel reflected on his new self. Despite his accurate prediction, his conscience was troubled. He knew this was the only path forward, but the true challenge lay ahead. That night, at dinner time, Ezel sat among his family. He appeared content, but a quiet intensity lingered in his amber eyes. He expressed his enjoyment of the meal, a simple pleasure in the midst of his complex thoughts. His father, Levadon Steelguard, had specifically requested a particular dish from the kitchen for his son. Ezel mused that his sister's attentiveness was a result of his recent display of skill. He had, in fact, defeated a knight during training, a fact that had not gone unnoticed. This victory, however, was a calculated move to gain his father's attention. He acknowledged to himself that it was merely a sparring match with wooden swords, not a true test of skill. His father, however, only knew that Ezel had bested a 6th-class knight apprentice. The fact that it wasn't a real sword fight was a detail conveniently omitted. His sister, Karen, subtly confirmed this, adding to the deception. Ezel revealed that he had officially attained the rank of 5th-class knight at the young age of 17. His father reflected on his own first experience on the battlefield, which occurred around Ezel's current age. A sudden, unexpected hand reached out to Ezel, interrupting the moment. Ezel, the young master, grinned, extending his hand. That's because I'm 16 now. His father grasped his hand, their fingers interlacing. It was a battle handshake, a clash of mana. Ezel's eyes narrowed slightly. Was this a test? He mused that it was important to satisfy his father, but he needed to gain experience without arousing suspicion. His heart felt lighter now, relieved that his youngest sibling might not be as different as he'd feared. He believed the child would fare well, even after leaving Steelguard. His father reflected on the situation, considering the attention he'd given his youngest son. He admitted that Ezel had improved significantly, and that he could now make requests. Ezel realized this was his chance. He had something in mind. He hesitated, unsure if he was ready, but ultimately decided to proceed. His father reassured him, promising to listen to his requests. The father admitted he hadn't realized his youngest son possessed such a talent for making people feel uneasy. He swore on his mana to listen to Ezel's request. The head of the Steelguard family, Levadon Steelguard, swore to listen to his son's request without prejudice. Ezel stated his request. His father reacted with disbelief, calling his son insane. The patriarch, his face etched with disapproval, addressed his son. You can't break the family tradition. He explained, only one person is allowed. No one else other than the family can enter the secret storage. The elder son retorted, precisely, the control of the secret storage is only within our family. His son countered, when I was young, I also accessed it with my father. That's different. Then, are you suggesting that I should break what I swore on the mana? The patriarch responded, you should return. From here, I'll go with the youngest together. Ezel's expression hardened. He was determined. The rules of the secret storage were simple. Never access the inner storage, and only access the outer. Only one item could be taken out at a time. Ezel thought, finally, I can have it in my hands. The dimensional transaction book, the strongest weapon. Ezel reflected on his past life, spent on Earth number 1342 with his grandfather Leiskin. This life was different from his past life, where he discovered the dimensional transaction. In this life, he could see the book through his own eyes. It was impossible for the book to exist in the secret storage, appealing to his big sister's eyes, and to fulfill his father's wish. It is all just so I can monopolize the dimensional transaction book. It was over here for sure. He clenched his jaw, a grim determination etched onto his face. No one else could discover the dimensional transaction book. It was his secret, his alone. The book itself remained unseen, its presence only implied by the young man's intense focus. His father, a tall figure in elegant robes, approached. Are you done picking? He inquired, his tone suggesting impatience. Ezel nodded curtly. Yes, father. He knew he needed to dispose of the evidence of his transgression, this unexpected hero's reward. The Leiskin Hero Award, a statue of immense value, stood as a testament to Navarro's protection of the empire. Its limited supply and worth, exceeding that of common gold, made it a highly sought-after item in Vigo. Ezel, however, dismissed its significance, deeming the recent acquisition a mere momentary gain. He appeared unmoved by its worth. His companion questioned his motives, reminding him of their initial agreement to journey to Vigo solely for the gold. Ezel, however, seemed to have a hidden agenda. Ezel countered that the hero statue was currently the most valuable asset to him. He explained that, even after purchasing other items, he would still have money left. He further elaborated that focusing solely on training with swords would be a better use of his time. While acknowledging the potential time waste, Ezel saw this as a potentially time-saving opportunity for himself. His companion sighed, noting Ezel's enigmatic nature. Ezel's companion realized that Ezel had finally conceded to his plan. The narration box revealed that something had just been taken from his secret storage. Ezel looked surprised and confused. Ezel frantically searched for the dimensional transaction book, realizing it was missing. He confirmed the book's disappearance, urging himself to remain calm. There were two possibilities. The dimensional transaction book had been moved without his knowledge, or someone was currently using it. Neither possibility could be verified at that time. 14 years had passed since he'd become Lord. He hoped the book hadn't fallen into the wrong hands. Despite the haste in obtaining the hero's award, it had proven useful for making coins. He reflected on this. He reviewed his account details. A significant subsidy had been applied. He discovered these benefits while dealing with Hearthstone. He recognized the hectic adjustment notification. It was a VIP benefit. He was stunned. It was impossible. He decided to test the VIP features. He pressed a button and his daily attendance check, inventory expansion, flow comprehension, promotion, price subsidy, overcharge exemption, zero commission, hectic adjustment, the eye of providence, and asymmetry of information were all at maximum level. He was incredulous. It made no sense. The higher-than-expected currency exchange was due to this. The system displayed a message: zero commission on all transactions. Every payment would be free of any additional charges. He reviewed the details, noting that all transaction prices and amounts were clearly displayed. A 10% discount was also available for overcharges. He was surprised. All of it. The sheer volume of the discount was astonishing. Ezel, examining a glowing book, realized that the 10 coins he started with were a result of this VIP benefit. He chuckled at the unexpected windfall. It was more than enough to proceed with his plans. He considered his options. This was faster than he anticipated. It was time for revenge. He believed he had sufficient resources. First, however, he needed to sell an item. The system estimated the item's value at 115 coins. He was certain it should have been worth 140 to 150 coins. The system's offer seemed deceptively low. He exclaimed that 40 coins were equivalent to 400 gold pieces, far more than he expected. He questioned whether this was a joke. Despite his annoyance, he decided to accept the deal. He collapsed onto his bed, finding it surprisingly comfortable. He couldn't believe it. He was able to perform interdimensional trading while lying down. This was all thanks to the dimensional transaction book that had appeared before him. The book, glowing faintly, had appeared before him, and he had instinctively opened it. He recalled the process now, a sudden understanding dawning on him. The book in his eye, was it the real dimensional transaction book? It was a relief not to have to worry about the process. He was already quite adept at it. The transaction for the Hero Award had been completed, and he received 150 coins from Mr. Maydust. His total was now 425.5 coins. The item sold quickly. He considered what to sell next. Mana crystals seemed like a good choice. Conveniently, a seller appeared. "Hello, scammer?" A young man, Ezel, was greeted with a curt, "Hello, scammer." The greeting prompted a question. Is this guy? An older man, seemingly in authority, pondered just what kind of guy is he? His surprise was evident. Ezel, undeterred, stated his intentions. "Yeah, it's me. I'm looking to buy some more mana crystals. Does the prize from last time work?" He was met with skepticism. The other party knew his tactics wouldn't work this time. The older man fumed, cursing Ezel as a bastard and lamenting potential losses. Ezel, however, remained confident, pointing out the other's wealth and lack of concern for a small number of coins. The older man, realizing he was being played, asked, "Then, how many are you looking to buy?" A transaction was proposed, 25 mid-grade and 20 low-grade mana crystals. The transaction was completed successfully. Ezel reflected on the fundamental nature of trade. Meanwhile, in Hearthstone's room, Ezel pondered the meaning of his recent acquisition. He muttered to himself, "That shameless bastard." The thought of Hearthstone's actions sparked a question. Why was he reselling the mana crystals in the same channel? He reflected on his 3 years of trading experience from his past life, acknowledging the many times he'd been scammed. His thoughts turned to the potential consequences of angering another trader. Hearthstone couldn't even travel through dimensions. He responded with twice the anger. Hearthstone was taken aback by Ezel's aggressive attitude. Ezel recalled a past life conflict with another trader whose communication style was particularly memorable. He hadn't even begun to taste the thunderbolt in his head yet. Hearthstone pleaded with him to stop. Hearthstone felt that Ezel had gone too far this time. The transaction was complete, and Ezel had received a significant amount of coins. Ezel explained that he had resold the mana crystals at an unreasonably high price. Hearthstone refused another trade. The hooded figure, Hearthstone, remained unmoved by Ezel's refusal to lower his prices. He reiterated his offer, emphasizing his willingness to pay the original price. Ezel, however, remained firm in his stance. He was clearly upset, his frustration evident in his demeanor. He internally reasoned that playing along with Hearthstone was the most pragmatic approach. Ezel prioritized profit over personal feelings. His thoughts turned to the ruthless efficiency of traders like Hearthstone, those who used any means necessary to maximize profit. Hearthstone, a seasoned trader, found Ezel's emotional response illogical. He questioned the young man's pricing strategy. Ezel revealed that he currently possessed 455 coins. He then made a bold request, aiming to purchase a large quantity of mana crystals, 50 mid-grade and 19 low-grade, far exceeding his apparent resources. Hearthstone, skeptical, pressed Ezel on the source of his mana crystals, questioning whether they simply appeared from the mines. Ezel, however, saw this as an opportunity. He planned to resell the crystals at a lower price, benefiting from the transaction. Hearthstone's reaction was one of disbelief and outrage. He accused Ezel of being reckless and foolish. From a normal trader's perspective, Hearthstone's words made perfect sense. However, Ezel's actions were justified by his access to VIP privileges, which included price subsidies and zero commission. Ezel, the young trader, meticulously reviewed his profit margins. Even a 25% price reduction would still yield a substantial profit. He noted the unique aspects of mana crystals beyond their high demand, particularly their sale limits. A voice called out to him, but Ezel, engrossed in his calculations, ignored it. His hands were already full, maximizing profits. Responding wasn't a priority. He reflected on his mana-breathing practice, realizing that if he completed his training, he would be more prepared for what lay ahead. However, he knew that his current pace was unsustainable. His eyes burned with exertion. He was nearing a critical point. He was dangerously close to exceeding his limits. His progress was proceeding according to his estimates. He clenched his fist, a decision made. He would lower the price of mid-grade mana crystals to 9.5 coins. The transaction was complete. He reflected on the arduous journey. In his past life, achieving his goals had demanded a year of relentless effort after gaining the title of Lord. But now, in this life, a mere 8 days of dimensional trading had brought him to the cusp of a breakthrough. Even as the head of the Steel Guard family, it had taken over a year to accomplish what he was about to achieve. How much faster was this? His gaze fell upon the Eye of Providence interface. The counter ticked upwards, nearing the threshold for his next rank. With a surge of anticipation, he watched as the final trades were processed. In his past life, to reach that point, he had toiled relentlessly. Now, he was finally there. The system prompted him to move to System 1. He obeyed the command. A wave of energy washed over him as the transition began. The world around him fractured and reformed. The system announced his advancement to System 1, a significant milestone in his journey. A surge of power coursed through his veins. This is where things started to get real. The anticipation hung heavy in the air. This is where things would truly begin. A surge of power coursed through him. The privilege within his mind had been unlocked, advancing him to System 2. The rate at which he could absorb skills would increase. He reflected on the implications of this newfound power. Even the most ordinary individuals in this world possess the strength of knights. A voice, abrasive and condescending, echoed in his mind. It questioned his understanding of the situation, his methods, and his very way of speaking. Confused, he wondered why this had happened so suddenly. He pondered the requirements for unlocking further privileges. He knew there was only one thing he could do, though he was unsure of the outcome. With a surge of resolve, he activated the Eye of Providence. The activation caused a brief pause, a moment of intense focus before. Disappointment washed over him. The Eye of Providence wasn't working. He felt let down by the exchange center's apparent uselessness, and he demanded an explanation. He realized it likely unlocks upon leveling up. An event notification appeared. A special sale on martial arts scrolls was underway. A notification appeared on Ezel's screen, detailing a limited-time offer. Exchange 10 coins and receive an extra coin free. He pondered what to do, a thoughtful expression on his face. Despite the special sale, he found the discounts peculiar. Ezel noted that, at his current privilege level, the free transaction fee was of no benefit to him. A message appeared, congratulating him on reaching System I and offering a small reward. He wondered what this reward might be. The reward was revealed to be 3 coupons for the exchange center, along with a list of codes. He was surprised by this unexpected customer service. A red scroll unfurled, its energy surging as Ezel absorbed its contents. The side effects of absorption decreased by 80%, while the speed increased threefold. The absorption process completed. He realized that the martial arts in this world used mana as fuel. He reflected on the differences between the martial arts of this world and those in System I, which used internal energy. He concluded that System I's martial arts were superior. Mystery Blade. That sword technique originated from the martial arts world. The martial arts of this world and that one are similar in that they both utilize the force of nature as their basis, but mana exists in a more natural state. Internal energy is the refined version of mana. Although the peak of body and swordsmanship is a privilege, it is compatible with mana. He still needed to open up his meridians and veins. As a result, his skill became more refined. He clenched his fists, his eyes glowing with newfound power, making a dantian and learning an entire sword technique in an instant. He found this more amazing than he initially thought. Is there even such a thing as dimensional trading? He could buy anything if he had the coins to pay for them. He should probably use his store points more cautiously. Now that he was finished with preparations, he decided to head toward his first target. He figured he'd start with that guy as a warm-up. Dimensional exchange merchant Kmu Hedjay's place. He entered a dark, cavernous space. The merchant greeted him warmly, saying things like, "I love you." It was gross. The merchant was selling many different kinds of martial arts scrolls. He asked Ezel to refrain from being so informal. Ezel questioned why the merchant was being informal then. Ugh, another bad customer. Ezel, seeking to enhance his skills, inquired about the types of martial arts available. He was then presented with a particular item of interest. The seller, Mu Hyoja, was known for his dubious practices. The three-part sword technique, though seemingly basic, held immense potential. He recalled a past life where he was easily manipulated. Despite his awareness, he found himself falling victim to the merchant's tactics once more. The merchant explained that the technique was deceptively simple, but mastering it could make one the strongest martial artist in the world. For a small fee, the merchant offered additional guidance. Ezel, after a moment of consideration, agreed to the purchase. The fifth Murim world, Bamboo Mountain Sect. The scene was serene, the sky a clear blue above the picturesque mountain range. Within the sect, a figure was startled. What is it? The startled figure, a man of authority, was clearly agitated. That bastard Hakshio Li. You found out where he is. The sect leader pondered the information. How did you find him? What is the source of this information? A young man with striking eyes appeared calm despite the gravity of the situation. He explained, there are too many questions. I can't really answer all of them at once. He's a bit too upset right now. The young man continued. Anyways, since I'm taking care of your enemy, there should be a reward, right? The sect leader eyed him suspiciously. How can I trust you and pay you? What if you're nothing but a scammer? Is what he said. The young man shrugged. Well, if you can't trust me, that's too bad. It's the Bamboo Mountain sect's enemy, not mine. I'll just let Hakshio Li go on with his life. The sect leader's expression hardened. Did you call me just to joke with me? Is what he says. He steepled his fingers, considering the implications of a young man's claim. The audacity of it all was almost admirable. His gaze remained fixed on the youth, a mixture of suspicion and curiosity in his eyes. The sect leader wondered how someone from the lower system could possibly know of their secret technique book. The young man, however, seemed unfazed by the intense scrutiny. He calmly sipped his tea, his expression betraying nothing. He expelled a small puff of air, a subtle gesture of relief. The sum was far more than he had anticipated, causing him to pause and reflect on the implications. He explained that he had only been trying to recover his losses from a previous encounter. The sect leader's expression remained unchanged, but a subtle shift in his posture suggested that he was considering the young man's words. He reiterated the terms of the deal, emphasizing the potential for a much greater reward if the youth could capture Hakshio Li. The young man's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of determination crossing his features. He was considering the offer. He mused on the insignificant monetary loss compared to the potential gains from his primary objective. Siekyun, a renowned merchant of martial arts scrolls, was mentioned. The young man's resolve hardened. He was pursuing martial arts scrolls to continue his grandfather's legacy. Consumed by rage and a thirst for vengeance, he vowed to kill Siekyun. He stared intently at the crimson bookmark, a symbol of the transaction that had just concluded. The weight of his grudge against Siekyun remained undiminished. The young man felt a surge of shame and pain, a reminder of the humiliation he had endured. Yet, his resolve hardened. He would return the item directly to its owner. Siekyun, introduced through Mu Hyoja, was already aware of many things. His arrival was not unexpected. A data profile of Siekyun appeared, revealing his status within the system. A level 1 merchant with 1,100 coins, specializing in martial arts techniques. Mu Hyoja's reputation as a scammer was well known. He often sold martial arts scrolls at inflated prices, preying on newcomers to the system. The young man scoffed at the idea of anyone falling for such a low-level technique. He acknowledged that those in lower systems were often victims of Mu Hyoja's scams. His frustration with the man was evident. He challenged Siekyun, noting that his methods were different from Mu Hyoja's. Siekyun dismissed the comparison, stating that it would be rude to equate him with such a lowlife. He politely apologized for his rudeness and inquired about the martial arts techniques Siekyun had available, specifically sword techniques. Siekyun considered his options, ultimately deciding on a particular sword technique. The young man was impressed by the plum blossom sword technique, deeming it excellent. Siekyun offered a discounted price of 35 coins, a significant reduction from the usual 50 coins. Ezel, his eyes blazing with determination, reviewed the details of his transaction with Siekyun. The price, he knew, was far higher than the market value, but revenge had its cost. He would get it back. Siekyun, seemingly unfazed by the inflated price, simply stated that 35 coins was a cheap deal. Siekyun's shrewdness was evident. He saw more than just a buyer in Ezel, recognizing the young man's wealth and ambition. Their business transaction concluded, Siekyun hinted at a future filled with frequent encounters. Ezel's thoughts turned to Siekyun's audacity. He was clearly unfamiliar with the true market value of martial arts techniques. Siekyun, however, was not concerned. He welcomed Ezel as a valued customer, emphasizing the importance of their burgeoning friendship. A notification appeared on Siekyun's device, a friend request from Jingyu, who sought a mid-level sword technique for his son. Siekyun's laughter echoed in the silence, a chilling sound that foreshadowed the events to come. He warned Siekyun to enjoy his remaining moments of peace. Back at his estate, Ezel was announced to his master. His maid, startled by the young man's presence, politely excused herself. Ezel's killing intent, barely suppressed, threatened to erupt upon seeing Siekyun again. He apologized to himself, recognizing that his emotional turmoil was not the maid's fault. Despite his inner turmoil, Ezel's physical condition was surprisingly good, suggesting a significant improvement in his martial arts prowess. The young master's maid, her face flushed, reported on the unusual events of the past few days. He sighed, anticipating the coming inconvenience. He couldn't allow Ezel to see him as a man, not yet. His potential was still untapped, and her gaze was already too forward. The maid hesitantly addressed him. He smiled, pleased with the maid's attention. He realized, if his memory served him correctly, he was discussing business with his older brother. The morning sun illuminated the training grounds where two young men stood, one addressing the other as Magne. The younger of the two, addressed as Magne, simply replied, older brother. His older brother questioned his training habits, noting his avoidance of the training grounds and solitary practice. He surmised that his brother was still immature. The younger brother reacted with disbelief, exclaiming, "Are you crazy?" Ignoring his brother's outburst, the older brother stated his intention to give him a lesson. He explained that he had something to teach him first. The younger brother, though easily taunted in the past, found this situation excessive. He wondered why his brother was so upset. His older brother warned him that his attitude was inviting defeat. He cautioned his brother against arrogance, reminding him that his father's praise shouldn't inflate his ego. The younger brother launched a swift attack. The attack was met with a counter, sending the younger brother sprawling. Ezel's eyes narrowed, a surge of unexpected power coursing through him. He lunged forward, his movements faster and more precise than before. His opponent, surprised by this sudden increase in strength, questioned the source of his power. He admitted to himself that he had let his guard down, resolving to fight back without restraint. The narration box explained that his current technique was a fundamental skill for a second-class knight. His brother, witnessing this, accused him of recklessness for using mana. Ezel countered that he was still only a fifth-class knight and couldn't use his aura. He declared his intention to teach his brother a lesson. He realized his brother was attacking with full force. Having no other choice, he braced himself for the confrontation. He countered with a powerful stone destruction punch. Ezel was shocked by his brother's unexpected strength. He gasped, overwhelmed by the situation. He collapsed in the arena, dust swirling around him. His older brother approached cautiously, concern etched on his face. The older brother gasped, his voice laced with disbelief and awe. "How did you become so strong?" He admitted that their relationship was strained, but felt his brother had gone too far this time. Ezel, still on the ground, wondered aloud if this was the power of the secret storage. His brother pressed him, wanting to know what exactly he had obtained from the secret storage. The older brother revealed that only their father had ever entered the inner storage before him, expressing disbelief and anger at Ezel's actions. Ezel was shocked to learn he was the only one besides his father to have entered the inner storage. He also revealed that his father didn't even know about the dimensional transaction book. Meanwhile, Ezel's maid found him and asked if he was injured. Ezel reassured her that he was all right, only having a minor sparring match with his brother. The maid commented on Ezel's growth and maturity. Ezel thanked her for her concern and stated he would go get a treatment pill. He reflected on his luck, thankful that his brother hadn't used his full power against him. He then advised himself to rest. Ezel, the young master, acknowledged his maid's words. He was dismissed to rest. He then resolved to find an opportune moment to access the inner storage. He needed to do so before enrolling in the academy. Time was short. His thoughts turned to the impending incident, and he decided to use certain individuals to his advantage. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a young man, his face etched with disbelief, found the situation impossible. His sister, Darren Steelguard, observed his distress, noting his embarrassment. She suspected her brother was hiding something. The young man's sister pointed out that his actions were far more cunning than they initially appeared. She noted that his injuries suggested a much more intense struggle than he let on. He hadn't revealed his full strength, even holding back significantly. His sister pondered his true capabilities, speculating that he might even be as powerful as a tiger. Ezel resolved to uncover the truth behind his brother's actions and what he was planning. His sister confidently assured him that she would handle the situation. Lady Karen Steelguard, her expression unreadable, stared intently at something unseen. A quiet determination hardened her features. Meanwhile, Stone Henry and another merchant discussed the recent actions of Aruin, a powerful and ambitious mana crystal merchant. The conversation revealed that Aruin's actions were causing significant disruption in the market. A plan was forming to confront him. Heartstone, a hooded figure, urged them to remember their common enemy, reminding them of the importance of unity. He cautioned against internal division, emphasizing that it would only lead to failure in their fight against Aruin. A lot of mana was being used, prompting a question about why everyone had been summoned. An older man, his face grim, declared that it was time to formulate a plan to capture Aruin. The market value of mana crystals had recently shifted. The price of medium-grade crystals had dropped by a single coin. He noted the change, observing that even low-grade crystals were losing value. The reaction was swifter than anticipated. He had sold mana crystals for less than their current market value. His actions had angered other merchants, who retaliated by lowering their prices, initiating a price war. However, he was unconcerned. His VIP status ensured continued profit. He checked his inventory, 12 low-grade and 22 medium-grade mana crystals. He had over 1,000 coins and planned to expand his storage capacity. He decided to halt sales of low-grade crystals due to their diminishing profitability. Despite the market fluctuations, he remained optimistic about his current situation. Although the decline was faster than expected, he felt confident in managing the situation. He vowed revenge against Seokyeon for events in his past life. He intended to acquire superior sword techniques, seeking out middle-grade sword manuals. He perused a catalog of advanced sword techniques, noting their high cost. Ezel examined the list of available skills, a frown etching itself onto his face. The prices were exorbitant, even for an affiliate market. He questioned the seller about more potent and expensive options. The seller presented the basic skill set from the Thousand Sword Castle. Ezel sighed, noting the high price and the sect's considerable influence. He mused that the unique ultimate skill was incomparable to anything offered by the Bamboo Mountain sect. Ezel, deep in thought, decided to check something. The seller, anticipating his request, asked what it was. A shopkeeper greeted Ezel warmly. He explained that he had been waiting all day for Ezel's arrival. Ezel was surprised to receive both items so quickly. The seller inquired if Ezel needed anything else, mentioning eager buyers. Ezel, a glint in his eyes, confirmed that he did indeed require more. He revealed that his employer, Raphael, was a martial arts enthusiast. He found himself in a desperate situation. Securing a suitable martial arts text proved far more challenging than anticipated. Fortunately, assistance was readily available. "Of course, we'll help you with anything," came the reassuring reply. A plan began to form. "I was thinking of showing him something big rather than a few small ones," the helper suggested. Ezel, however, was taken aback. "What do you mean by something big?" he questioned. His helper had a proposition. He was considering the Thousand Sword Castle's unique ultimate skill. The suggestion was met with apprehension. "Huh? Is that too difficult even for you?" the helper exclaimed. The helper explained that martial arts from other systems were also viable options. A profile appeared, revealing Seokyeon's credentials as a martial arts expert. Despite the risks, the helper agreed to try. He would proceed cautiously, mindful of the librarian. Ezel understood the inherent danger. He decided to secure a deposit to mitigate the risk. A transaction was completed. 200 coins were received, securing the deposit. The helper felt confident. There was minimal chance of being caught, given the library's seclusion. Earlier that day, the librarian had been seen checking something. This was a crucial detail. Ezel dismissed the notion of obtaining the skill elsewhere. The risk was too great. The helper was certain of success. He would obtain the skill and share the information. Seokyeon, his brow furrowed in concentration, reviewed the terms of his agreement. Securing the promised mana crystals was proving more difficult than anticipated. He stretched, the strain of his efforts evident. 5 days of daily rewards would be enough, he thought. His gaze fell upon a troubling update. Middle-grade mana crystal stocks were dwindling. He considered purchasing them from System Zero. He attempted to buy the crystals in bulk, but his request was met with immediate refusal. The vendor's response was curt and dismissive, leaving Seokyeon frustrated. He found the vendor's hostility unexpected and wondered if it would impact his work. Seokyeon's attention was suddenly diverted. Something was happening. Two maids conversed, one clearly distressed. One maid slapped the other, startling Seokyeon. He reacted with surprise and alarm. The two daughters of the Steel Guard family possessed contrasting natures. Karen, the elder sister, radiated warmth like spring sunlight, while Darren, her younger sister, was known for her cold and contemptuous demeanor. Unsurprisingly, Darren was feared by all the caretakers and maids. Ezel's maid, frustrated by his evasiveness, pressed him for answers. She explained her position, emphasizing her role as his caretaker. Darren, unexpectedly, addressed her sister, calling out to her. Darren demanded that her sister cease her interrogation of Ezel. Darren's arrival surprised Ezel, who questioned her presence. Ezel then turned his attention to Darren, demanding to know what she was doing to his maid. Darren retorted, highlighting the unusual kindness she was showing the maid, questioning Ezel's own treatment of her. Darren justified her actions, claiming she was merely correcting the maid's unsatisfactory work and that Ezel should be grateful. The maid's expression revealed her shock and apprehension. The maid braced herself, anticipating a blow. Darren, her mistress, intervened, instructing anyone with complaints to address her directly. The scene shifted to show Darren confronting two other individuals who had been harassing the maid. One of them, a young man, recoiled at Darren's sharp words, demanding to be released. Ezel, witnessing the scene, winced, understanding the reason for his earlier warning. He intervened, ordering the young man to leave the maid alone. Darren, however, was not appeased, reminding the young man of his folly. She warned him against further actions, demanding an apology to Ezel before things escalated. The maid, still shaken, questioned why Darren was slapping herself. Darren, unfazed, dismissed her concern with a dismissive remark. The young man pondered the consequences of reporting his injuries to his father. Darren addressed her sister, acknowledging her exceeding expectations. She gave her sister permission to act as she pleased. Darren, the elder Steel Guard sister, vehemently denied any familial connection to the unfolding events. She then calmly informed her younger sister that she would inform their father of the situation. A look of distress washed over her face as she wondered how their father had discovered the truth. The younger sister, overcome with guilt, apologized profusely. Ezel's maid reassured him that she would prevent a similar incident from happening again. She then inquired about his well-being. The maid tearfully revealed that Ezel was one of her people. Ezel, in a fit of protective rage, vowed to retaliate against anyone who dared to harm those under his protection. The emperor's words of comfort to the distraught young master were followed by a moment of reflection. He acknowledged that something felt amiss. The young master pondered how Erwin had discovered the information. The Multimales, despite having Hearthstone as their leader, remained internally divided. A man, seemingly shocked and enraged, exclaimed about Erwin's actions. The young man, Ezel, pondered the stone seller's words. There was a way to acquire the necessary coins, a desperate measure perhaps. He was a familiar figure, this stone seller. His presence felt oddly unsettling. The seller's profile was analyzed. Human, transaction level 1, an expert merchant. The seller's words held a certain wisdom. Sometimes, having less now was worth more than having much later. Ezel understood the seller's predicament. Even he resorted to quick transactions when desperate. However, the suggestion of directly confronting the troublemakers was deemed unrealistic. He asked about the alternative. The solution was to drastically undercut the mana crystal prices. The Merchant Alliance, in response, lowered prices, creating a frenzy of buying. One individual, deeply in debt for this venture, anxiously awaited the price stabilization. The mid-grade mana crystal's price was fluctuating, averaging 5.5 coins. He realized the demand was booming, creating a potential conflict over pricing. He demanded an explanation for the unexpected results. He had insisted that lowering the price of mana crystals was the only way to prevent the troublemaker from acquiring them all. Now, however, he found himself questioning the wisdom of his own strategy. His advisor, a man of sharp intellect and even sharper tongue, pointed out the obvious flaw in his plan. The troublemaker continued his relentless acquisition of mana crystals, seemingly unfazed by the price drop. The advisor admitted his predictions had been wrong, but only if the current strategy was to continue. The advisor's frustration was palpable. The idea of surrendering to such a formidable opponent was unacceptable. Despite the criticism, the advisor was given a chance to redeem himself. He was told that his trust was needed once more. The troublemaker, shrouded in shadow, seemed to anticipate this renewed trust. The advisor, however, remained unconvinced, believing such a plan was impossible. The newcomer's momentum was waning, but his price remained unchanged since the previous day. One of the alliance members, a man in a white coat, observed this with a thoughtful expression. He wondered about the newcomer's strategy. The man in the white coat mused that the newcomer must be nearing his limits. But his price had remained the same as theirs since yesterday. This puzzled the man. He considered how to determine if the newcomer was hiding anything else. The man knew the newcomer was the type to hide his cards until the last moment. The man pondered why the newcomer would risk losses while trading. There was only one answer. He realized the newcomer planned to overtake the entire mana crystal business. The idea seemed impossible, but the man suggested creating an alliance, like they had done. He pointed out that this was the reason why the multi-alliances were formed. The man looked at a glowing book, surprised by what he found. The strategy was to gather sellers and increase control of the mana crystal business. The man reflected on why he took the position as chairman of the alliance. He admitted that he only realized the full scope of the newcomer's plan later. He admired the chairman, but it didn't feel too bad. The man realized that the newcomer's plan had been his big picture all along. The newcomer scoffed at the idea of a big picture. He had anticipated the alliance's formation since he began selling mana crystals, though its development was faster than expected. A special privilege, far beyond what most could imagine, was at play. From what he could gather, it seemed overpowered, yet he wondered if it was truly possible. Information was a crucial aspect of trade, and this special privilege was a powerful control mechanism. His involvement with the Multimales began with the group's formation, although his presence was minimal. Why'd he do it? To create competitions and profit from them, of course. There were likely only two types of people who would participate in such a contest. First, those who could not live without immediate profit. Second, those who had a larger plan in mind. Now, with the situation as it was, they would all die together. The Alliance planned to stop Ezel, the troublemaker, and demonstrate their power. Hearthstone, the Alliance leader, saw this as the perfect opportunity to strike. An immediate agreement was necessary. If Ezel successfully drove out his competitors and took control of the mana crystal industry, he could manipulate prices at will. And if a merchant defied the Multimales, immediate action would be taken to crush them. This was precisely the scenario Hearthstone had envisioned, leading him to believe this was the start of his grand scheme. The average Multimales members were still unaware, but within this heated competition, some had begun to adopt a more defensive stance. By carefully observing the competition between Ezel and the Multimallies, a pattern emerged. They were planning to hire a third party to collect all the mana crystals for themselves. Hearthstone, cloaked in shadow, observed the mana crystal market fluctuations on his datapad. He mused on the ease of manipulating the market when prices were low, only to sell when they spiked. Darren, in her room, was troubled. She wondered how Magne had discovered her involvement. Meanwhile, Ezel's older sister confronted him. She had learned of his dealings with the Damien firm, a fact he had inadvertently revealed. She questioned him, her concern evident. He was surprised by her knowledge, and the conversation was tense. The siblings spoke, the weight of their shared secret heavy in the air. It was time for a serious discussion. The conversation turned to the Damien firm, its significance clear to both of them. Ezel's sister invited him inside. The scene shifted to a more private setting. The Damien firm, it was explained, provided houses with necessary supplies, a seemingly innocuous business. However, the firm's close ties to Darren presented a problem. After Ezel became lord, the firm used the investment money as an excuse to demand a relationship with Darren. Ezel reflected on his discovery. The trade firm's actions had been too obvious, and he realized he could use this to his advantage. His sister pressed him for proof, demanding evidence of his claims. Ezel explained his position as the youngest son of a Steelguard family, highlighting his limited prospects. His sister understood his motivations. Ezel's sister, Darren, finally revealed her true intentions, stating that she had been hiding her true self until now. She challenged Ezel to listen to her explanation. Darren questioned Ezel about his dealings with the Damien firm, curious whether he had bribed them or sought their help first. Ezel explained that the firm had approached him first, requesting a favor he eventually had to repay. Darren dismissed Ezel's explanation, stating that a firm as large as the Damien firm would never approach someone like her first. She challenged his satisfaction with the situation. Ezel, unfazed by his sister's skepticism, invited her to criticize him as much as she wanted, reiterating that this wasn't his reason for being there. He pondered how to gain her trust, recognizing their similar positions. Darren, surprised, asked what exactly Ezel wanted from her. Darren, seemingly pleased with the turn of events, suggested they work together. Ezel proposed a difficult deal, one that would be hard to refuse. Chapter 13. The Lord's coins aren't decreasing. A woman in a black dress informed Ezel. Then, I'll leave it to you. He responded, all right, I'll tell you the specifics later. Although it was an argument filled with lies, it wasn't too bad of a deal for now, he mused. He was forced to team up with her for now, but he'll have to see what will happen in the long run. Suddenly, a loud noise startled him. He received 800 coins from the Bamboo Mountain sect. It seemed they had caught Hakshio Li. The reward was enormous. He thanked his savior and sent a gift as promised. He received 10 bamboo pills of life. He was surprised to receive more than he expected. The dimensional transaction book users had hit a gold mine. He finally got it. He was glad he hadn't bought it earlier. It was as cheap as ever. Middle-class limits were once per day, and the buyer could only buy 5. However, Hearthstone had a plan of his own during the Multima Allies' bloody price war. Ezel, comfortably nestled in his bed, perused the glowing book. He mused on the recent transaction, noting the seemingly excessive number of coins discarded. It appeared a calculated move to minimize losses. A sense of sympathy washed over him as he considered the implications of the sale. His inventory displayed a significant amount of mana crystals and a supply of life-saving pills. He planned to acquire around 500 more crystals. A surge of power coursed through him, reflected in the fiery glow emanating from his eye. A triumphant grin spread across his face. Meanwhile, a digital exchange revealed a conversation between Hearthstone and another individual regarding the ongoing price war. The strategy was to maintain a price point of 5.5 coins, creating a false impression of loss while securing long-term profits. Ezel, having reviewed the exchange, declared himself immensely wealthy. That night, at the Damien firm, a hooded figure entered the firm, causing a commotion. He was immediately challenged by an employee. The hooded figure, unfazed, demanded to see the manager. The employee, startled by the demand, stammered in response. The hooded figure instructed the employee to inform someone named Yulaf of his arrival. The employee, clearly unnerved, expressed his bewilderment. Other employees informed the hooded figure that Sir Yulaf was already waiting inside. The hooded figure proceeded towards the interior. Sir Damien and Sir Darren, two figures of authority, stood before a lavishly decorated bed. News of Yulaf's arrival had just been delivered. Damien, the firm leader, greeted Yulaf and his attendant. Darren, however, was skeptical. She questioned how the youngest knew about such a person, suspecting a possible scam involving mana crystals. Is probably what you're thinking. It was too obvious. Damien reassured Darren, stating that a trustworthy merchant was on his way. He then turned to Yulaf, inquiring about the price of his mana crystals after examining his sample. Yulaf questioned whether determining the crystal's value from a single sample was sufficient. He produced more crystals, explaining that this was why he brought them. 1 hour earlier, Yulaf lamented the high cost of affiliate markets. He was relieved to have saved up enough points. A catalog of items was shown, including a high-grade human skin mask and voice-changing pills. Yilaf planned to use voice-changing pills to complete the deal quickly. He carefully examined the mana crystal, impressed by its quality. "Oh, how delicate," he murmured, appreciating the high-grade material. The merchant, however, was less enthusiastic about the price. 100 gold, he stated, a hint of reluctance in his tone. He attempted to negotiate, suggesting a lower price. "How about 90 gold?" he proposed, confident in his offer. Meanwhile, across the room, a young woman waited impatiently with the hooded figure. "Let's go, miss," the figure urged. The merchant, however, was firm in his stance. He couldn't trade with someone who didn't understand the value of the items. He explained that he'd hoped for a more meaningful conversation, given the usual clientele, but this was proving difficult. The young woman, perceptive as always, noted the merchant's difficulty in assessing the value. They decided to contact another firm. Suddenly, the merchant called out, surprised by an unexpected development. "Wait," he exclaimed. The hooded figure, unfazed, countered with a confident assertion. "Fine, 100 gold," he stated. The merchant, impressed by the figure's decisiveness, commented on his boldness. "You're quite a fierce man," he admitted. The hooded figure remained stoic, his expression unchanging. The price was settled at 120 gold. The merchant, seemingly deaf to the price increase, insisted on 120 gold for each crystal. A merchant, his face etched with concern, exclaimed about the unexpectedly high price of gold. He questioned whether the buyer even knew the correct prices, highlighting his apprehension. The buyer, a hooded figure, remained impassive, his expression unreadable. The merchant's internal turmoil was evident. He was clearly distressed. Despite his initial reservations, the merchant stated he would consider 120 gold. He muttered a frustrated "fuck it" under his breath. He readily agreed to the deal, accepting the 120 gold. The hooded figure's young companion, hidden from view, celebrated silently. The woman accompanying the merchant questioned the sudden increase in price. She wondered if the buyer had a hidden plan. The merchant confessed that he could get up to 130 gold for the goods. The hooded figure was left with only 10 gold after the transaction. The merchant insisted on a profit margin for his labor. A worn burlap sack sat on the floor, its contents unseen but hinted at by the faint glow emanating from within. Across a richly appointed table, a merchant and his client haggled over the price. The merchant, feeling underestimated, expressed his displeasure. The merchant revealed the final price, 300 in total. He insisted that despite the seemingly low price, various fees had been factored in, ensuring a fair profit for both parties. The scarcity of mana crystals was highlighted, explaining their high value despite the seemingly high price. The merchant, despite his outward calm, internally acknowledged that even annihilation during negotiations wouldn't have changed the outcome. The buyer, satisfied with the deal, declared understood. They expressed their surprise at the merchant's shrewdness, exceeding their expectations. The merchant, despite his lack of extensive connections, confidently asserted his knowledge of market trends. The buyer voiced suspicion about the merchant's unusual ability to sell such rare crystals. The merchant vehemently denied any wrongdoing, his laughter echoing the absurdity of the accusation. The hooded figure, Heartstone, sat across from Miss Darren and a young man, seemingly assessing the situation. He expressed only curiosity, but his eyes held a glint of something more. Miss Darren found his line of questioning annoying, but she knew that Darren would likely refuse any further inquiries. Meanwhile, a young woman with striking red hair observed the scene from a distance, her expression unreadable. Heartstone cursed inwardly, realizing he'd been careless. He was growing increasingly agitated. 30 minutes had already passed. He took a pill to change his voice, a necessary precaution. The transformation began to take effect. He let out a hearty laugh, his voice now altered. His altered appearance and demeanor caused Miss Darren and the older man to exchange concerned glances. He cleared his throat, apologizing for the interruption. He explained that he needed medicine due to illness, and that he wouldn't be able to stay long. Despite his initial plan, he had managed to avoid a difficult question. Miss Darren watched him leave, a thoughtful expression on her face. The young woman, Darren Steelguard, and her companion walked down a cobblestone street, their pace quickening. They were finally alone. She turned to him, suspicion evident in her eyes. "Who are you? And how do you know my younger brother?" He responded curtly, "It's none of your business." He pressed further, questioning her about the mana crystal she had purchased, implying that her actions were far from innocent. Darren Steelguard's response was simple and direct. "Because of me." She explained that her family's guarantee was the reason for his actions. This put him in a difficult position, as any failure would reflect poorly on him. His companion found his behavior suspicious, unable to ignore the awkwardness of the situation. He pressed him again, questioning his true identity and why he was so keen to hide it. The man's reaction confirmed Darren's suspicions. She was sharp. He was ordered to reveal the truth. Darren realized this was a trap set by a ruin. The man reacted with surprise. The hooded figure, Heartstone, chuckled, a low rumble in his chest. Beside him, a woman with fiery red hair exploded in indignation. He found the situation amusing. She clearly did not. The red-haired woman's anger intensified as she revealed a piece of overheard information. Arun had warned her about the siblings' rivalry. She confronted Hearthstone, incredulous at his laughter, questioning his sanity. Hearthstone, unfazed, offered a philosophical reflection on the nature of family and the limited number of people one can truly rely upon. His words seemed to strike a chord with the woman, who appeared troubled and pensive. He advised her to reconcile with her family, urging her not to regret her actions later. Following his advice, she waited patiently in a carriage. Hearthstone, meanwhile, prepared to depart, promising to send compensation through Arun. The woman, however, was left with a lingering sense of unease and confusion. She questioned the situation, her expression one of disbelief. The moon hung high above a grand castle, its silhouette stark against the night sky. Inside, Ezel rested, the final offer for the mana crystals weighing on his mind. The Damien firm had offered 120 gold. He reviewed his inventory: 10 bamboo pills of life, 690 mid-grade mana crystals, 2 voice-changing pills, a high-grade human skin mask, and 62 kilograms of gold. In terms of coins, the crystals alone were worth 12 coins. A triumphant grin spread across his face. He had made an unbelievable profit, even after accounting for Darren's share. He reflected on his family, realizing that they were the only ones he could truly rely on after his rebirth. He should get along better with them, he mused, his eyes glowing faintly. To say certain things, he would need to disguise himself as Yoolof. His true intentions likely never got through to Darren because of his disguise. At least his current life was going differently compared to his past life. He had no intention of accepting malicious intents from his siblings, but any lingering grudges were long gone. There was something else he needed to focus on now. He was only a footstep away. He called out to Seakyun. Ezel's eyes burned with determination. He reviewed the details of the Jain continent's common currency: golden coins, a rare metal frequently used as currency in the Miram world. The information was further clarified, emphasizing gold's role as currency. A sales interface appeared, showing a gold sale limit of 5,000/5,000 and then 25,000/25,000. Ezel checked his account, pleased to see the results of his overnight sales. Satisfied with the transaction, he leaned back, a subtle glint in his eyes. An unread message notification appeared on his screen. He recognized it immediately. The message had arrived. He hesitated, his finger hovering over the accept button. He internally debated whether to accept the message yet, feeling it was too soon. Taking a deep breath, he composed himself. His eyes glowed with determination as he prepared to act. He finally accepted the message. Seakyun's message appeared, thanking him for waiting and noting his punctuality. Seakyun, a man in refined dark robes and spectacles, greeted Ezel with a flourish. "Oh my, you're here." He chuckled. "Why, of course. I better come right on time. After all, isn't trust what drives everything in this business?" Seakyun's words were met with a skeptical look from Ezel. He was clearly suspicious of Seakyun's motives. Ezel explained the rarity of the cultivation technique he had acquired. It was an inner cultivation technique containing the laws of the natural world and the universe, accessible only to a select few within the Heavenly Sword Castle. He continued, describing the technique's power and its connection to the laws of the universe. Seakyun, upon hearing the description, realized Ezel possessed the correct technique. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Seakyun instructed his assistant to inform Raphael about the successful acquisition. Seakyun, being completely honest, revealed that even 2,500 coins, a huge sum, couldn't fully capture the value of the cultivation technique of chaos. He further explained that the technique's value was incomparable to that of the heavenly cultivation technique. Seakyun's reputation as a shrewd businessman, known for his habit of making customers anxious and leading them into buying overpriced items, was mentioned. Ezel revealed that he had been scammed by Seakyun many times in a past life. Ezel, desperate, asked Seakyun for help. Seakyun, surprisingly, offered to help Ezel become an expert, providing him with everything he needed. Ezel was shocked and incredulous. Seakyun, the man who had offered his assistance, calmly stated that their meeting was fated, a mere coincidence in the grand scheme of things. He was a merchant, he explained, and couldn't afford significant losses, but he would do his best to offer a fair price. He would answer any questions posed during the training process. The young man, still wary, considered this. His expression shifted to one of deep frustration. He had just made a terrible mistake. He wanted to know the price. The merchant, seemingly pleased, considered the offer. Despite lacking the full amount, he could still cover the remaining costs through various means. The calculation was made. He owed 3,800 coins, accounting for a previous payment. He had already used 200 coins to obtain the technique. He was slightly overwhelmed by the sheer cost. But then, a sly smile crept onto his face. He would only ask for 1,700 coins. The merchant, however, pointed out that the coins belonged to his client. He would speak to his client first. He would be waiting for a response. Seakyun, the man of discerning eyes and dark attire, sat alone, a troubled expression etched onto his face. His fingers traced the edge of a worn ledger, his gaze fixed on the meager, some recorded within. He was still short on the necessary funds, even with the added benefit of his special privileges. The acquisition of the cultivation technique was proving more difficult than anticipated. Time was of the essence, and the seller had imposed a strict sales limit. Seok-hyun had little choice but to proceed. He would simply retrieve the funds later. A slight, almost imperceptible smirk played on his lips. The loss of a few coins was a small price to pay. He had already consulted his client, Raphael, about the deal. The elder statesman had deemed the price acceptable. Raphael's assessment was reassuring. The price, while steep, was not unreasonable for such a rare technique. With a decisive nod, Seok-hyun agreed to the exchange. The trade was initiated. On one side, the coveted cultivation technique of chaos. On the other, a substantial sum of coins. Seok-hyun's plan was unfolding perfectly. His prey had taken the bait. The exchange was complete. Seok-hyun stood triumphant, a subtle glint in his eyes. A clandestine exchange concluded. A surge of dark energy pulsed outwards. The young man, Jin Seok-hyun, watched with a triumphant grin as his carefully laid trap sprung. His satisfaction was short-lived. However, his bank account reflected a catastrophic deficit. But he realized the true nature of his revenge. A thrill coursed through him. He felt a strange sense of exhilaration, even gratitude towards Seok-hyun for the opportunity. He thanked his unseen accomplice, requesting a message of gratitude be relayed to Raphael. Seok-hyun, observing the transaction, commented on the rarity of such a large sale. Jin Seok-hyun mused on how long the feeling of satisfaction would last. A small image of Jin Seok-hyun appeared on a screen, seemingly out of context. Seok-hyun, startled, questioned the unusual events. Seok-hyun dismissed the notion that it was related to Yoon. Jin Seok-hyun was exposed as a fraud by Seok-hyun. A question hung in the air, a silent query directed at Jin Seok-hyun. Did librarian Jin Seung know about his activities? The man's face, partially obscured by shadow, twisted into a sneer. He challenged Jin Seok, that you go around doing this? A shadowy figure lurked in the background, observing the scene. Jin Seok, his composure shaken, wondered how Seok-hyun had discovered his true identity. Seok-hyun, however, decided to play it cool, feigning ignorance. He sighed, then addressed Jin Seok, advising him not to embarrass himself further. Seok-hyun suggested bringing in a third party to verify Jin Seok's claims, mentioning that librarian Jin Seung was also online. Jin Seok, realizing he was cornered, reluctantly admitted his identity. He was visibly agitated. The realization dawned on him. The seemingly innocuous trade had been a trap all along. Seok-hyun's eyes widened in recognition. He had spotted something significant. System 0. Seok-hyun confirmed that the dimensional transaction book had been stolen, rendering its records useless. Seok-hyun was left pondering how a low-level system user like Jin Seok could have accomplished such a feat. Seok-hyun, the man who had just exposed Jin Seok's fraudulent activities, leaned back in his chair, a calculating glint in his eyes. He had memorized the details of Jin Seok's scheme, fully aware that Jin Seok would become his enemy if he revealed them. His thoughts turned to the implications of his actions. He wondered if the threats he'd made would be enough to deter Jin Seok, or if the young man would truly become an enemy. The trade suspension was a significant concern. Seok-hyun knew that Jin Seok wouldn't easily get past this obstacle. Jin Seok, meanwhile, felt a growing sense of guilt. He considered returning the cultivation technique of chaos, but the consequences of his actions weighed heavily on him. Seok-hyun's expression hardened. He wasn't expecting gratitude. He expected compliance. He knew the Heavenly Sword Castle's harsh treatment of those who leaked ultimate skills. Jin Seok's life, and potentially a lifetime of torture, were at stake. News of Jin Seok's bravery and ambition spread. He was seen as a true man, despite the risks he had taken. Jin Seok, however, was far from calm. The weight of Seok-hyun's words left him trembling. Seok-hyun observed Jin Seok's reaction, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. He posed a simple question. Did Jin Seok want to live? Jin Seok's response was immediate and unequivocal. He would comply. Seok-hyun issued a stark warning. Jin Seok would die if he didn't respond within 5 seconds, or if he closed the message tab. He would also die if he didn't follow instructions. Jin Seok, understanding the gravity of the situation, quickly agreed. He issued a final warning. Speak truthfully or face death. The young man's eyes glowed with an unnatural light as he began the assessment. His gaze was intense, unwavering. The boy, despite his fear, remained defiant. You received 30 for 20 coins from Seok-hyun. A passing observer questioned the transaction, curious about the use of the remaining funds. The boy's mentor explained the coin transfer fees. He realized, with a start, that the exchange center had deducted a significant sum in fees. He pondered where to recover the missing coins. His mentor suggested seeking assistance from librarian Jin Seong. The boy calculated that even with the fees, repeated transactions would yield substantial profit. He mused on the exchange center's likely safeguards against exploitation of the system. He considered the potential risks of his actions, likening it to killing a goose that lays golden eggs. He decided to investigate the matter later. A conversation between Seokyun and Haruin regarding the coin transfer fees ensued. Haruin expressed his unfamiliarity with such fees. A furious outburst followed, questioning the boy's sanity and accusing him of foolishness. His eyes blazed, denying the accusations. He had received 200 coins from Seokyun, a significant sum, he mused, enough to finally acquire the Verdant Cloud Scarlet Dawn technique. The transaction notification appeared on his interface, a flurry of digital confetti celebrating the transfer. But a check of his account revealed a stark reality. A substantial fee had been deducted, leaving him with only 215 coins. Seokyun, it turned out, had anticipated this. He calmly explained that the transfer itself incurred a cost. Ezel was taken aback. How could Seokyun have known the precise amount he possessed? Seokyun, with a disarmingly pleasant demeanor, assured him that he would be lenient. But Ezel's suspicion only grew. His brow furrowed, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He was certain this was a deliberate attempt to exploit him. A hush fell over him as a plan formed. A young man, Ezel, sat across from an older man in traditional robes. He seemed troubled by the older man's actions. The older man, clearly agitated, questioned Ezel's intentions. He wanted to know what Ezel desired from him. Ezel explained that he was merely repaying an old debt, a fact that seemed to surprise the older man. Ezel's eyes blazed with an inner fire as he asserted his right to act as he pleased. He pressed the older man, demanding to know what else he wanted from him. Ezel revealed his financial ruin, admitting he had squandered his resources on frivolous pursuits. He apologized for his actions. The older man, seemingly unmoved, mentioned martial arts manuals as an alternative form of payment. Ezel, confused, questioned the relevance of martial arts books to their current situation. The older man clarified that he was referring to martial arts training itself, not just books. A detailed explanation of Ezel's extensive martial arts knowledge was presented. The older man concluded his statement, leaving the reader in suspense. The elderly man, his face etched with worry, issued a desperate plea. Give them all. He was given a stark choice. The young man's eyes burned with an inner fire as he heard the ultimatum. You have 10 seconds. Your life or your martial arts. A contemplative moment passed. He mused, I've always wondered. The scene shifted to a flashback, showing a group of martial artists in combat. Their movements were swift and deadly. A voiceover explained, they always said that those living in that system live and die by their martial arts. But is that really the case? A system notification appeared, detailing the transfer of skills and energy to the young man. Heavenly cultivation technique, sword technique of the dark heavens, footwork of 1,000 changes, breaking fist of despair technique, golden wheel, and 50 years of internal energy. He reflected, oh well, I guess nothing's more important than your life. I guess that doesn't change even in System 1. The young man sat deep in thought, his eyes narrowed in concentration. A voice, seemingly from the system, chided him. You really don't have fundamentals, do you? The young man, now seated at his desk, was reviewing his newly acquired skills. He muttered, it's understandable for your fist and finger point techniques to be a bit worse since it's not your main arts, but why is your body lightning technique so low? The elderly man, exasperated, demanded, and what about it? What more do you want from me? Please, just stop this already. I've already got nothing. All of my money is gone, and my martial arts and internal energy are gone. The young man, still frustrated, retorted, stop exaggerating things. Ezel, ever vigilant, anticipated deception. He knew the other party would attempt trickery, even in dire circumstances. Seokyun's status was revealed. He possessed no coins, a dire situation. Seokyun's opponent, exasperated, demanded an explanation for the deception. He had been promised his life. The man with glasses calmly explained that he had been truthful. Survival was conditional upon obedience. He considered killing his opponent, but decided against it for now. The revenge would be far more satisfying. He reassured the other man that he would remain in contact, holding his lifeline. He exhaled, relieved. The tension eased. A triumphant expression spread across his face, reflecting his success. He confirmed that everything had gone according to plan. He had Seokyun within his grasp, and with him, Seokyun's skills and techniques. Ezel, the young master, scrutinized the data before him. He was determined to absorb the knowledge. He read about the footwork of 1,000 changes, a lightning-fast technique with its own unique challenges. He found the description matched his experience perfectly. But speed wasn't the only advantage. He leaped across the chasm, testing the limits of his newfound ability. He soared through the air, marveling at his newfound grace and power. It felt incredible, like he had transformed into a bird. The effort had been worth it, he thought, despite the risk. A surge of power threatened to overwhelm him. He collapsed, exhausted but alive. The opening stance of the Shintian sword technique manifested as a peaceful water wave, its deceptive calm belying its immense power. But its true strength was about to be revealed. He moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion. His blade danced, a whirlwind of controlled chaos. The secret technique that transformed the hero Leiskin's steel guard into a mythical knight was now his. The mystery blade, A lost technique thought to be gone forever had been resurrected. After more than a decade, its power surged through him. He had been reenacting the technique in his homeland, the territory of Steelguard. Exhausted but triumphant, he stood amidst the lingering effects of his power. Ezel, the young master, found himself overwhelmed. The sheer scale of what he'd just witnessed was staggering. He questioned whether Raphael, his grandfather, possessed the capability to perform such a feat. The comparison between sword ki and aura was deemed inappropriate. Meanwhile, two figures, one a swordsman and the other a scholar, discussed the extraordinary swordsmanship of a non-combatant from System 1. Ezel reflected on the fact that his skills, even surpassing those of the greatest knights, still left him feeling inadequate. He mused that his grandfather's skill was preferable to his lack thereof, especially since Raphael was now under his control. He decided to test the abilities of others as well. Ezel marveled at the technique he had just learned, deeming it exceptionally refined. He compared the newly acquired Xintian sword technique to his previous style, finding the latter outdated. Ezel practiced the breaking fist of despair, acknowledging its flaws despite its power. He was satisfied, but a sense of unease lingered. He pondered the intricacies of the 5 martial arts, concluding that while one style might be considered inferior, its pressure point techniques offered unique advantages. His focus shifted to the implications of inner cultivation versus mana usage. He worried that neglecting mana would render it practically useless. However, he decided to set aside those concerns for the moment, as his current proficiency in martial arts was already attracting unwanted attention. Ezel began his training in inner cultivation, focusing on the dantian and the heart's mana. He realized that this approach would be highly situational. He noted that the two methods were quite different. Despite his reservations, he resolved to try this new method. A mirage, tantalizingly close yet frustratingly out of reach. Thousands, millions of trials and errors. Then he saw it, the silver aura. He felt a surge of power, a breakthrough. He mused, revenge and contentment. It's the best result. The ease of his victory left him slightly unsettled. His father's hurried approach interrupted his thoughts. The elder man inquired about Ezel's early morning stroll. He was summoned to his father's office. The servant explained that his father had been searching for him. Ezel wondered why his father needed to see him so early. He knocked on his father's door. Entering, he found his father already waiting. To his surprise, the overseer Kaoloi was also present. The young man pondered the roles of Raphael and Kaoloi within his father's court. It was revealed that Kaoloi served as his father's left-hand man in shadow. His father noted his early morning training and commented on Kaoloi's enigmatic nature. Ezel resolved to give his best to uphold the Steelguard name. He received a Kerr appraisal. "I like your attitude." The speaker, a man of imposing stature, regarded him with a mixture of assessment and something akin to weary amusement. His thoughts turned to the significance of the moment. Heroic rank, but the physical strain was evident. Just looking at him makes my body stiff. A chart detailing the ranks within the Empire's military hierarchy was displayed, highlighting the positions held by his father and grandfather. He reflected on the challenge ahead, a wall I never thought I'd be able to pass. The difficulty of the task weighed heavily on him. A shapeless wall called awakened rank and heroic rank, a barrier that was difficult to even imagine. His father, seated upon a throne, exuded an air of authority and power, a sword resting across his lap. He stood before a daunting threshold. "Is now within my sights." Despite the progress, the challenge remained formidable, although the wall is still standing tall. His mentor's words echoed in his mind. "It's unexpected. Did I not tell you that there are endless other routes for you to take?" The mentor seemed surprised. "Pardon? Training since dawn? Seems a bit out of place." He articulated his new perspective. "Just like how there's more than one route, there is no need to follow a single route." He declared his intention. "I'm taking multiple paths." Ezel sat across from a man in ornate robes, his expression unreadable. The older man proposed a plan. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He considered the proposal, his gaze fixed on the sword and the marketplace beyond the window. The task he knew would not be easy. A flashback showed a younger Ezel, surprised by the older man's insight into his abilities. Returning to the present, a wave of shock washed over him. The older man knew Darren's secret. The scene shifted to a formal setting. Ezel's grandfather questioned him about his hidden talent. He explained the importance of discretion, likening it to keeping a nail hidden deep within one's pockets. The grandfather conceded, impressed by Ezel's understanding. The older man from the first panel confronted Ezel, pointing out his mistake. Ezel acknowledged his awareness of the Steelguard family's trade. He was reminded of the importance of knowing his opponent. Ezel resolved to meet with Yelaf soon. A close-up of Ezel, his expression serious and determined. The young lord, Ezel, sat before his advisor, his expression unreadable. He was being questioned about his upcoming departure. The advisor pressed him, concerned about the young lord's silence. He emphasized the importance of contacting someone before leaving. Ezel, however, seemed preoccupied. He was leaving the Knights Academy in 3 days. He confirmed his readiness for departure, stating that the butler had everything under control. The advisor, though seemingly satisfied, hinted at an unresolved issue that couldn't be discussed in that location. He reassured Ezel that his concern was enough. With that settled, the advisor dismissed Ezel to rest, noting the significant change in the young lord's demeanor in recent days. Ezel departed. He was met by another individual, seemingly surprised by his appearance. The individual inquired about Ezel's father. Ezel, startled, was then approached by a third person. The newcomer suggested a private conversation. The overseer initiated a conversation, a first for him. Ezel, observing from a distance, noted this unusual development. A young man with blonde hair, seemingly unconcerned, remarked that a chat never hurts and inquired about the matter at hand. He then asked how the other knew about Miss Darren and the Damien firm's relationship. The young man realized that was the reason for the inquiry. He now knew who had been following him. His father, he mused, was the one interrogating Darren, making it impossible for her to escape. He had always believed his father to be someone who would never let his sister play around. Instead of reprimanding and punishing her, the Lord wished for her to realize the consequences herself. Though, he thought, this case wouldn't make her realize much. He asked if someone from a firm had told her. She responded that she was just guessing. It was just a bait, and his sister took it. The size of the land made it a big client. Merchants would do anything to attract customers. A woman with purple hair sighed, recounting recent events. Her expression was one of weariness. She spoke with a young man in fine clothing. He seemed unperturbed by her account. The young man, however, had pressing matters to attend to before going to the academy, particularly concerning the steel guards. He considered a dangerous task, but one he felt capable of undertaking. He decided to begin investing, acknowledging the inherent uncertainty. He reacted with disbelief to the prices listed on the affiliate market. He lamented the unreliability of such markets. He reviewed the cost of a year's cultivation, equivalent to a first-class knight's annual salary. He mused on the true value of cultivation versus mere realization, noting that the market price was inflated. A figure explained the significance of a year of inner cultivation. Another individual commented on the time passed since the system's valuation of inner cultivation was established and the current value. Ezel sat before a glowing scroll, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He muttered to himself, acknowledging the high cost, but considering a purchase nonetheless. He reviewed market data for 1 year inner cultivation, noting the high price and various offers. He selected the cheapest option available, despite the cost. The transaction was completed. 10 years of inner cultivation were purchased for 2070 coins, with a cashback of 310.5 coins. He considered the alternative of buying potions, but dismissed it due to time constraints. He held the acquired cultivation in his hands, contemplating his next move. He decided to try absorbing it immediately. He began the absorption process. A surge of energy enveloped him as he absorbed the cultivation. The energy caused papers to flutter around the room. He completed the absorption, collapsing onto the floor. He awoke, having successfully absorbed 60 years' worth of inner cultivation. 63 years of inner cultivation, to be exact. A significant achievement, even if it pales in comparison to the potential of System 2. He reviewed the newly unlocked achievement. Absorbing 60 years of inner cultivation was a feat, but System 2 remained out of reach. He reflected on his past life, realizing his previous success in System 2 was largely due to luck, not skill. He had been selling martial arts, but now he reconsidered that strategy. In this life, however, he had other options. He felt a sense of shame at how easily he surpassed his past self in just 2 weeks. He decided to take his time, deciding his next course of action. He needed to acquire a specific item. He remembered seeing the item in the affiliate market some time ago. It was expensive, but it was only sold there. His eyes glowed with determination as he realized he had found it. The yin and yang bugs. A detailed explanation of yin and yang bugs was displayed. These were described as parasites whose souls were intertwined, sharing feelings, thoughts, and even life and death. Erwin, the young man, pondered the information, muttering that he should probably ask about their use before employing them. An interface appeared, advertising the venerable blood demon's black magic workroom, inviting a chat request. He initiated a chat request, explaining his intention to ask about something specific. The venerable blood demon entered the chat room, prompting Erwin to ask his question. The demon clarified that the yin and yang bugs were not mere items, but living beings. Erwin, slightly surprised, pressed on with his inquiry. He reiterated his question about how to use the bugs, admitting he didn't fully grasp the description. The demon explained that the hanja for yin and yang bug actually meant solitude. They parasitize human bodies, causing various symptoms. The demon then asked Erwin what the worst thing he could hear from a rival or foe would be. Erwin's eyes widened in surprise as he heard the demon's unsettling laughter. The demon revealed the shocking truth. Erwin had just consumed the yin and yang bugs. The demon explained the dire consequences of ingesting the bugs, emphasizing the hopelessness and despair that would follow. He leaned back, a haunted look in his eyes. Even those desperate for revenge found themselves reduced to pathetic beggars. His companion, equally perplexed, questioned his sanity. A data entry detailed the venerable blood demon's history, a fascination with dark magic that warped his character. The young man mused that, by his world's standards, the demon was a notorious black magician or demon worshipper. His confidant countered that the very fact made him more trustworthy. The confidant warned against using it on family, despite its complete integration into the host. He explained that many complained about its effects, especially those who used it to win over women. The confidant expressed his annoyance at the constant complaints. He stressed that once inside, removal was nearly impossible, leaving the choice to the user. The young man's eyes widened, surprised by the permanence of the effect. He decided not to worry and resolved to consume the bugs. Sir Jarvis stood, his back to the viewer, seemingly lost in thought. The young master, Ezel, smiled, seemingly pleased with himself. A knight, having just completed his training, approached him. He reported that he had finished his training. The knight was impressed by the young master's stamina and lack of fatigue. The knight offered Ezel a drink, anticipating his thirst after training. Ezel accepted the drink, though he expressed surprise at the knight's offer, as they had never spoken before. He brought the cup to his lips, and as he drank, a strange sensation washed over him. A wave of unease washed over him as he questioned whether he should have consumed the liquid. He felt a bad premonition as he drank. The young master watched him with a curious expression. Ezel felt pressured by the knight's intense gaze, unable to refuse the drink. Despite his apprehension, Ezel finished the drink. He immediately recoiled in disgust at the taste. He received a drink, specially prepared for him. The young man gratefully accepted the drink, relieved. He took a sip, finding it quite pleasant. The knight expressed his gratitude for the young man's assistance. The young man confirmed his gratitude. In return, the knight asked for a favor. He was happy to oblige, as there's always a give and take. However, the young man was displeased by the drink's taste. He considered what to ask the knight. He decided to ask for something specific. The knight explained that following the right procedures would lead to success. The knight reflected on the young man's request. The knight, despite his reluctance, agreed to show his aura, as he owed the young man a favor. The knight, Mihail, stood amidst the trees, his breath misting in the cold air. A sharp pain shot through his side, a lingering reminder of the recent skirmish. A surge of power coursed through him, a raw energy that throbbed beneath his armor. He gripped his sword, its familiar weight a comfort in the unsettling silence. The ethereal glow emanating from his blade intensified, a pale blue light that shimmered and pulsed with an inner life of its own. Meanwhile, Ezel, hidden amongst the shadows, watched the knight with keen eyes. He felt a strange pull, a sense of both awe and apprehension. He murmured the word, "Knights," a whisper lost in the rustling leaves. The knight's aura, visible only to Ezel, rippled and shifted. Ezel's thoughts raced. He had learned from his older brother that the quality and density of this knight's aura were exceptional, far surpassing even those of his siblings. It seems that things will go smoother than I had expected. Ezel, brimming with confidence, declared that he expected nothing less. The sixth-class knight, Mihail, modestly deflected the compliment, stating that compared to the count, it was nothing. A thought crossed Mihail's mind, prompting a sudden recollection. Mihail questioned Ezel about his choice of aura users, given the sheer number of them. Ezel simply replied that he chose Mihail because he was the youngest. He then inquired about when Ezel had obtained his aura, noting that it typically takes 4 or 5 years. Ezel reflected on the feeling of surpassing a wall, the experience of transcending himself. Even if he had obtained it earlier than others, it had still been 10 years. Mihail wondered who else would remember the details so clearly. He realized that their shared experience in such an isolated place was the reason. Ezel stared pensively. Mihail paused, suggesting that a teenager's feelings might not be easily understood from an adult's perspective. Mihail clasped his hands together. Mihail's expression turned serious. Mihail asked Ezel if he had finally caught on. Ezel smirked, admitting that Mihail had indeed caught him. He remained silent, his gaze fixed on the ground. The weight of the recent revelation pressed heavily upon him. Across from him, Jarvis's demeanor had shifted. His usual calm was gone, replaced by a palpable tension. Jarvis scoffed, his voice laced with disbelief. The idea of transcending his limitations seemed absurd to him. He questioned the implications of his secret being revealed, the potential consequences weighing heavily on his mind. Jarvis's inquiry about Ezel's identity hung in the air, a subtle shift in the conversation's dynamic. The accusation hung heavy, the implications clear. Jarvis suspected Ezel of being a spy. Ezel's reaction was one of stunned silence, his mind racing to process the unexpected accusation. He vehemently denied the claim, finding the suggestion preposterous. Jarvis chuckled, amused by Ezel's reaction. He understood the pressure Ezel felt. He clarified his statement, emphasizing that he wasn't accusing Ezel of being a maniac, merely observing his behavior. Jarvis turned the question back to Ezel, challenging him to deny the suspicion. The name, Harv's Duracle, was uttered, a name heavy with unspoken implications. The knight's mission had failed. His shoulders slumped, a grim expression settling on his face. He had been warned. His actions had drawn unwanted attention. Across from him stood a man with blonde hair, a smirk playing on his lips. He seemed amused by the knight's predicament. The knight's suspicion grew. Could this encounter be a trap? He pleaded for the other man to stop, clinging to his knightly pride. The blonde man pressed his advantage, implying the knight was a spy. He denied the accusation, but the threat hung heavy in the air. The blonde man revealed he knew the knight's true identity, and that only 2 people were present. The knight reflected on his actions, realizing the danger he had placed himself in. He struggled to understand his opponent's motives. He tried to dismiss his worries, but his concern about his name remained. He found a reason, a justification for his actions. The knight launched himself into action, a desperate attempt to escape. The knight, his breath ragged, stared at the empty space where his opponent had stood moments before. His sword, still dripping, offered grim testament to the ferocity of the recent clash. He had struck true, he was certain of it. Yet his enemy had vanished. A wave of disbelief washed over him. He muttered, "He's gone." Confusion clouded his features as he looked around wildly, his mind struggling to process the impossible. He swore he'd landed a fatal blow. The memory of the impact was still vivid. His eyes darted around, searching for any sign of his opponent's escape. A flicker of movement caught his attention. He turned to see a figure emerging from the shadows, a smirk playing on his lips. The knight lunged forward, but his attack was anticipated. He was thrown back with surprising force. The blonde man watched him, a strange energy emanating from him. "Onoha!" The blonde man drew his sword, the blade shimmering with an unnatural light. The knight, despite his injuries, prepared for another confrontation, drawing his second sword. The blonde man questioned his opponent's methods, highlighting the audacity of spying on him. The knight, defiant, revealed his lack of concern for the Steelguard family, implying a deeper motivation. The question hung in the air, a silent challenge. Was he truly the heir to the bloodlines of Leiskin and Levadon? He stood, a figure of quiet strength, his blonde hair catching the dim light. The weight of the question seemed to settle on his shoulders. His opponent, a man cloaked in shadows, remained alert, his green eyes narrowed. He was not convinced. The knight's life hung in the balance. The stakes were high. A moment of tense anticipation passed between them. With a smirk, the blonde young man responded simply, "Fine." The knight's assessment was swift and brutal. His sword was gone, and so was his aura. He unleashed a powerful attack, a desperate cry escaping his lips. The blow landed, but the blonde young man merely sighed, unfazed. The title card read, "Breaking Fist of Despair." He moved with surprising speed and power, his movements blurring. His fist clenched, radiating an ominous energy. The knight found himself on the defensive, struggling to counter the unexpected assault. The blonde young man's eyes narrowed, a glint of determination in their depths. A vast, desolate landscape stretched before him, the sky a bruised purple, streaked with the electric blue of a gathering storm. A blinding light emanated from the horizon, casting long, distorted shadows across the barren earth. From the heart of this radiant energy, a surge of power erupted, shaking the very ground beneath his feet. He felt it resonate within his very being, a primal force both terrifying and exhilarating. A figure, cloaked in shadow, moved swiftly through the forest, their movements almost imperceptible. Ezel, the young master, stood his ground, a determined glint in his eyes. He prepared for an unseen threat. The unseen assailant launched a surprise attack, leaving a trail of ethereal mist in their wake. Ezel found himself at the bottom of a chasm, the impact jarring but not debilitating. He let out a breath, surprised by the ease with which he'd landed. A swift blow landed, connecting with the unsuspecting knight, Mihail. The force of the impact sent him reeling. Mihail, dazed and bleeding, wondered what had just transpired. Ezel, observing from afar, pondered the hidden skill of his attacker. He approached Mihail cautiously, assessing the extent of his injuries. Ezel checked Mihail's mana levels, noting that the blow had not been fatal, but significant. Ezel stood over the fallen knight, the difference in their skill painfully apparent. Mihail accepted defeat, recognizing the end of the fight. Later, Ezel and Mihail discussed the incident, questioning who had leaked information about the security bureau. He stared, his expression a mask of confusion. The situation was clearly beyond his comprehension. But the other man, his face etched with impatience, retorted that he was not the one who should be asking questions. The scene shifted to a wooded area. A conversation was overheard, revealing curiosity about the information department's actions. The discussion continued, focusing on the motives behind sending a spy to the Steel Guards. One of the men explained the necessity of choosing a loyal individual for such a mission, highlighting the spy's unique skills. The spy's high rank was revealed. He was an S-tier operative. The fact that such a high-ranking individual was sent caused suspicion, especially given the spy's silence. The young man was called a replaceable tool, his value questioned. He countered that it didn't matter if the Emperor noticed his actions. His defiance grew, daring anyone to harm him. The other man pondered the situation, noting the unusual nature of this particular spy. A small vial was shown, containing a maggot. The other man held a crystal, identifying it as a yin-yang bug. The knight, Mihail, listened intently as the other man explained the nature of the yin and yang bugs. He was struggling to recall the details of his meal, but the other man's words triggered a vague memory. A sudden realization washed over him, causing him to recoil in shock. The other man reacted with alarm to Mihail's sudden distress. Despite the gravity of the situation, the man attempted to reassure Mihail, stating that it was too late to do anything. Mihail, however, was far from reassured. He demanded clarification on what the man meant. The man explained the symbiotic relationship between the yin and yang bugs and the consequences of their interaction. He detailed the dire consequences if the yin bug perished. Mihail expressed his disbelief, having never heard of such creatures before. The man countered that experiencing the reality was better than hearing about it 100 times. He produced a needle, suggesting a course of action. A surge of intense pain coursed through Mihail. His face contorted in agony as he grappled with the excruciating pain. The yang bug's pain was far greater than that of the yin bug, and the host would feel it amplified greatly. A plan was needed. If the host died, it would create a problem. The first step was to poke the bug lightly. The host would feel as if they were being punctured by countless spears. Next, the bug should be dropped into cold water. The host's body would feel frozen, and they would be unable to breathe. It was said that this was worse than being tortured naked on a snowy mountain. Finally, the bug should be placed near fire. The host would feel as if they were in an endless pit of hellfire, able to smell their own flesh burning. But all of this was only in their head. He swore that those 3 steps were all it took. There was a reason for his confidence. Mihail, the knight, was being questioned by Agent Harv's Durikal of the Empire's Information Department. Durikal asked Mihail why he had come to see the Steel Guards. He responded that he was there to find out what the Empire wanted. Durikal stated that the Empire feared the second Leyskin. The legendary rank was said to be the final rank of swordsmanship, but a knight had broken that belief. The Empire's advance was halted, its ambition to conquer the entire continent thwarted. News of this victory spread far and wide. The Guardian of Navarro, a figure of immense power, had a son who rose to become a heroic knight. 2 figures conversed. One, a young man with blonde hair, confirmed the other's assessment of the situation. The young man with green hair reacted with shock and disbelief to the information he had just received. He acknowledged the Empire's vast resources and the numerous high-ranking individuals within its ranks, but he remained unconvinced. However, he suspected something more significant was at play, something inherent to the Steelguard lineage. His suspicions deepened. The heroic rank of a knight, son of a mythical rank father, seemed too much of a coincidence. Kirin, the young lord, pondered the Emperor's prediction. His brow furrowed in thought. His gaze was troubled, a weight of expectation heavy upon him. He wondered what the spy, observing from nearby, made of the situation. Among his many relatives, Kirin's potential had always been noteworthy, even from a young age. His uncle, observing him, remained unconvinced. Even if Kirin reached his father's level, it wouldn't be enough, his uncle mused. Though he acknowledged the power flowing in Kirin's blood, he noted its weakening across generations. The uncle's assessment aligned with his own initial thoughts. But that was before now. It was revealed that Kirin's ability to wield aura stemmed from a dimensional transaction, not inheritance. Kirin's skill in concealing this fact was remarkable, surpassing even his uncle's expectations. His uncle acknowledged this. The source of his power had nothing to do with his lineage. However, a more pressing concern emerged. The Empire was still watching them. Kirin's expression turned serious, the weight of this new knowledge settling upon him. The fall of the Steel Guards began with the disappearance of Kirin's father. Word of the hero's sudden vanishing spread, becoming Navarro's greatest mystery. In his past life, Kirin had been unable to uncover the truth behind the Empire's actions, a truth that extended beyond mere surveillance. He never anticipated such a revelation. It felt like the start of a new chapter. Kirin's face was etched with worry. His training had become increasingly difficult. The dizzy spells were happening more frequently. He felt dizzy every time he trained, a troubling new development. He realized the dizziness was a dangerous issue, not improving with rest. He wondered if this was the internal enemy he'd never encountered before. His master identified the source of the problem. It was Kowloy. Kirin knelt, contemplating the implications. A figure approached Kirin. The figure apologized for interrupting Kirin's training, explaining that there was something important to share. A young man, Ezel, stood before a stern-faced figure, his expression a mixture of apprehension and confusion. He questioned the nature of the urgent summons. The older man, his face etched with worry, explained that the youngest son of a prominent merchant had arrived, bringing alarming news. He seemed unconcerned, his gaze distant and preoccupied. The gravity of the situation did not immediately register. The older man pressed on, revealing that the merchant's son had uncovered an imperial spy. Ezel's expression hardened. The weight of the news settled upon him. A wide shot of the city revealed its imposing architecture, a stark contrast to the unfolding drama. He knelt before the council. the gravity of the situation palpable. The scene shifted to a bustling crowd. Whispers and worried glances exchanged among the onlookers. A man with fiery orange hair stood, his face grim. He delivered the devastating news. He had tried to save the spy, but his efforts were in vain. The orange-haired man spoke to another, urging him to recover first before explaining. The other man, though shaken, agreed to wait. The mana crystal merchant, Yo-Olaf, sat slumped against a wall, his face pale. He appeared to be in distress. A hooded figure loomed over him, their face obscured by shadow. Meanwhile, a young man with reddish-brown hair recounted his meeting with Yo-Olaf. He explained that he'd met Yo-Olaf in Lettite, and although they left the building together, something felt amiss. The young man, along with a woman with lilac hair, questioned the point of spying on a simple merchant. The narrative shifts to the moment the young man discovered Yo-Olaf's true nature. He revealed how he knew Yo-Olaf was a spy. He produced a piece of incriminating evidence. The young man presented the evidence to an older, bespectacled man, likely an official. The older man examined the evidence closely. The young man's suspicion was confirmed. He was visibly tense. The young man stated his belief that Yo-Olaf was an imperial spy. His companion reacted with disbelief and asked for clarification. Ezel, the young man with sandy blonde hair, stood before the imposing figure, a question hanging in the air. He had overheard a conversation. The Empire's Department of Information frequently engaged in such practices. A simple copy, he mused, but the implications were far-reaching. His gaze shifted, a subtle tremor betraying his unease. It was clear that he did not want this information to reach the Empire. Of course not, he thought. Dealing with the Empire was always a headache. But was that truly the reason? He offered a curt, almost dismissive, affirmation. The discussion continued, focusing on the importance of preparedness and a leader's mindset. The Lord, however, must not adopt such a passive approach. A leader must anticipate and prepare for any eventuality, he was told. Understanding dawned on him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a situation unfolded, requiring immediate medical attention. He bowed deeply before his lord, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he offered his fealty. The young man's eyes, however, held a glint of mischief. A moment later, alone in the shadows, Ezel's expression shifted. His eyes hardened, and a frustrated whisper escaped his lips. "Damn it, Erwin, you brat." A man, cloaked and weary, observed the young lord. He questioned the extent of the lord's apparent distress, suggesting it was exaggerated. The young lord, confined to his bed, admitted to his confinement, expressing surprise at the unexpected imprisonment. Despite a minor injury, the excessive use of healing potions was noted, raising suspicion. He was under strict orders to be checked after every meal, a level of scrutiny that even an Ori user would find excessive. The young lord continued to feign illness, though his companion found the charade unconvincing. His companion pressed him on the duration of this deception, noting the unconvincing nature of his performance. Meanwhile, another individual, with striking green hair, questioned his own appearance, seemingly dissatisfied. He reflected on his father's earlier words. The questions were routine, but his vigilance was compromised by the presence of a spy. He examined a cleverly crafted disguise, satisfied with its quality and potential to deceive the lord. He explained his disguise, attributing the wig to a scar, and questioned the feasibility of recreating the same face twice. The young lord, now revealed, was asked to explain his actions. He pondered the implications of his unique visage. It was a face unlike any other. A gasp escaped him as he saw the mask, a perfect replica of his own face. His companion urged him to take care of it, calling it his lifeline. The young man, overwhelmed, could only stammer about the mask's incredible skill and mysterious origin. He cautiously approached the other, a question forming on his lips. Encouraged by the other's words, he proceeded to ask his question. He explained his concerns about his abilities being too conspicuous. The other offered a proverb about the limits of skill, implying that his current level was too high to remain hidden. He revealed his true identity as the real Steel Guard. A beat of silence followed his declaration. The other, now slightly irritated, questioned his intentions, suspecting a desire for widespread recognition. He revealed that the other was completely under his control. The young man stared at a small, wriggling creature, a look of dawning understanding on his face. He smiled, a charming facade masking a calculating mind. He held out a small, unassuming object. His amusement was short-lived, however. The other man's suspicion was evident. The report was examined. A confirmation was given. Now, with the report in hand, a new phase began. Agent Harv's Duracle's report detailed the lack of significant changes in the Steel Guard ranks, particularly regarding Kieran and Jason. Meanwhile, other developments unfolded. Gilbert, the communications manager, had died under suspicious circumstances. He considered the information. It was good, but not quite enough. The young lord found the report biased, a fact that irritated him. He wasn't calling him a nitwit, but the implication was clear. His suspicion grew. The inconsistencies were unsettling. He realized he was being manipulated. The young lord was advised to subtly weave his deceptions into the truth. He agreed to present himself as a normal 6th or 7th class knight. Ezel, the young master, revealed his knowledge of an agent in Acadio, a necessary detour in their plans. His companion, however, questioned the feasibility of contacting their associates without a communications manager. Despite the concerns, the decision was made to proceed with the plan. The companion was dismissed, instructed to avoid capture. The companion, now alone, reflected on the inherent risks of their double agent role, the need to monitor the Empire's movements while simultaneously uncovering their strategies. He considered the potential consequences of the Empire's renewed collaboration, concluding that eliminating the Een bug remained a viable option. Meanwhile, the other individual weighed the risks, ultimately deeming them worthwhile. He then proceeded to a door. He was asked about his well-being. His father appeared, concerned. The individual reassured his father, explaining that he had fully recovered thanks to the care he received. The father expressed relief, mentioning his consideration of delaying their trip. The son agreed, acknowledging the length of their journey. The son sat alone, contemplating. Now that he thought about it, had his father ever entered his room in his past life? No, they had never had personal conversations like this before. The young man found himself ill at ease with the situation. He really couldn't get used to it. Nothing wrong, but it felt like he was being yelled at. What was he supposed to say in situations like these? The knights had. Already? Well, they were out all night, so they took longer than expected. He was disguised as a merchant from Lettite. He should increase the number of guards and make sure there weren't any other spies. Now his father knew that the Empire was targeting the steel guards. It was all thanks to him. Not all. But he wanted him to be more careful from now on. Ultimately, he was a big help. But that didn't mean I can lose my precious son to a spy. The young man reflected on his past. The father he remembered was cold and strict, a stark contrast to the kind words he now received. This father, before him, was remarkably different. He questioned, person. He uttered a single word, oh. His thoughts drifted to the futures of his family and their subsequent downfall. He recalled the faces of those present during that time. However, his father was absent from that gathering. He explained that the hero's disappearance would occur in 2 years, and his father had vanished while he was at the academy. He realized he had misunderstood his father. Advisors warned him to remain cautious in the capital. The young man's expression shifted, showing concern. He insisted he was merely listening to his father. His father reminded him to always keep that in mind. He let out a small, almost imperceptible sigh, a subtle release of tension. His earlier emotional outburst had been close to overwhelming, but he'd managed to keep his composure. He resolved to prevent the worst from happening, using his own abilities. He was granted an hour to explore the inner secret storage. He thanked the attendant for their generosity. His entry had been surprisingly easy, facilitated by recent achievements and a reward. The attendant questioned his enthusiasm for the secret storage. He was offered an allowance if needed. His slight disappointment was noted by the attendant. He understood the attendant's perspective. His goal was to learn from the heroic knight. He didn't need gold. His interest lay in the contents of the storage. He felt his actions were deceptive towards his father. He sincerely apologized, his words carrying a weight of genuine remorse. He would wait outside, allowing the young man to explore at his leisure. The young man agreed, promising not to be late. The outer storage held emergency assets, readily available if needed. But it was the inner sanctum that truly intrigued him, filled with rare and unique items. He continued his exploration, his curiosity piqued. He mused that an item's uniqueness didn't automatically equate to value. He sighed, burdened by the weight of his decision. A legendary commander's shield, a family heirloom bestowed by the king, was described as having morale-boosting properties capable of uplifting an entire army. Even a legendary or heroic knight wouldn't typically use such an item. The king's intentions behind the gift were far more complex than initially perceived. Upon realizing this, his grandfather had chosen to store the shield away. His grandfather, after leading the war to victory, could have easily seized power, but he remained loyal. He could have taken the entire empire, but chose loyalty instead. The rewards he received were far less valuable than his heroic deeds. He examined the commander's shield, a gift from the king. It was beautiful, but ultimately useless for resale. His gaze shifted to a display of weapons. These, he realized, were the true treasures. Among them was his grandfather's equipment, a legacy of valor and service. The dark sky, a sword of legendary power, stood out among the others. Ezel decided to store the sword in his inventory. He considered the implications of placing such a significant item in his inventory. It was time to upgrade his inventory storage capacity. He had more than enough coins to afford an upgrade. He chose to upgrade his inventory to level 2. The cost was 200 coins, a small price to pay for increased storage. Even after the upgrade, the inventory's interior seemed rather plain. He decided to check the sword's information and then consider further upgrades later. The specifications for the Dark Heaven sword were displayed, detailing its creation and unique properties. A description of its dark steel, impervious to even enhanced sword auras, and the 100 days of smithing by a master craftsman, filled the screen. He grinned, a glint of excitement in his eyes. The feel of the sword was unlike any other he'd encountered in this system. His grandfather, a renowned martial artist, had possessed the dark sky since his youth. This suggested a connection to dimensional trading from a very early age. Ezel declared his curiosity satisfied. Overwhelmed by his curiosity, he admitted to getting carried away. He didn't have time for this. The dimensional transaction book, potentially located in the inner secret storage, was mentioned. Only one such trader existed from the 1342nd Earth. He worried about the consequences if the book fell into the hands of his siblings, fearing a repetition of past mistakes. He resolved to get rid of it. Ezel, the young master, furrowed his brow in concentration. He muttered to himself, questioning the whereabouts of something. He had searched everywhere in the library, yet his quest remained fruitless. His gaze darted around the room, a hint of frustration creeping into his expression. Could it be hidden somewhere unexpected? He reflected on his past life, considering a possibility, though it seemed unlikely. His search continued, relentless and thorough. He peered intently into a dark corner, his eyes scanning for any sign of his missing item. He pressed on, determined to find it, even if it meant searching just a little longer. Suddenly, he stumbled, landing on the floor with a thud. But in his fall, he spotted it. He had found it, a large, unusual object. He examined the object, surprised by its size. An ostrich egg? It seemed unlikely. He picked up the large, smooth object, pondering its nature. It felt strangely crafted. Ezel sat cross-legged, a thoughtful expression on his face as he examined a large, dark object in his hands. He murmured to himself, unconcerned, that it was none of his business. He decided to simply leave the object where he had found it. Regardless, he mused, this discovery confirmed his suspicions. His dimensional transaction book, he realized, was the only one. The others were not in the inner storage. He pondered how he had returned to the past and begun interacting with the dimensional trade system. The only explanation he could think of was the bookmark of wish. He wondered what he had wished for before his death. The pain was so intense that the memory was hazy, but he thought he had wished for another chance. He also recalled wanting to monopolize dimensional trading, but the bookmark only granted one wish. The story didn't quite add up. He couldn't think of anything else. There weren't any other dimensional transaction books, were there? That was all that mattered. He would have been very uncomfortable leaving without knowing. He pondered the implications of his wish. Instead of leaving with the book, he could take something else. The young man mused, uncertain what to choose. His father hadn't given him a specific limit. His thoughts drifted to the Dark Heaven Sword, a powerful weapon. He quickly dismissed the idea. That was crossing a line. His gaze fell upon the multiple magic items within his grandfather's inner storage. He considered them, remembering how incredible they once felt, but now he desired none of them. He contemplated taking his grandfather's notes instead. He hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. He noticed a smooth, dark stone beneath his feet. He wondered if he had placed it there. He questioned whether it might be something from another dimension. This was his grandfather's inner storage, a place where strange things could happen. He picked up the mysterious orb, realizing it was indeed from another dimension. Ezel, his eyes blazing with an inner fire, muttered to himself, I guess I'll find out. He decided to place the orb into his inventory and examine its properties. The inventory system displayed a brief description, orb, of possible. Further details were unavailable. He scoffed, Are you kidding me? A voice echoed in his mind. You're not going to show it to a level 1? Ezel pondered the system's limitations. If even the most basic information was inaccessible, it meant the orb originated from a higher dimension. He confirmed his suspicions. The orb was not from second or third systems. His eyes glowed intensely as he prepared to use a skill. With a surge of energy, he activated the Eye of Providence. The Eye of Providence revealed a hidden inscription on the orb, causing Ezel to exclaim, This is... A memory flooded back, the day he entered the academy in his past life. Elsewhere, a group of people celebrated their freedom. Observers discussed whether Ezel would return, changed by his experience. A hushed conversation unfolded in a dimly lit corner. A maid, her face partially obscured, expressed a sentiment laced with apprehension. It would be better for the steel guards if he never returned. The atmosphere, however, belied her words. It felt like a celebration. He stood amidst a throng of well-wishers, their faces a blur of emotion. Words of farewell and encouragement were exchanged, a mixture of sadness and hope. He pondered his own feelings, a stark contrast to the festive mood. What would he have thought in his past life? It had only been a few weeks since he was someone else. The weight of his new responsibility settled upon him. He was now the hope of the Steel Guards, a position he had never sought. A sense of pride welled up within him, a quiet satisfaction. His sister approached, her expression unreadable. Was she happy he was leaving? She offered a simple statement, devoid of emotion. It would be for years. More farewells were exchanged. He was reminded to write, to take care of his health, and to eat his meals. His sister continued her instructions, emphasizing the importance of hygiene and friendship, and cautioning him against injury. He acknowledged her words, a slight nervousness in his response. She admitted her worry, attributing it to his youth. She extended her hand. He received a small pouch. The young woman, Karen, watched as Ezel carefully cradled a small, dark pouch in his hands. It seemed to hold something precious. He was about to embark on a long journey, and this was a parting gift from his sister. A simple present, she had called it. A parting gift. Ezel's brother had mentioned that money would be useful at the academy. He had enough allowance, but he considered the coins in his possession. If he exchanged them for gold, he could hire a group of knights, if needed. Karen smiled, pleased with his thoughtful consideration of her gift. She told him not to mention it. Suddenly, Ezel paused. Something didn't seem right. He checked the pouch again. It was empty. His mind raced. The ruby pendant, the one his sister always wore? He looked at Karen, a question forming in his eyes. A dark carriage, drawn by two sturdy horses, rolled along a cobblestone street. Inside, a young man sat alone, a small, cloth sack resting on the seat beside him. The sack's contents were not visible, but its worn appearance hinted at age and perhaps significance. He stared out the window, lost in thought. The young man was Ezel, and a heavy weight settled on his shoulders. His thoughts turned to his sister's ruby pendant, now likely sold. He knew nothing could stop her from selling it. It wasn't like it was their mother's heirloom, nor was it a family treasure passed down through generations. He knew how much his sister loved the pendant. Still, he wondered if she had simply felt pressured into selling it. The steel guards, his family, didn't have a mistress. His sister was expected to fill that role. He should be the one feeling the weight of responsibility, not her. He sighed, realizing he didn't have time for these thoughts. He had to prepare for his departure. Enter System 1. He sat on an ornate chaise lounge, a scroll clutched in his hands, its contents seemingly causing him great distress. A notification appeared before him, a digital overlay on his vision. The notification informed him that he had received 30 coins from Seikyan. Another notification followed, indicating an additional 22 coins from the same source. He reacted with a mixture of surprise and amusement, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he looked at the notifications. The notifications were indeed from Seikyan, as confirmed by the reverse text. Jinseok, seemingly irritated, questioned Ezel about his amusement, implying disbelief at his reaction. Ezel, focused on the task at hand, explained that he was working as quickly as possible. Seikyan, observing Ezel's intense focus, commented on his apparent enjoyment of the situation. Seikyan's expression shifted to one of mild surprise and concern. Ezel realized the coins came from the automatic exchange, suspecting foul play. Seikyan was informed of new, negative distribution rates. Ezel's eyes widened in shock as he saw the -3% rate. The truth, as revealed by a seemingly unassuming figure, was that he had received a call from a valued client. He had been observing Ezel while he performed his reception duties. Ezel, his eyes blazing with suspicion, warned the other not to try and deceive him. A significant change in the distribution rates of a ruined client had occurred. Seikyan, the supplier, reacted with alarm. He offered his apologies and promised to investigate and contact Ezel immediately. The contract between a ruined client and Seikyan was a legally binding agreement, guaranteed by the exchange center. The details of the secret maintenance contract were laid out. In exchange for protecting Seikyan's secret, he was obligated to follow orders and surrender 80% of his profits. This agreement was to remain in effect for a century. Seikyan, having already experienced luxury and enjoyment, was now irrevocably bound to the contract due to his insatiable desire for more. Ezel saw him as an endlessly exploitable resource. He vowed to keep silent forever. He presented a small, worn book. Already? He had completed the task surprisingly quickly. Let's see. He opened the book, his eyes scanning the contents. He found something, but the explanation was incomplete. Why did it end there? The Eye of Providence, a powerful tool, was consulted. Even the Eye of Providence couldn't find anything. Could this really be it? He had found it, but was this truly the objective? Even if the person in question was a master swordsman, there was no guarantee it would work. He had been told that the person he needed was third tier. The man questioned his sanity. Was he calling a third-tier swordsman insane? If they couldn't reach the Swordshi realm, they were probably third tier. The man flinched. And whose fault was that? He steepled his fingers, a thoughtful expression on his face. The information was scarce, and the options limited. Ezel, however, remained resolute. The stability of the martial art was paramount. His life depended on it. His advisor, a man of discerning eyes and calm demeanor, confirmed the low risk of internal injury. But the acquisition had been difficult, requiring a message to his network of contacts. A subtle glow emanated from a scroll, hinting at the power contained within. The advisor explained the necessity of a systematic approach to learning such a powerful art. Ezel listened intently, his expression serious. The weight of his decision pressed upon him. He inquired about the others, his allies, but the advisor had yet to receive a response. Ezel instructed the advisor to forward any replies immediately. The advisor nodded, understanding the urgency. He paused, considering the distribution rates. Ezel examined the acquired text, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. It was exactly what he needed. He carefully reviewed the contents, his brow furrowed in concentration. It was a good martial arts manual, translated well, and aesthetically pleasing. Ezel, a young man with a determined glint in his eyes, sat calmly, a slender, almost delicate book resting in his hands. He smiled faintly, a hint of mischief playing on his lips. He looked up, his gaze meeting that of a woman standing before him. Her expression was one of polite inquiry, a slight tilt of her head suggesting curiosity. The woman's hands gently caressed the cover of the book, her fingers tracing the intricate details of its design. It was clearly an object of some significance. She was clearly thoughtful, considering the implications of this gift. The setting suggested a grand estate, hinting at her elevated social standing. He presented the book to her, a gesture of both respect and subtle power. She seemed surprised by his actions. He explained that there was a reason for his gift, a reason that would become clear upon completion of the book's contents. She accepted the book, her expression softening into a grateful smile. She promised to read it. He reflected on her potential, acknowledging her considerable talent, far exceeding his own in his youth. Her thoughts drifted to her sister and the missed opportunities that had prevented her sibling from reaching her full potential. The image showed a knight, their armor gleaming, a symbol of the rigorous training and dedication required to achieve such a position. She lamented the lack of opportunities her sister had been given, a poignant reflection on the unfairness of their circumstances. He considered the resources at his disposal, acknowledging that he could have provided her sister with significant advantages, but ultimately chose a different path. The young woman, Karen, stood before a grand carriage, observing a group of figures in the distance. The air crackled with unspoken tension. Now was not the time. A young man, his face partially obscured, spoke, a quiet confidence in his tone. With his final piece, everything was ready. He realized he had almost forgotten something crucial. Meanwhile, a group of individuals, including a woman with striking red hair, waited patiently, their expressions a mixture of anticipation and apprehension. The red-haired woman's brow furrowed slightly, a silent question hanging in the air. The young man from earlier reappeared, a playful glint in his eyes. He made a peace sign, a subtle warning. I'm always watching. A stark warning echoed in the air. Don't mess around. The young man's expression shifted, a grimace twisting his features as he clutched at his throat. The red-haired woman watched, concern etched on her face. In his past life, the journey to the academy had felt like a trip to a slaughterhouse. But now, things were different. A grand procession, horses clopping rhythmically on the cobblestones, moved through the landscape. A lot of things had changed. His relationships with those who once despised him had improved. The perspectives of the people around him had shifted to a more positive view. More than anything, he was incomparable to his former self. He stood, shoulders touching another, a silent comparison. He looked towards the future. The seller he had been searching for had been found. Great timing, he thought. Are they selling? He requested a moment. Finally, he could begin to clear things up. The information screen displayed a hatchable Bulgasari egg, a shape-shifting creature from System 4. A fully grown Bulgasari is a natural disaster, but a well-trained one can be a loyal companion. He held the egg, marveling at the living natural disaster contained within. He presented the egg to his contact. The contact, pleased with the delivery, promised to call if needed. A subtle mark near his eye pulsed faintly. A system report detailed Henriel's profile: animus species, System 4 resident, level 4 trader, and a good warrior. He confirmed the system. He pondered why someone from System 4 was in System 1. Henriel's exchange center report revealed him to be a warrior with a penchant for gambling. He sat, contemplating. He found this easier than expected. He would talk to Henriel. Ezel, having successfully obtained the Bulgasari egg, initiated contact with Henriel, the individual listed as the owner of the taming guide. He was greeted by a burly individual, seemingly a merchant, who inquired about his origin. The merchant confirmed Ezel's arrival, his eyes glinting with curiosity. The merchant asked for a moment. The merchant confirmed his willingness to sell the guide, specifically number 215. Ezel's eye bore a mark, a detail that went unnoticed by the merchant. The merchant reiterated his inability to sell the guide, having already informed Ezel's servant. Ezel proposed a price of 2,000 coins for all 14 guides. Ezel questioned the merchant's sanity at the proposed price. The merchant seemed perplexed by Ezel's reaction, questioning the difficulty of hatching the egg. The merchant explained that the guide was a book created by the Emperor of Beasts. Ezel deemed the price reasonable. The merchant clarified that the book was created after the Emperor of Beasts became the Emperor of Beasts. The merchant sighed, wiping sweat from his brow. His attempt to pass off a counterfeit had failed. He presented his offer: 150 coins for number 215. Ezel examined the book. A complete collection of 666 chapters was worth over 300,000 coins. The merchant was offering a significant discount. The merchant explained that 14 continuous chapters made it a premium item. He asked Ezel if he could find this book in System 1. Ezel confirmed it was true. Finding such a book in System 1 was impossible. But that didn't mean the seller could push him around. He proposed a counteroffer: send a copy of number 215, and he would send 100 coins in return. The merchant hesitated, clearly considering the offer. Ezel's eyes blazed. The merchant's suggestion of a copy was outrageous. The merchant, enraged, reminded him of the blood, sweat, and tears the author had poured into the book. Ezel questioned the sudden moralizing. He suspected something more was at play. That could have been bad. Copyright protection, a mark on specially managed books by the Exchange Center. He reread the notice, a grim understanding dawning on him. The seller had been deliberately misleading him. His oversight cost him dearly. He had missed the copyright mark. A gruff voice warned him about the severe penalties for copyright infringement. He knew then that simply copying the book wouldn't work. He countered with a lower offer, proposing 200 coins for book number 215. He made it clear that this was his final offer. The seller, a burly man with a weathered face, considered the offer. He ended the negotiation, giving the buyer a final chance to accept or decline. A glint of determination sparked in his eyes. He was ready to see who would be more desperate. A message arrived. It was from Henriel. As expected, Henriel's offer was low. He scoffed at the low offer, reminding the seller of the meaning of a final offer. The seller's expression hardened. He wasn't willing to budge. Ezel grinned, a glint of mischief in his eyes. He held up a small, crimson egg, seemingly pleased with himself. Easy, as I expected. He was haggling with his seller, a rather desperate-looking individual. The seller only had 400 coins, clearly not enough to cover the cost of the item Ezel sought. It seemed the seller was trying to recoup gambling losses, adding to his desperation. The egg, it turned out, was a shapeshifter of considerable power, a Bulgasari, to be exact. Its classification was regional class, though with training, it could reach planet class. He was taken aback by the implications of this discovery. Planet class? He brought the egg along without fully understanding its potential. He wondered what the Emperor knew about Bulgasaris. The sheer power of the Bulgasari egg filled him with a sense of unease. This is scary. Chapter 29. The Lord's coins aren't decreasing? Absorption complete. There are no evil beasts. Number 215, Bulgasari. The young man, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light, stared intently ahead. He examined the scroll, a look of satisfaction on his face. This is knowledge worth paying a lot for. Hatching it is only the beginning. How I raise it makes a difference of night and day. In reality, it's almost impossible for someone in the system to raise one. Since the Bulgasari is an imperfect organism, he needed another organism's genetic information in order to hatch it. For example, saliva, slime, or bodily fluids such as blood. In order to raise its potential, you need powerful genetic information to serve as a base. A strong organism. He pondered the implications. His eyes glowed brighter, the red intensifying. He adjusted his cloak, a thoughtful expression on his face. Beasts also exist in system. Although it appears that system O&I, martial artists refer to these creatures as spirits. Every part of a spirit is valuable. He reviewed the active market for spirit parts, a surprisingly robust trade. He wasn't sure what to buy. All right, he had him. Arun contacted Siakyun, an expert on spirits, to ask for his advice. Siakyun readily agreed to help. He doubted Arun could tame a spirit without any inner cultivation. He asked Siakyun how much he knew about spirits. Siakyun received a file from Arun and began to rank the spirits. Power. Siakyun explained that high medicinal strength doesn't always translate to high combat power. Arun had chosen wisely. The 10,000-year iron mouth is excellent for cultivation. But ultimately, it's just a 10,000-year-old turtle. The advisor explained the challenges ahead, emphasizing the formidable nature of the bloody fire dragon and the 1,000-year-old bear. Ezel, listening intently, inquired about the relative strengths of these two powerful creatures. The advisor confirmed that the bloody fire dragon was indeed the stronger of the two. He elaborated on the dragon's origins, revealing it to be a serpent that had spent a millennium in rigorous training to achieve its current form. Ezel, taking in this information, showed a thoughtful expression. He then questioned the practice of martial artists hunting such powerful beasts. The advisor simply stated that such individuals resided in this area. Ezel acknowledged the truth of this statement. The advisor praised Ezel's recent work and then urged him to proceed with his request. Hesitantly, Ezel began to explain the purpose of his visit. The advisor, seemingly unfazed, revealed that he had acquired a particular item using his own coins. Ezel questioned the value of the item, wondering if it was worth the cost. The advisor responded with a slightly evasive answer. Ezel revealed that he had purchased the item for 30 coins. He had acquired Evangeli's breath for 30 coins, a hasty transaction made necessary by his pressing need. The advisor, however, seemed unconvinced by his explanation for not haggling. He questioned how Ezel could have possibly known the item's true value without resorting to deception. A data display showed the distribution rates had shifted dramatically in Ezel's favor. He chuckled, pleased with the outcome of his negotiations. The advisor, however, felt cheated. Ezel assured him he would be contacted if further assistance was needed. He reiterated the warning that a lack of response within 10 minutes would trigger an alert. The advisor, slightly flustered, simply agreed. Ezel then proceeded to make another purchase, this time of bloody fire dragon's blood. He now held Evangeli's breath, a crimson liquid contained within an ornate golden vial. He pondered its efficacy, knowing it had been in storage for at least a decade. A dark red liquid dripped from a golden vessel, each drop shimmering with an inner light. He caught the vial, marveling at its contents. Whoa! A strange sensation washed over him. It felt like molten metal. The young man's eyes widened. It reacted. It's not called a beast for nothing. It's still alive after being forgotten for so long. He pondered the vial's origins. Anyways, how did this get in Grandpa's storage? Did he trade with someone from System 4? He leaned back, lost in thought. I know nothing about him. Relief washed over him. Thank goodness. It's going well. He was relieved. I was worried it might not like someone else's blood. Now all I have to do is wait. A caravan traveled across a vast landscape. A grand carriage, ornate and black, with golden accents, rolled past. He sat quietly, eyes closed, seemingly lost in thought. He sat in a meditative pose, a dark cloak enveloping him. A sudden, sharp sound pierced his concentration. He held a dark orb, its surface shimmering faintly. Already, he murmured, a hint of surprise in his voice. The orb cracked, a network of fissures spreading across its surface. His eyes widened. It's hatching, he exclaimed, a mixture of excitement and apprehension evident in his tone. A narration box appeared, the infamous shapeshifter of System 4, a theoretical planet-tier, living natural disaster. From the fractured orb, a shadowy figure emerged, its form vaguely reptilian. His eyes focused intently on the creature. This is... He stared, mouth agape. Too cute. He looked concerned. Wait, did something go wrong, causing it to hatch too soon? It may be a baby, but it's still a beast. Is this okay? He scoffed, a carefree expression on his face. Who cares? The young man gave a thumbs up, a glowing heart appearing over his chest. His demeanor was one of unconcerned confidence. A young man, his face pale, clutched his bleeding hand. The crimson stain spread across his palm, a stark contrast to his fair skin. The injury was a shallow cut, but the blood flowed freely. He sat on an ornate couch, a small, orange kitten nestled in his lap. His expression was one of intense concentration. He explained, his voice low and thoughtful, that the creatures lacked mammary glands, feeding their young with blood instead of milk. The young would bond with whoever provided that blood, treating them as their mother. Most of their aggression would subside if fed their owner's blood, making them easier to control. He smiled, pleased with the kitten's enthusiastic feeding. His smile widened, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He grimaced, realizing the blood loss was becoming dangerous. He decided to name the kitten Sorry and planned to find a way to manage its food intake for training purposes. He stared, a look of wonderment on his face. The small creature, Sorry, tilted its head, a curious expression on its feline face. He chuckled, amused by the kitten's antics. It seemed to enjoy the strange liquid. Sorry let out a small, soft sound. A young man with green hair approached, concern etched on his face. He addressed Ezel, his voice laced with worry. He gestured towards Ezel's injured hand. Ezel smiled, downplaying the severity of his wound. He explained that the injury had happened during a rather dull carriage ride. The green-haired man remained skeptical, unconvinced by Ezel's explanation. He questioned Ezel's account, his doubt palpable. Ezel admitted that he could have tried harder to avoid the injury, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. The green-haired man reassured Ezel, emphasizing his responsibility for the young man's safety. They agreed to eat a light meal before continuing their journey. The knights continued their journey, the afternoon sun casting long shadows across the forest path. One of them, a blond-haired young man, instructed his companion to bring their meal to the carriage. He nodded in agreement, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. His expression was serious, his eyes betraying a hint of underlying tension. Suddenly, he moved with surprising speed, drawing his sword. He gripped the hilt tightly, his knuckles white. The blond knight reacted instantly, his own blade flashing out to meet the attack. He managed to deflect the blow, but the force of the impact sent him reeling. He looked up, surprised and slightly disoriented. The two knights stood facing each other, swords drawn, the tension palpable. The blond knight lunged forward, his attack swift and precise. The other knight, however, was prepared. He deftly parried the blow, his movements fluid and graceful. He then revealed a small, orange weasel, cradled gently in his hands. It's my pet, he explained. The weasel was small and appeared to be injured, its paw wrapped in a makeshift bandage. The blond knight looked at the weasel, then back at his companion. Been a while now, he said, a hint of recognition in his voice. He scoffed, a bitter expression twisting his features. You really don't care about me, huh? His companion, however, seemed unconcerned. Weren't you spying on us too carelessly? The other knight held up a small, orange creature. Say hi. The creature looked up, its large eyes wide. Q. His companion gasped, his eyes widening in surprise. See, can I? The first knight smiled. Good. I'll test it out. He gently offered the creature to his companion, who cooed, cute. The creature seemed uncomfortable under his touch. Cute. The companion frowned. Something tells me it hates me. The first knight chuckled. Did you expect it to wag its tail? He smirked. You almost pulled out your sword on it. He said, I see. Then, I'll bring you your meal when it's ready. The Bulgasari is a vicious beast. It grows ever so stronger by eating metal, as well as being able to transform into different forms. It'll be helpful for sure, but it'll be a pain if I can't control it. He couldn't keep the creature by his side if it revealed its fangs to anyone. It seemed the bleeding had been worthwhile. According to the Emperor's theory, the potential power of a Bulgasari was... He reviewed the formula. The base organism's power multiplied by the energy provided while young. The first part of the equation was solved when he chose the blood of the fire dragon. To increase the next part, he needed a source of high energy, such as elixirs. The young man wept, clutching the bamboo pill of life given to him by the leader of the Bamboo Mountain sect. It was worth 150 coins, and he hadn't even eaten it yet. He needed money from Seokyun, or selling small items wouldn't be enough. He would have to start moving again. There were 53 days until the mana crystal limit reset. He had to choose his next product. It had to be something everyone in the system would want, with a large supply to maintain balance. More than. He reviewed the documents, a list of potential products for his next venture. The profit margins were the key consideration. The base price needed to be high enough to ensure a substantial return. Lost in thought, he pondered the complexities of the market. The weight of his decision pressed upon him. A solution presented itself. That's it. Inner cultivation was highly sought after in System 1, and its high base price made it a valuable commodity. The numbers confirmed its profitability. The exchange was complete. Ezel received 4,750 coins from Tekjumpal, bringing his current total to 5,382. He gained an additional 58.5 coins thanks to his perks. If he simply repeated the process, he could make thousands or even tens of thousands. It was hard to imagine just how many coins he could accumulate. However, he knew the exchange center would never allow such a thing. The inner cultivation item had a time limit of 50 years, with 500 days left until the sell limit reset. Ezel paused, a thought striking him. He realized he would have to wait more than a year to taste that sweetness again. Still, an achievement unlocked, Gold King. He had used 15,000 coins in System 1, earning an achievement reward of 1,000 coins. Ezel felt better now that he had his coins and achieved his goal. Now that he was loaded, he wondered if he should make the stage a bit bigger. A sinister grin spread across his face. He had purchased 10 100-year-old polygonum, human tier, roots. More purchases followed. 15 rainbow dazzle fruits, human tier. 15 black ginseng, earth tier, roots, 5 summoning pills, earth tier, and 5 perilla pills, earth tier. It was not as good as actual inner cultivation, but these items were the best way to increase it. Each item had its own category, instead of being grouped as elixirs, so there was no limit to selling them. That meant he just had to get ready to scrape up all the coins. The exchange was complete. Meanwhile, Seokyun greeted Sari. The cat, Kyuang, responded. As Seokyun approached, Kyuang knew what was coming. The elixir. Seokyun was surprised. Kyuang reacted. Kyuang thought it looked like it was working. Kyuang had changed a lot within a few days. The color of a Bulgasari's fur changes based on the base organism. Once it grows its fangs and its color fully changes, its baby phase is over. Now that its limit is set, feeding it elixirs doesn't have much of an effect. Its coin-eating hippo phase is over. He reinvested 30% of his profit back into exchanging. 50% went to Sari. The remaining 20% went into inner cultivation and other items he would need. The item he uses the most is the Body Clean, second circle daily life magic. With a surge of energy, he prepared to cast the spell. Ezel began the ritual. The magic circle glowed brightly. As the spell took hold, Ezel felt refreshed. He mused that if chi breathing is best for the inside, nothing's better than this for cleaning the outside. He recalled that they used to call him the star of the Navarro society. Ezel knew it wouldn't stay for long, though. Ezel mused that his looks were also a strength, resolving to do anything in his life to make the best of it. Meanwhile, Mihail was announced. He wondered what it was. A knight approached, relaying that Sir Javis asked if he would like to take a break. Ezel insisted he was fine, instructing the knight to tell Sir Javis to keep going and take a long break when they arrived at their destination. He realized that time flew by when doing dimensional exchange, and that it had been half a day. Ezel questioned if he should keep going. Navarro's second city, Acadio, came into view. The townspeople murmured, questioning if what they were seeing was real. The group approached a large inn. The townspeople commented that it was a bit too much. Ezel stated that this was nothing, and that they had come a long way because of them. It was true, but a famous inn in Acadio was a bit much. Ezel stated that they needed to rest, and looked at his companions. Meanwhile, the townspeople cheered, announcing their arrival in the city. He mentioned that it would cost about 200 gold, and instructed them to use it all. Ezel suggested a warm bath and expensive food and drinks, stating that would be enough. The man with green hair agreed, surprised that it was more than enough. Ezel thanked him and suggested that everyone should enjoy themselves. He then asked if they were not there to play. The green-haired man questioned what had happened and what about the meeting place, before stating he left a mark near the castle walls. He stated that they would contact them as soon as they saw it, and then they just had to wait. Someone shouted for one more glass. The group laughed and celebrated. The group continued to enjoy their time at the inn. Suddenly, someone asked what they were doing there. One of the men urged Ezel to drink with them, insisting he shouldn't just drink water and should join in the festivities. The man continued, saying that Ezel had to taste the drinks at this place. Ezel asked if he could just have one glass. His companion urged him to go drink. Another man warned that drinking with them was a path to death. Ezel looked shocked. He stated that he didn't think he could, suggesting the others go ahead. The man who had been encouraging him asked why he was backing out. Ezel exclaimed that one glass turns into two, and two glasses turn into three. The man questioned if Ezel thought the captain could goof around. The man told Ezel to join them if he changed his mind, but he wasn't sure if there would be any left, adding that there was no need to get mad. Ezel thought it was a shame, but it couldn't be helped, as he couldn't risk his life for some liquor after all. A server approached Ezel with drinks, causing him to yelp in surprise. The server apologized. The server told Ezel to be careful, as he'd hurt himself. As the server approached, Ezel took a sip from his drink, the clinking of glass echoing slightly in the room. He paused, hearing someone call out his alias, Davis. The young master looked over and inquired if the other man had lost something. Ezel scoffed, questioning who the other man thought he was. He continued, stating that it was his first time seeing someone bump into him so purposefully. Ezel smirked, his hand moving slightly. The city of Acadio stood bathed in the pale light of the moon. Within the city, plans are being laid. The strategy involved dividing the targeted city by memorizing a map of it. The note in hand clarified that the T stood for Trevor, marking an infiltrated area, specifically Area 24, Red Roof, and referring to the person previously mentioned. The man with light blue hair inquired if everything was proceeding according to plan. The other man confirmed that it was, thankfully. He declared that he would go meet him right away, prompting the other to ask if he would go along. The first man responded that it was how it had always been. They could go to the rendezvous point together, or he could simply hide around there. He warned that if anyone were to see them together, many eyes in Acadio would be on them. The man with light blue hair thought to himself that he was right, but the problem was whether he could trust this man. A group of men sat around a fire. One of the men demanded to see his progress report, questioning if he did not trust him. The man warned him not to get the wrong idea, Javis, asking if he thought something like trust could exist between them. Javis stared intently. Mihail examined the document in his hands. The contents were indeed real. He recalled changing the part he was told to change. Meanwhile, the other man raised his hands. He stated that he could be searched as well, and that he could have given Mihail a fake document. Mihail questioned if he was serious. The man responded, asking how he could not be serious, stating that he knew his place as well. He thought that his life mattered to him, and he didn't want to go through that hell again just because of some leftover suspicion. Mihail's expression hardened. The other man held his hands up higher, awaiting Mihail's decision. Both men stared intently at each other. Mihail turned and said that he would be back. It's never easy finding out someone's true intentions, or if someone is trustworthy or not. Ezel thought that there was a process he must go through. He tore the document in his hands, realizing that he must do so even more if they knew his secret. Ezel stood amidst a glowing red circle. Ezel activated his third circle transparency magic. The magic took effect, rendering him nearly invisible. He maintained his invisibility as he moved through the town. He considered using a skill to make his body lighter as well. With the added skill, he knew he could easily be stealthy. Under the cover of night, Ezel continued his pursuit. He observed the city from above, his target still within sight. He realized that the man really was a professional. The man walked at a pace that was neither too slow nor too fast, completely adapted to his surroundings and not seeming like a foreigner at all. Ezel wondered why there were so many people behind him, realizing it would have gone badly if he had gone with them. He muttered to himself. Ezel continued to follow the man. The man approached a building. The man entered the building. The man with light green hair stood with his back turned to the other man in the room. Meanwhile, outside the building, a figure stood watch. The figure considered using his new martial arts ability, 100-step perception. The 100-step perception ability allowed him to hear even the softest sound from a great distance. The figure thought to himself that anyone involved in information gathering learns this skill. He could even hear someone wanting lasagna, though that was a lie. The figure, Harves, was greeted by another, who remarked that he still had that ugly face. The newcomer asked what brought Harves here, to which Harves responded that the youngest was entering the academy and he was his bodyguard. Back inside, the man with auburn hair asked why the other had come to see his face. Elsewhere, a man with auburn hair sat at a table with two others, lamenting that Gilbert had died. The man wondered if Gilbert had died from an illness or an accident. The man put his head in his hands. The man with auburn hair asked how the other had done it, to which the man with light green hair responded that it was obvious he owed him his life. The man with auburn hair remarked that poor Gilbert looked like he kept his mouth shut until the very end. The man with auburn hair paused, realizing something. The man with green hair stated that the academy was in the capital, and Acadio was too far from it. Below, the man with auburn hair realized it was Harves. The man with auburn hair continued to look at Harves. Harves wondered if he was perhaps. A man listened intently. The man stood amongst his colleagues, all focused on the task at hand. He turned his head slightly, his expression unreadable. He wondered if something had gone wrong. The man was asked if he was having fun. The others looked on, awaiting his response. The man's face tightened. One of the men stated there was no need to get so mad over a little joke, while another apologized for what happened to Gilbert, asking what they could do. The man responded that this was part of their lives. He thought to himself that it looked like it didn't go wrong. Another man asked how he had arrived, wondering if the others had gotten suspicious. He was told that the journey would have been much longer otherwise. He revealed that he had used the youngest son, who happily accepted the task when he was told about visiting Acadio. He was surprised to sense emotion from the man's words. A progress report was being prepared to be encoded and sent to the Empire. The man stated that was all and turned to leave. He reflected that this was the life of a spy, lamenting that he hadn't learned any useful information. Elsewhere, a figure congratulated Jarvis, stating he had passed the test and should get straight to the point to finish the deal. Ezel decided he should start. Meanwhile, another figure questioned if it was weird that an agent was alive while his communication manager was dead. Ezel wondered if it wasn't over. Another man asked what the first was trying to say, suggesting that Jarvis may have switched sides. The man thought it was possible, adding that Jarvis had technically been demoted too. The first man stated that Jarvis wasn't the type of person to betray them, knowing how much he valued his family and would rather die than be a nuisance to his parents and siblings. The second man acknowledged this, then asked if the first had something against Jarvis. The first man wondered if it was something like a complex and was told to stop messing around and focus on his work. It was stated that it was for the higher-ups to decide, and they just had to give them the information they received. Ezel considered something. Ezel wondered if the other person had the reasons too. Ezel walked down the steps. The town was quiet at night. He continued his walk through the town. Ezel tested his new abilities. He thought to himself that both invisibility and 100-step perception were good and worth the coins. He decided he would use them often from now on. Suddenly, he heard someone shouting about social hierarchy. Ezel wondered why they were making such a racket in the middle of the night. One man yelled at another, calling him a brat and questioning how a mere baron's knight dared to talk back to them. Ezel realized they were his boys, whom he had spoiled with good drinks. The men continued to argue. One of the men told the other to stop talking if he was dumb, and then questioned if he was talking about their Marquis. The man realized he was a fool for thinking he could talk to some dumb northerners. The man yelled for the others not to back up and to protect the honor of the steel guards. The men charged forward. Ezel's men charged forward, ready to attack. Suddenly, a man bellowed, demanding to know what they were doing. The man's subordinates moved to restrain him. One of the men tried to calm him down. Elsewhere, the second captain was summoned. Even now, someone was experiencing a strange sensation. He felt as if his body was being torn apart when he closed his eyes. He thought of the person who took everything he had. The second captain looked on. Someone called out the name Kunz Albrecht. A figure stood silently. The man was surprised to meet the person here. The air crackled with tension. Ezel walked with purpose. Kunz Albrecht's name was invoked. He wondered if he should kill him. The young master's rage began to boil. His foot moved forward, but he decided not yet. Ezel resolved that he couldn't give him a painless death just to fulfill a sudden urge. No, even more than that. A foot stomped down. The man was enormous. He wondered how he could be so big. Dirika, Albrecht's second captain, reminded those present that he had ordered them to remain quiet. The assembled crowd looked on with trepidation. The captain stood before the crowd, his gaze sweeping over them. One of the men pleaded for mercy, promising that such an incident would not occur again. Dirika introduced himself as Albrecht's second captain. He questioned the steel guards about their presence in Acadio. One of the steel guards responded that they were from the steel guards. The crowd murmured amongst themselves. A voice declared that it would answer the question. The crowd turned to see who had spoken. Ezel stepped forward, cloaked in shadow. His footsteps echoed as he walked. Dirika wondered what the sound was, but noted that Ezel seemed calm, yet as sharp as a dagger. Ezel thought that Dirika should be calm, as it was likely his first time hearing a voice strengthened by inner cultivation. One of the steel guards confidently stated that he had intimidated someone. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed. One of the steel guards wondered if it was that kid. A ruined steel guard identified himself. The steel guard stood tall. The steel guard seemed surprised. The steel guard looked down, deep in thought. The steel guard asked if Dirika had identified himself. Dirika questioned if there was a reason why the steel guards couldn't come to Acadio. Dirika clarified that was not what he meant. The steel guard stated he was curious about Navarro's second city. Ezel wondered why the Albrechts were in Acadio. One of the steel guards stated the same goes for them, as young Master Kunz wanted to. The steel guard stood beside Dirika. Besides that, Dirika apologized for the disturbance from before. Meanwhile, another wondered why they had to apologize. Another steel guard questioned why they were the ones who had to apologize. Elsewhere, one man warned that there would be too much backlash if they did that to a family of heroes. He told his master that it was getting late and suggested they end it there and head back. The steel guard demanded to know why they should be the ones heading back. The man stated that he thought there had been some kind of misunderstanding and it was not too late to talk it out in the morning. The steel guard responded that there was no reason to wait until tomorrow morning. Ezel asked to be allowed to ask since he just couldn't understand. The steel guard asked if he even knew what happened there, since he had just arrived. The man wondered why that mattered. The steel guard stated that the Baron was below the Marquis, right? A tense atmosphere settled over the group. Ezel realized that they were saying that since his status was higher, they were in the wrong. The steel guard stated that he had to explain every little part for the Northerners to understand him. A smirk played on Ezel's lips. Ezel declared that someone was spouting nonsense, his expression one of amusement. The accusation struck a nerve, and Dirika reacted with disbelief. An authoritative hand gestured, demanding Ezel retract his statement and apologize immediately. Ezel calmly stated he would apologize if he were in the wrong. A steel guard called out, singling out the knight who had been emphasizing status. The knight looked surprised and asked what had happened. Hesitantly, one of the knights explained that the steel guards had cursed at them and started a fight. Dirika, visibly angered, ordered them to get on their knees and apologize. A voice cautioned Dirika to stop rushing things, reminding him that he needed to listen to both sides. Another voice agreed, stating that it was true, but one of the steel guards interjected, claiming that they had been mocked first. The steel guards questioned how long they would continue to capitalize on Leyskin's achievements. The steel guards were accused of being drunk on past glory, acting prideful because they believed they were important. A figure apologized for causing a racket, but stated they had no regrets for their actions. One of the knights argued that if they sat idly by after hearing such a statement, they could no longer call themselves Knights of the Steel Guard. The knight's collar was visible as he spoke. Elsewhere, a man addressed someone as boy, asking if this was the person in question. The man being addressed stammered a response, while another man behind him clarified that what was said was not exactly what they meant. Another man exclaimed that the person in question was a dumbass, implying that his actions had consequences. The man who had been called a dumbass realized the gravity of the situation. Mihail was ordered to raise his head. The man who had been called a dumbass was told he had a job to do. Several men looked on with concern. One of the men stated that as a family member who had inherited the heart of steel, he had a duty to fulfill. Someone was struck. The men looked on in shock. The man who had been called a dumbass realized he could not ignore what had happened. The knight's uniform bore the emblem of his order, a symbol of duty and honor. His hand rested near the hilt of his sword, a silent promise of protection. The title of the story was revealed. The Lord's coins aren't decreasing. The Steel Guard family was known as the Heart of Steel that protected Navarro. The young master stood tall, his cape draped over his shoulders. The unseen figure declared that they had done it in the past and would continue doing it in the future. The soldiers vowed to fight against their foes for those who remembered them, and to spill the blood of those who laughed at them. He resolved to ask again. The man questioned if they still thought they were a joke. A large group of soldiers stood in formation. The young master descended. The older man wondered if this child was really the same age as young Master Kunz. He thought the young master would use his grandfather's glory to say the usual political crap. However, he admitted he'd be able to stand up for himself with such elegance. Anger backed up by his family's intimidation. It was the blood of the Steel Guards. Ezel stood before a towering figure, the scene framed by heavy drapes. Elsewhere, a group of men stood in the shadows of a building, their expressions unreadable. One of the men, his face contorted with rage, shouted at someone. The man's companion realized that provoking Ezel further would only worsen the situation. The man was struck hard across the face. The force of the blow turned his head, and the others watched in shock. The sound of the impact echoed through the air. The man's face showed the immediate sting of the attack. Another man was knocked to the ground. A figure stood over the fallen man, having clearly won the fight. The victor was told he had done a good job, but that he was smudging crap on the Albrecht's name. The defeated men offered their apologies. One of the men instructed another to relay the message to the young master, not to him. The other man responded with confusion. For starting this mess, and for embarrassing the Albrechts. Those who had been defeated offered their apologies, begging for forgiveness. The knights remained kneeling before the man who had spoken, awaiting his judgment. Mihail watched the scene unfold. He had created an atmosphere where he could silently change mocked to provoked, and by making them beg Kunz for mercy, he made it seem like the issue was between the knights, making the situation smaller. The man considered that Mihail would step down, but he wouldn't let down their reputation. Dirka stood nearby. Another knight realized he would have to keep an eye on him. Growing tired of the situation, one of the knights decided to head to bed. Mihail felt like he gained nothing, but he decided he would accept Marquis Albrecht's apology. A sudden realization struck, marked by a visible exclamation. The captain turned his head, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, Mihail wore a knowing smirk. His expression hardened, a flicker of determination in his eyes. With a sharp tch, he turned away. He strode purposefully down the corridor, passing several guards. Then, a figure bowed deeply before him. The knight continued onward, followed by a group of subordinates. One of the guards questioned what they were all doing out there. Another guard wondered if something fun had happened. The group gasped, seemingly startled by something. One of them apologized, claiming not to know why, but expressing remorse. A meal of steak, egg, and vegetables sat ready to be eaten. Mihail chewed thoughtfully, his cheeks bulging. Meanwhile, at the other end of the table, Raphael listened as another man spoke of Ezel. He claimed the boy was known to be the lowest of the low. The man continued, saying that the sons were nothing compared to their father, and the youngest couldn't even reach his brother's footsteps. He admitted it was just a rumor. Mihail, still chewing, questioned what he meant by just a rumor, pointing out that they hadn't seen Ezel's swordsmanship. The man responded that there was no need to be bothered by Ezel's sharp mouth, adding that he didn't like him one bit. He then questioned why Mihail had told them to apologize like that. The man stated that there were still people who feared the steel guards. Mihail thought to himself that making the case any larger would have angered the Lord. Mihail told the man to just watch, realizing he had no choice but to back down, but he would make him pay for yesterday's embarrassment. Now that he thought of it, Mihail realized he didn't see a single steel guard rat. The man informed him that they had all left earlier that morning. The man explained that he had offered to travel together since they were both going to the capital, but they said they couldn't be late and scurried off. Mihail considered that there was nothing wrong with increasing the number of guards. The man stated that Mihail's safety was his greatest concern. Mihail, having finished his meal, thought how arrogant the man was and that he didn't feel like. Under the cloak of night, the city lay still, its ancient buildings standing as silent witnesses to the events unfolding within. Inside one of those buildings, a figure slept soundly, unaware of the danger lurking nearby. Still lost in slumber, the figure remained unaware of the impending threat. The peaceful slumber continued, undisturbed for the moment. But the tranquility was about to be shattered as the sleeper began to stir. Suddenly, the man's eyes snapped open, wide with alarm. A hand clamped down hard over his mouth. Caught completely off guard, he struggled against his attacker, but it was too late. The attacker's grip tightened, stifling any sound. Meanwhile, the assailant, cloaked in shadow, maintained a firm hold. The victim's struggles grew weaker as the attack continued. The attacker hissed for silence. The cloaked figure pressed a finger to their lips, a silent command for secrecy. The chapter opens with the title, "The Lord's Coins Aren't Decreasing?" Suddenly, Ezel's name is called out in a panicked tone. The masked figure continues to restrain Ezel. Ezel, struggling against his captor, wonders how he was caught. He is surprised by the strength of his attacker. The masked figure admits he had considered a different form of revenge. He states his intention to return the suffering Ezel inflicted. The captor reveals he had intended to watch Ezel break down. The captor's face is revealed as he asks if Ezel understands. He admits that seeing Ezel's face the previous night changed his mind, noting the envy burning in Ezel's eyes. The captor states that Ezel will experience the same fate in this life. The captor reveals that Ezel will target the steel guards and attempt to take everything he has. The captor's soldiers stand ready. The captor declares that Ezel will die tonight. The fabric of Heartstone's clothing billowed slightly. Ezel, bound and desperate, demanded to know why Kunz was doing this. The woman questioned if he truly didn't know. She revealed that she had disliked him from the moment she first saw him. The man, seated regally, asked Ezel why he was doing this. Ezel spat back that he hated the name Steel Guard as well, questioning if they were taking their land for a reason. The man remained seated on his throne, surrounded by guards. The woman sneered, stating that none of Ezel's aspects were better than hers. She continued, saying that even though he learned the steel breath, she was still as good as him. But because of his looks, he was welcomed wherever he went. The woman asked what he had now, declaring that nothing about him was better than her. She mocked him, stating that since he was all broken and pathetic, he was nothing more than a failed lord without any land. Ezel remained bound, his fate uncertain. A figure declared himself the great Marquis Albrecht. Meanwhile, another man watched from above, confident that he would win in the end. The man wore a sinister grin. Elsewhere, Ezel knelt beside a bed. Suddenly, a hand clamped over Ezel's maid's mouth, stifling her cry. She realized her attacker was a psychopath and wondered what he was saying. The maid realized that he was serious and was actually going to kill her. She struggled against her attacker's grip. The attacker smirked. The maid continued to struggle. She was terrified. The maid cried out for Dirika to save her. She realized she couldn't speak. The attacker prepared to strike pressure points. The assailant explained that he had pressed on one of her pressure points to silence her. He added that she would not be able to speak unless he released it. The maid's eyes widened in terror as she stared at her attacker. Meanwhile, the attacker loomed over her. Elsewhere, the man in the white room grinned, stating that he could not simply stuff her face up and frame it. He realized that there were guards everywhere around his room, and Dirika was in the room next to his. He fixated on the idea of reaching his room. If it was there, he thought he could use it. Back in the hallway, the attacker continued to silence the maid. She struggled against him. Meanwhile, the man in the white room lunged toward the door. He thought that if he could just open that door. Back in the hallway, the attacker prepared to strike a final blow. He struck the maid. The maid gasped. The attacker's eyes widened, a predatory glint in their amber depths. The maid gasped, struggling against the unseen force constricting her. Her breath hitched in her throat as the pressure intensified. She fell to the floor, her body contorting under the unseen assault. The attacker smirked, observing her struggles. He thought to himself that she was trying so hard. The unseen force continued to crush her. The attacker pointed a finger, intensifying the attack. She gasped, feeling her body begin to fail. Her body refused to obey her commands. Kunz told her to just stay put. The attacker loomed over her, stating that there was no need to make things worse. He told her to just listen. The unseen force tightened its grip. She choked, her vision blurring. The attacker's face contorted in a mask of cruel satisfaction. Despite his earlier paralysis, Ezel found he could move. He looked down at the document before him. His expression hardened. He commanded himself to pick up the pen. As he sat at the desk, the figure behind him stated that it was obvious he would be killed the second he finished writing. Ezel's eyes narrowed with determination. The figure raised his sword, preparing to strike. His face was filled with malice. Suddenly, the maid's eyes widened in alarm. She saw the figure poised to strike Ezel down. Blood splattered on the floor. The maid was shocked. She was confused by what she was seeing. She continued to express her confusion. The hand trembled, hovering just above the floor. A voice commanded him to pick up the pen. Ezel's eyes widened, a flicker of understanding crossing his face. Suddenly, a figure cried out in pain, falling to the floor. The figure continued to scream as they fell. Above him, Ezel warned him not to make things harder on himself. Ezel questioned why the man continued to make things worse. The fallen man was warned that his right foot was next. Ezel prepared to strike. The blade descended. The man on the floor, Erwin, was shocked, realizing that Ezel was an aura user. Ezel stood over Erwin, sword in hand. Erwin cried out. Ezel stood over Erwin, who was now seated at a table. Ezel warned him not to get blood on it. Ezel threatened that if Erwin got a single drop of blood on it, his head would drop to the floor. The young master stood over the seated figure, a sword held loosely in his hand. He thought to himself, calling himself his father's pathetic son. Below, the seated figure continued to write. The figure reasoned that his servants handled all the housework anyway, and what truly mattered was escaping this situation alive. Tears welled in his eyes. He thought that it was all right for now, and he could just get a prosthetic hand. He realized that Dirika was first class. Someone was bound to realize something was wrong. Meanwhile, Ezel stood silently, watching Dirika. Dirika continued to write, wondering why nothing was happening. Dirika was on his last sentence. Ezel watched Dirika with a stern expression. Dirika knew he had to buy more time, wondering if he should write a letter wrong on purpose. He considered spilling some ink. He could hear humming. Ezel remarked that Dirika's voice was carrying from all the way over there. He questioned if Dirika was planning to waste more time. Meanwhile, Erwin gasped, clutching at his throat. Elsewhere, Dirika finished writing a sentence. He continued to write the letter. Ezel watched him, a smile playing on his lips as he held up a piece of paper. Back in the room, Dirika finished his letter as Ezel looked on. Erwin wondered what he should do now, realizing he wouldn't last much longer from all the bleeding. He knew he had to let Dirika know about this. Erwin gasped again, clutching his throat. He coughed violently. Erwin realized his voice was gone. Ezel remarked that it was uncomfortable. Huh? A hand holding a sword appeared, and Ezel told him he could speak now. Erwin was shocked. Erwin's face contorted in a silent scream. Meanwhile, Dirika's voice echoed, desperately calling for help against an intruder. The call was met with a dismissive retort, questioning if that was the best he could do while on the verge of death. The speaker suggested Dirika should have yelled louder. The man wondered about the calmness of his opponent, musing that he would be dead meat if the guard arrived. He then stated that he had expected Kunz. The man smirked. He revealed that he had used a silent scroll upon entering the room, ensuring that not a single sound would escape. Dirika realized that not only sounds, but vibrations were being suppressed as well. He questioned why he had been muted. The man asked if Dirika would have written the letter if he had no chance of living. Dirika was left speechless. Dirika realized he was done for. He lamented losing to the steel guards, admitting it was his fault as well. The man declared that the power and wealth Dirika dreamed of was not justified. Dirika, confused, asked what he was talking about and what he had done. The man stated that it was all because of Dirika's inferiority complex. A hand grips a sword hilt, drawing the blade from its sheath. Desperate, Kunz begged for his life, promising he would never forget this night. He groveled, reminding his attacker of his family's wealth. He offered anything at all, if only his life would be spared. The man standing over him declared that Kunz shouldn't have killed him. With a final, choked gasp, Kunz's life was extinguished. The killer stood over the body, his sword dripping with blood. Kunz's lifeless eyes stared blankly upwards. The body slumped to the floor, a pool of blood forming around it. The killer remarked that Kunz's expression was the coolest he'd seen so far, but he had things to take care of. His eyes glowed with a sinister light. He prepared to use bone acid, a substance that melts a person's body upon contact with blood and can easily melt hard substances such as bone, teeth, and nails, making it useful for hiding bodies. He intended to make it seem like Kunz was missing, not dead. His plan was to make it seem like he disappeared out of the Marquis' reach. Mihail watched as Kunz's body dissolved completely, leaving no trace. He recalled Kunz's words about selling unbelievable things, grateful that he was so easily disposed of. As for Kun's belongings, Mihail prepared to access his inventory. He focused, and the word inventory appeared before him. The inventory screen shimmered with magical energy. Meanwhile, the Steel Guard guards traveled on horseback, staying in a town about a day's ride away. Knowing that it would be impossible to run all the way back in just one night, Mihail rummaged through the inventory. He considered that the Albrets might grow suspicious, but this would be a great alibi they wouldn't be able to get through. He found a magic sword and thought to himself that now he just had to leave the scene. Scrolls appeared in his hand. The scrolls granted him invisibility, stealth, and haste. He activated the clock-up ability. The room seemed to freeze as time slowed around him. Mihail smirked, confident in his plan. He vanished from the room. A letter, addressed to his father, began with a confession. Kunz admitted he had been contemplating his role for some time. He did not believe he possessed the ability to lead the Albrets. He continued, stating that if he were to gain responsibility for the family, their downfall would be inevitable. He believed his family would perish to its very roots. It was a conclusion he had reached after years of contemplation. He planned to leave, seeking a place where he could live not as Kunz Albret, but simply as Kunz. He asked his father not to look for him, as he would likely be unable to find him anyway. The letter was signed, "Sincerely, your pathetic son, Kunz." The carriage carrying Ezel and Qiang made its way through the countryside. A close-up revealed the ornate details of the carriage. Inside, Qiang's soft meow broke the silence as he nuzzled against Ezel, who sat lost in thought. He reflected on his recent victory, the revenge he had craved for so long. Yet, despite achieving his goal, Ezel felt a profound sense of unease. He thought he should be celebrating, but a feeling of disorientation washed over him. The satisfaction and joy he expected were followed by a wave of depression. He wondered if things would have been different had he planned things out more thoroughly and inflicted as much damage as had been done to him. No, he thought it had been the perfect moment. He wouldn't have gotten a chance like that for a while. He realized he had done enough regretful things in his past life. But even so, he couldn't control this feeling. He sighed, the weight of his actions heavy on his mind. Ezel's thoughts were interrupted as he noticed a ruin approaching. He wondered what was so important about Kunz. Ezel clutched his head, overwhelmed by a sudden wave of emotion. Qiang, startled by his outburst, jumped in fright. He recalled that the fall of his family had nothing to do with Kunz. Father's disappearance was the main reason. He remembered the tiger who once protected northern Avro. He thought of the wolves who were after the dying family. One of those wolves? The wolf loomed, a dark and menacing figure. He told himself to get himself together. He knew there was a long way left to go. Ezel steeled himself. He noticed that he had received 46 coins from Buy Seaweed, 37 coins from Let's Hit Fizz, and other transactions. Ezel observed that these metals and accessories were going for a lot. Now that Ezel had secured his income, he considered what remained to be done. Displayed before him was the information on the magic sword, detailing its multi-use capabilities: lightning bolt, strength, body shield, concentration, and haste. Meanwhile, Ezel noted that the exchange center seemed to have chosen a placeholder name, lacking creativity. He mused that they could have put a little more effort into it. A notification chimed. He received a message from Where Are You Going Lobster, inquiring about purchasing the magic sword for 500 coins. Ezel considered the offer, finding it acceptable. The magic within the sword would be quite useful for a knight, especially since it could be used multiple times. Ezel realized that if someone were to fight a knight with similar skills, the sword might be the deciding factor. His eyes glowed with determination. He wondered if he would be able to defeat him. Javis had said that Dirika was almost a special knight. Ezel felt confident that he was at the top of Tier 1 and could easily become a Tier 1 knight. He was the user of the Mystery Blade, wielding internal energy stronger than those trained for 60 years. Tier 2 mana surrounded his heart, and he had made crazy achievements for his age. Ezel considered his limitations. He knew he wasn't perfect, and facing a special tier knight in his current state would be too much. If the sword could be of some help, perhaps it would be better to keep it. He wondered if he should use it. He imagined a scenario where he was asked about the sword. He dismissed the idea, deciding it would only attract suspicion. It was better to just sell it. He prepared to sell the sword. As he was about to finalize the sale, a message appeared. Someone was willing to buy the magic sword for 500 coins. He paused. A magic sword would. He pondered the possibilities. The sword radiated power. Qiang tilted his head, curious. Qiang seemed to ask if he didn't want to know his full potential. The sword gleamed against the sky. The small cat seemed to vibrate with anticipation. Nearby, Ezel wondered if the metal tasted good. Ezel considered the cost of Qiang's metallic diet. 500 coins wasn't a small sum, but it paled in comparison to what he'd spent on Sari. He knew he had to take good care of Qiang to ensure those coins weren't wasted. The Emperor of Beasts categorized a Bulgasari's potential into 5 tiers. The lowest tier could only absorb certain metals and shape-shift into simple forms. Ezel was sure Qiang was higher than the mid-tier, considering all the metals he had consumed. He hoped he was the highest tier. Ezel's expression shifted, a spark of anticipation in his eyes. Qiang seemed pleased with himself, and Ezel wondered if he was already done eating. Ezel asked if he could use it. He wondered if he could or not. Qiang was confident, urging him to show him. Ezel told him to hold up, asking if he meant lightning bolts. Ezel warned that he couldn't blast the carriage away. Qiang, with a determined expression, unleashes a burst of energy. Ezel watches with anticipation as Qiang's power intensifies. The force of Qiang's energy manifests with a resounding boom. The energy takes the form of a shield. Ezel is surprised that the shield worked. Xiaqian realizes that Qiang is at least a high-tier Bulgasari. Qiang, encased in a shield, calls out to Ezel. Ezel asks if Qiang can transform into the blade he ate. It was said that Bulgarsaris could transform into the things they had eaten. Congratulations were in order. The Bulgarsari was being raised with endless potential. It was the highest tier. A tail twitched. Ezel wondered what was happening, as the tail continued to shake. The tail was now firmly attached to the sword. Ezel, seated in the carriage, was confused by the sight. The tail wagged back and forth. The cat-like Bulgarsari made a soft sound. Ezel praised the Bulgarsari for doing a great job. Ezel wondered if the transformation was due to it being the first time and asked if it wanted to try again. The tail wagged excitedly. Ezel reassured the Bulgarsari that it was all right to fail a second time. Another attempt was made. Ezel encouraged it to calm its nerves and try one more time. He urged it to try just one last time. The Bulgarsari attempted another transformation. Again, the transformation occurred. Ezel, still seated, watched the Bulgarsari's attempts. Ezel looked on with a surprised expression. It occurred to him that there had never been any Bulgarsaris like that one. He wondered if it would be considered a high or highest tier. Ezel and the cat-like Bulgarsari remained in the room. The cat-like Bulgarsari was now sleeping. Ezel reassured the Bulgarsari, calling it sorry and praising its efforts. He thought that just being able to absorb the magic spells was already exceptional. The cat-like Bulgarsari mumbled in its sleep. This situation was unprecedented, not recorded in the Seneca. He realized he was right. Ezel declared that Sari was the upper highest tier, meaning the best among the best. He encouraged the Bulgarsari not to feel down, proclaiming it number one. The Bulgarsari seemed to consider this. The Bulgarsari asked what was happening. Ezel continued to cheer on the Bulgarsari, telling it that it was the best. Ezel felt a sense of relief. He admitted he had been worried it would feel down. Ezel thought that out of all the expensive items in the inner secret storage, he gave up on everything and chose Sari. He considered that the Eye of Providence played a big role in it, but in the end, this was just a really big gamble without any guarantee that it would be good. The Bulgarsari was told that this was for the bigger picture. Even if it was not the highest tier, it did provide results that were similar to the highest tier. Ezel realized his second life was indeed different, and he felt good about it. Ezel noticed that his possessed coins were now in the 5 digits, and at this level, he would not be looked down on in System 1. He wondered if they should strike the iron while it was hot. The system notified Ezel that he had purchased 3 big recovery pills, 3 Taiching pills, and 3 human-looking snow ginseng, all of heavenly grade. The purchases registered with a chime. Elsewhere, a ruin advertised his heavenly grade elixirs for sale. A hand selected the upload button. Mijiao. Even though working such long hours was tough, they would be entering the capital soon. The men at the table recalled what they'd been told. If they worked harder now, it would be easier on them later. One of them guessed that it was so. One of the men wondered what young Master Ezel was doing, noting that he had gone into his room upon arrival and never came out after that. Another man guessed that Ezel was just a little nervous, since they would be reaching Theros tomorrow. He questioned if the young master being nervous was even possible. One of the men thought he might be right, observing that the young master's face looked pretty serious just now. Another man guessed that Ezel was still worried about the academy, even though he looked confident, but with the young master's abilities, he didn't think he had much to worry about. He stated that it was normal. One of the men stated that there was nothing to be worried about. One of the men seemed to be in thought. One of Ezel's subordinates recalls that he has been beaten up before in public. Ezel, surprised by the statement, asks what he means. The subordinate clarifies that Ezel has also been beaten up in private. He then accuses the other of looking at him with pity. The other subordinate states that he understands Ezel has been beaten up by the young master previously. When asked what he understands, he denies that the young master has beaten him up as well. He is accused of hesitating when replying, but dismisses it as overthinking. Meanwhile, the 2 subordinates sit in silence. The first subordinate wonders if Ezel is acting this way because of the academy. The other subordinate believes something else is on his mind. Ezel appears to be infuriated. He wonders why no one is buying his elixirs. Ezel admits he wondered if something like this might happen, since heavenly grade elixirs are expensive items that cost close to 2,000 coins. Even so, Ezel finds this situation totally unexpected, although it's way higher as compared to the 100 coin normal. Ezel wonders how there can be no one making any inquiries at all, and realizes something's off. He concludes that it's not just weird, but super duper weird. Ezel can't find any other place that's selling cheaper than him either. He notes that it's appearing on the hourly refresh list as well. He felt a strange energy emanating from somewhere. Meanwhile, a message urged customers to purchase the elixirs before they were gone, encouraging them to send in their inquiries. However, Negative reviews flooded in, warning others not to buy the elixirs, citing poor effects and wasted money. The reviews continued to pile up, calling the seller a scammer and advising potential buyers to avoid the elixirs. Elsewhere, a man lay unconscious on a bed. Ezel's frustration grew as he recalled hearing about groups of people who existed solely to mislead others through reviews. He didn't know who coined the term, but he knew these people were definitely part-timers. Ezel contemplated the situation. The situation was dire. The chapter begins with the title, "The Lord's Coins Aren't Decreasing?" Ezel sat cross-legged, seemingly studying a holographic display. He realized that he had been right all along. The Taisa Medicine Center and the Chonggang Medicine Center stood prominently. Nearby stood the Great Bear Medicine Center and the Chongjin Taoist Temple. The White Cloud Hall was also present. All of them were allied in System I's world. The 5 biggest players in the elixir world that represented the Murim world were ganging up against him. Ezel sat in contemplation. He wondered why they would do that, considering he hadn't just started selling elixirs recently. Ezel realized he had crossed the line. It seemed they hadn't felt the need to deal with a small fry like him previously, since they were big shots. But now, since that small fry was selling heavenly-grade elixirs, they wouldn't stand by idly anymore. Hands reach out, as if to grasp something, with the declaration that any potential competitors must be crushed in advance. The hands move closer together, seemingly closing in on their target. Elsewhere, someone sits cross-legged, visibly infuriated. He felt his veins were about to burst. His anger rising, he recalled using his special privileges to prepare everything, only for others to ruin it. His possessed coins were at minus 2,379. The man, eyes glowing with rage, declared that it was time to dance. Whatever they were planning, he would join in and pay them back twofold. He believed they had messed with the wrong person. In another location, someone questioned how there could be such a total nutjob and how he dared to report them. Taysan of the Medicine Center looked on with a shocked expression. Another man agreed, stating that this had become a whole lot more troublesome, as a rabid dog was onto them. Chonggang of the Medicine Center believed they shouldn't have left those comments on his store, as it was obvious they used part-timers to do it. Taysan told Chongjin, the horse-faced Taoist, not to push the blame onto him, as they all agreed unanimously on this. Chongjin retorted, asking if Taysan wasn't really confident that there wouldn't be anyone that would actually report something like that. The Great Bear Medicine Center agreed with the others, noting their confidence had been misplaced. White Cloud Hall concurred, but pointed out that their confidence was not based on reality. Another voice erupted, accusing someone of shifting the blame. Another member urged them to stop fighting amongst themselves, stating that nothing would be gained from it. The speaker declared that the channel master would summon them soon, and they should focus on how to deal with them instead. One of the members stated that there was no need to worry about dealing with small fries, and that he would take care of them. He cautioned the others to not say anything out of place. Another member retorted that he would show the others how System 1's world worked, especially to those who didn't understand it. The Chonggang Medicine Center, Taishan Medicine Center, the Great Bear Medicine Center, Chongjin Taoist Temple, and White Cloud Hall had all entered the chat room. The members expressed their annoyance at being summoned, questioning why a no-name merchant was wasting their time and expressing disbelief that they were all present. Ezel, sitting on his bed, was surrounded by a holographic interface. He was aware that he had called all 5 of them and wondered why they were so busy. Ezel asked who had called him a young man and wondered what they would say if he was much older than them. One of the members was outraged, demanding how Ezel dared to be so rude and declared that he was 67 years old. Ezel found it embarrassing that being old was the only thing the man was proud of and questioned what he had said, noting his arrogance for someone from a lower system. The other major players in the elixir world continued to express their displeasure with Ezel. They considered him a mere helper who lacked manners, an attitude they deemed unpleasant and expected from someone of a lower system. Ezel, observing the escalating tension, remarked on their intense reactions. He considered quitting the trading session, finding it increasingly upsetting. Silence descended upon the chat once more. The system indicated that several participants had been blocked from chatting due to their behavior. The eyes of the major players narrowed in anger. One of the players expressed surprise, wondering if the ability to silence others was a privilege of the channel master. The channel master, Myo AM, thanked everyone for their time and announced that he was calling the meeting to address Merchant Aruin's complaint. Myo AM stated the purpose of the meeting, to address Merchant Aruin's complaint. He awaited their explanations. The channel master reminded everyone that he had not gathered them for a quarrel and requested they avoid private conversations and abusive language. He warned that further violations would result in a loss of chat privileges. The channel master demanded confirmation that his instructions were understood. The system announced that the silence had been lifted and they could now chat again. Several players indicated that they understood. One suggested they proceed directly to the matter at hand. Other players agreed to proceed, citing their busy schedules. The channel master then asked if Myo AM had anything to say regarding the complaint. One of the players stated that Aruin was accusing them of using part-timers. The channel master expressed his frustration, stating that he was tired of hearing the same complaints. He gestured emphatically as he spoke. Meanwhile, Another voice chimed in, observing that people who try to become big in trading often make excuses when they fail. He wondered if the products were actually good enough to receive positive reviews. The channel master, now addressing someone called System 0, remarked that this world was different from the lower systems. The other voice added that in System 1, a merchant's products represented their credibility. The channel master continued to lecture. He stated that if one has time to complain, they should instead use that time to improve the quality of their products, adding that this is what a real businessman should do. An attachment labeled Transaction History, Arun, appeared. The channel master seemed surprised. The other voice pointed out that, as could be seen, he did not have any transaction history for heavenly great elixirs. The screen displayed the profiles of several individuals. Arun, sitting on his bed, realized that the negative remarks were coming from people who hadn't even bought anything. He wondered if this was the work of a part-timer. The channel master considered that this could be something Arun had fabricated for his own benefit. Another individual confirmed that the transaction history was, in fact, true. Seok-hyun considered the situation. He mused that the negative remarks could be the work of a part-timer. Another man questioned if there was evidence that they were the ones who asked them to do it. The man suggested that the channel master would likely confirm this for them. Meanwhile, the channel administrator stated that he couldn't reveal other merchants' information just because of complaint. The man asked why, explaining that he was just asking him to check which group they belonged to. The channel administrator stated that they couldn't do that because their customers' personal information was important to them. The man questioned how they could catch part-timers this way. He accused the administrator of not doing all he could. The channel administrator stated that there was nothing he could do about it, as he was just a channel administrator. The administrator added that being fair and just wasn't in his job scope. Meanwhile, the other men seemed to have found a solution. One of the men declared that he had it. Ezel sat alone, the screen in front of him shattered. It was said that channel masters colluded with alliance merchants before. He had believed the matter would have been resolved swiftly, especially since Myo AM initially appeared neutral. Meanwhile, a group of men stood before an individual with pointed ears, their expressions unreadable. Nearby, someone declared that the individual was in league with them. Ezel's gaze intensified, his eye glowing with an ominous red light. The sound of something cracking echoed. Within the dimly lit chamber, figures huddled around a table, their expressions obscured by shadow. The answer, it seemed, was lobbying. The room was filled with treasure. Alliance stores would provide a piece of their sincerity, and the CM would then repay them with convenience. Those who were successful scratch each other's backs. It's no different from the usual dimensional trading. He already knew that, but he was a fool for believing it could be different. CMO AM inquired if anyone else had anything to say. The responses came swiftly. Nope. None. I hope this meeting can end soon if we're done. Let's end the meeting then. I am Busikropka. He declared that they would then. He pressed, wanting to know if the implication was that he needed solid evidence and not just suspicions. The response was affirmative. He wondered what would happen if he had that evidence. The other party was surprised. The man questioned what System 0 was talking about, demanding to know what he meant and warning him against any tricks. Meanwhile, Ezel wondered if the man would maintain his stance after seeing the evidence he possessed. Ezel gestured towards a holographic attachment labeled 4person_exchange center report, excluding Spiral Ghost. Elsewhere, the man reacted with surprise. The man was shocked by the evidence. Ezel revealed that he had saved the exchange center report screen where the negative reviews were left. The man declared the evidence fabricated, noting that it appeared to belong to Taesan Medicine Center, Chonggang Medicine Center, the Great Bear Medicine Center, Chongjin Taoist Temple, and White Cloud Hall. He accused someone of daring to submit fabricated evidence. Ezel asked the CM what he thought. The CM was surprised and questioned where Ezel had obtained the report and if it was fabricated. The CM was in disbelief. The CM was shocked. Ezel wondered if the CM had been silenced. The CM denied that the evidence was fabricated, stating that it was impossible to fabricate a screen capture provided by the Exchange Center. The evidence was undeniable. The attachment file was real. The confirmation sent shockwaves through the room. The man with the goatee stated that he believed he had provided enough evidence to prove this was not just a suspicion of his. He continued, noting that it appeared the elixir stores had indeed hired part-timers. Someone shouted at the CM to do his job properly. The man demanded to know how much further this would go. The room was ordered to silence, specifically the Taesan Medicine Center. Another man demanded to know what they were trying to do. The Great Bear Medicine Center was also ordered to be silent. One man stammered, as the Chonggang Medicine Center and White Cloud Hall were ordered to be silent. He asked if they were just going to do whatever they wanted. The Chongjin Taoist Temple was also ordered to be silent. One man wondered why, as he hadn't said anything. Someone commented on how aggressive the CM was being. It was confirmed that it was forbidden for people to use part-timers in the Exchange Center. The question was posed. What sanctions would be invoked? For first-time offenders, there would be a 30-day no-trade sanction, and the same went for those who were accomplices. The man found that to be reasonable. The council members were informed that using part-timers would result in a 30-day trade sanction for first-time offenders. Ezel inquired if this was also up for negotiation. The CM stated that he was not interested in justice being served. He added that they were all traitors and it would befit them to settle this. Ezel told the VIPs to make their choice. The CM stated that he would prefer not trading, but would they like to come to a settlement with him and continue with their businesses? One of the traders thought that not being able to trade for 30 days was too long. The traders considered that they would suffer a tremendous loss in coins. One of them didn't like doing anything that would benefit the CM, but it would be better if they could come to a reasonable settlement with him. An assistant asked the CM to unmute them. The silence was lifted, and they were able to chat now. One of the traders stated that the CM had shown his true colors in the end, and he had been wondering why he did all this, so this was why. Another trader demanded a settlement fee. Then, Ezel stated that if they were unhappy, they could just stop trading. The CM scoffed, asking if they thought that scared him and if they thought he could only trade in dimensional trading. The Taisa Medicine Center was located on the highest peak in Mount Tay, but numerous martial artists still came to buy their elixirs. Just one more month, he thought, and he would simply... Ezel was told to do as he pleased then. The others asked if he was with them, stating that there was a reason they were the 5 great VIPs. The trader sneered, asking if they thought they would fall apart because of a mere trick he played on them. The holographic projections of the other traders indicated that they begged to differ. The other traders stated that they differed as well, thinking that was just the Taisa Medicine Center's thinking. The trader was shocked by their response. The trader admitted that this didn't mean he was going to pay the settlement fee for sure. The trader wondered how much they were thinking of. Ezel, with just the eye of providence, couldn't confirm how much they would lose if they couldn't trade. That meant he realized that if he asked for too much, they'd just choose to be sanctioned, but if he asked for too little, he'd become a pushover. They would then act like they were playing along while complaining, and behind their masks, they'd laugh at him and scream for joy on the inside. Ezel's anger flared at the thought of the trader's actions, declaring he would rather die than see them succeed. As he sat cross-legged on his bed, Ezel reminded them that he held quite the grudge against them. It wasn't just about his inability to sell his elixirs. His reputation had been damaged, branded as someone who sold low-grade items. Now that he thought about it again, he could feel his blood boiling. He decided he would just let them be punished. Otherwise, his anger could not be appeased. The traders, kneeling before him, questioned how he could change his tune so suddenly, begging to know what he wanted them to do. Each of these VIPs would earn a different amount every month. It would be foolish of him to state how much he wanted first. Ezel declared that he would settle with 3 of them. He then commanded that 2 of them would stop. The traders realized that one more person among the 4 of them would have to join him. Ezel stated that they should get this going. With a sinister smile, Ezel crossed his arms, ready to begin. The settlement fee auction was about to begin. The chapter opens with the title, "The Lord's Coins Aren't Decreasing?" The auction master declared that the auction's rules were simple. He explained that there would be unlimited bidding, and the lowest bidder would receive a no-trade card. The announcement caused an uproar among the attendees. One man exclaimed that the rules were ridiculous, while another demanded confirmation from a CM. The CM considered issuing a no-trade restriction to everyone present. He decided against it, not wanting to get himself into unnecessary trouble, resolving to stay still and observe. Others voiced that they had no issues with the rules, as the method of settlement depended on the discretion of the person who made the report. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. The auction master, having heard the comments, asked if they should begin, noting that everyone was busy. He then asked who wanted to start off the auction. Bids began to pour in, with offers of 1,000, 1,500, 2,000, and 3,000. The auction master sat cross-legged on his bed, observing the bids. The crowd was willing to do anything, even backstab each other, for the sake of profits. Ezel grinned, confident that the auction was off to a good start. He intended to keep the momentum going. Moments later, Ezel celebrated as the bids continued to rise. Meanwhile, the bids climbed. One attendee offered 8,500, while another quickly countered with 8,800. Another attendee raised the bid to 9,000. Ezel observed that the amount was increasing at a much slower pace, and it seemed the bidders were closing in on the amount they'd lose if they were given the no-trade restriction. Ezel was surprised when the bidding stopped. He wondered if this was the end of the auction. The auctioneer, agitated, demanded to know why the bidding had stopped. The auctioneer accused someone of raising the bid by only 10, calling them a thug and an ascetic. He warned that if this continued, they would all die. Another attendee pleaded for the auction to end already, questioning if the auctioneer was asking them to close down their business. The auctioneer retorted, questioning why they were being so ascetic, given that they were supposedly practicing asceticism. He continued, defining asceticism as a life free from avarice and a non-possessive mindset, traits he believed they should possess. The auctioneer exclaimed that there were no traders without greed and that the non-possessive mindset should be thrown to the dogs. Another attendee questioned the auctioneer's own motives, calling him a quack and reminding him that saving lives should be his top priority, given that he runs a medicine center. The attendee was shocked by the accusation. Alarms blared, signaling a critical situation. Elsewhere, someone remarked on the savagery of the language being used, finding it a fun sight. Meanwhile, another individual believed that if there were some falling outs within the cartel, then they had already succeeded, but that they were totally broken up. The auctioneer shouted that the price was at 10,000 and asked how the attendees liked that. He continued to shout, asking if they wanted everyone to die together. The auctioneer's outburst caused another attendee to question why they were playing along with it, suggesting they could feel free to give up if they were scared. Another attendee believed they had gone crazy, stating they were not going to do this anymore. It seemed a decision had been made, as someone considered that if this continued, they would suffer an even bigger loss and would just not trade for a month. The trader that would receive and no trade would be. The price was at $10,000. The auctioneer announced that the Taisen Medicine Center was bidding $12,000. The auctioneer gestured with his hand. The attendees looked on. The auction continued. Someone wondered what was happening and why they were suddenly doing this, realizing that they had thought it over carefully and this was what they should do. The man at the desk considered the situation. Losing a month's profit was bad enough, but the no-trade restriction would cost his store market share. He decided that the time and money needed to recover from that loss would be far greater. This was nothing. Meanwhile, Taisen wondered if this meant he would be getting the no-trade ban. Elsewhere, a voice declared that nothing had changed. Anyone wanting to continue trading should place a higher bid. The man who had been speaking smiled confidently. Below him, Taisen looked shocked. The shock turned to frustration as Taisen cursed under his breath. The confident man concluded that they had reached their conclusion. The auctioneer announced that both traders would be banned from entering all channels for 1 month. The auctioneer hoped that everyone would be more careful about their conduct in future trading, as they were receiving their punishment. Chonggang Medicine Center has been kicked out of the chat room. White Cloud Hall has been kicked out of the chat room. The confident man remarked that those who didn't need to be there were no longer around, and those who needed to pay up should do so. It was announced that someone had received 11,000 coins from the Great Bear Medicine Center and 12,000 coins from Taisen Medicine Center. The confident man told Ruin that he had made a big mistake and that he would remember his name. The confident man told him to do as he pleased, and that since he got something from him, he would give some advice. He advised that if he had time to do useless things like that, he should use it to improve the quality of his items instead. He wondered aloud who had said that, recalling the sentiment that a business should be run in such a way. Meanwhile, someone else seethed with anger. Taisen Medicine Center, Chongjin Taoist Temple, and the Great Bear Medicine Center had all left the chat room. Someone observed their hasty departure, noting they must be fuming on the inside, though they looked embarrassed. Then, Ezel sat before a screen. Elsewhere, a man asked for a moment to talk. The first man wondered if Ezel realized he had an illegitimate privilege that allowed him to increase his coins. Ezel looked shocked. He declared that it was impossible, stating he had already confirmed that before he reported. Just like how his max level, the Eye of Providence, wasn't able to see the channel master's information. Max level privilege, information asymmetry. The screen showed Aruin's user ID, nickname, race, address, transaction level, soul status, and coins possessed. It was noted that he was a man of fortune in System 0 and had a lot of coins, so why would he go against the elixir stores? It was explained that the channel master was not able to see through the information that Ezel edited via information asymmetry. If that was the case, this would be because he revealed the transaction report. Ezel knew he had to carefully guide the conversation, making sure to avoid any mention of the Eye of Providence. He wouldn't go that far, though. The executive reminded him that he had taken Ezel's side. The executive asked if Ezel was a monitoring executive. Ezel was confused. He realized it was useless to act like he wasn't one, as the executive had already figured it out. The executive stated that as a mere manager, he couldn't have taken much even if he wanted to, showing off a lot of coins. Ezel was still confused, as the executive asked if he knew what he was talking about. The executive asked if Ezel was going to report the incident to the higher-ups. Ezel wondered what kind of nonsense this was. Ezel considered the executive's words. Monitoring executive, mere manager, higher UPS, report. Ezel wondered what this could be. He could sense something. Ezel admitted that he had been caught, acknowledging that channel masters possess keen intuition. He grinned, his red eye gleaming with anticipation. The air crackled with the scent of an incredible opportunity. The question lingered. Were the Lord's coins decreasing? The phrase echoed in the air. A crisis is an opportunity. There seemed no better way to describe the current situation. He had won against System I's big elixir merchants. The CM had mistaken him for a monitoring agent. He thanked the CM for a moment. His max-level privileges felt like a gift from the gods. Among them were the Eye of Providence and information asymmetry. He hadn't known if these benefits would be confiscated. He worried about what would happen if he reported the CM and they found out about his privileges. The situation was just as it was because he was afraid of punishment. He possessed 29,631 coins. He still had this much left after he returned what he owed. If he converted this, he would have a huge sum of 30,000 gold. He realized he earned a year's worth of Steelguard's tax revenue within a day. He smiled. He mused over his recent gains. Perhaps, he considered there were other easy ways to earn money. He wondered if he should get started. Messages flooded in from various sources. The most prominent person, the best in the Southern Sea, the jolting twin kill, and the villain. He had uploaded a post stating his wish to purchase the inner cultivation technique, and a ton of messages came into his inbox. However, he found that there weren't any decent offers. He scoffed at the audacity of people trying to sell him trash. He wondered if he should have changed to his System 1 profile and uploaded the post. He thought these people seriously treat those in System 0 as pushovers. He decided this wouldn't do. He resolved to search for an inner cultivation technique. He thought it would be better for him to find it by himself. He limited the search to first-rate sellers and set the minimum to 10,000 coins. He wasn't trying to waste money because some easy money came in. The truth was, being stuck at his current level was frustrating Ezel. From a certain point onward, the amount of internal energy he could absorb was different from the past, and his martial arts didn't improve no matter what he did. This was Dantian saturation. The amount of internal energy that he possessed reached the limit that the 8-star, heavenly divine art could have. Although he could just achieve higher levels and grow his Dantian, the level of a first-rate secret martial arts manual was not something one could achieve easily by taking their own sweet time, training slowly but steadily to improve to reach the level that he wanted. This was the only method for people without dimensional trading. Being able to hasten the process was the charm of dimensional trading. Of course, that's assuming that you have a lot of money. He'd roughly narrowed it down, thinking he'd guess it's best to get a local to confirm these, right? He instructed Seokyun to see if these were good, thinking they were all probably good cultivation arts. He noted that their levels were quite high, too. These were good. He just needed to take out the demon arts. Ezel wondered why the extraction was necessary. Seokyun explained that it was due to the policy of the exchange center, which standardized internal energy. He added that the more malicious the energy, the more loss there would be in the refining process. While that was an important factor, Seokyun continued, the bigger problem would be that the path one could take would be reduced if they absorbed demon arts. He noted that the higher the level of demon arts, the harder it was to learn orthodox martial arts. It was the same principle as how it was harder to make polluted water clear again. Seokyun stated that dimensional trading was now very different. In the past, choices and opportunities were limited, but now they were in an era where people learned and absorbed all sorts of martial arts. This was why many people's point of view had changed quite a bit since. Seokyun wondered if there was really a need to learn demon arts when there was an obvious disadvantage. Naturally, the number of demon arts that were available decreased, which in turn affected the levels of demon arts available greatly. Ezel considered that if one wished to reach a higher level, they should go with pure martial arts that would increase their choices. Ezel decided he would pass on demon arts then. He noticed a lightning divine art, an 8-star unique martial art that would allow one to bring electricity from within. He thought he would pass on this too. It felt like it would be more fun to use lightning instead of aura. If a knight uses lightning, they'd be the center of attention all over the world. A magic sword knight might still be alright, and for an 8-star martial art to be on the same page as a 7-star martial art meant that it was a martial art with low growth limits. Displayed before him were the descriptions of 2 distinct martial arts, the Tai Manifestation Divine Art and the Jinyang Divine Art. The Jinyang Divine Art caught Ezel's attention. Seokyun presented a box, its contents glowing with an inner light. Ezel noticed something amiss, but Seokyun dismissed his concerns, suggesting that he would choose the other martial art if he were in Ezel's position. Seokyun stated that the Tai Manifestation Divine Art was the purest of the pure martial arts. Seokyun gestured, elaborating on the art's qualities. The purity of the Tai Manifestation Divine Art was, according to Seokyun, even greater than the heavenly divine art he possessed. Seokyun affirmed that in terms of purity, it surpassed what he had. Seokyun explained that while the heavenly divine art was known for its purity and rapid leveling, the Tai Manifestation Divine Art was still a treasure-grade martial art of the heavenly sword castle. Ezel considered the information, finding it logical. Ezel dismissed the Jinyang Divine Art, believing the Tai Divine Art to be superior, especially since the trader had offered the secret manual for free. Seokyun offered to prepare the secret manual for the Tai Manifestation Divine Art, ensuring he would retrieve it from the library. Ezel considered the secret manual for the Tai Manifestation Divine Art. Ezel concluded that the Tai Manifestation Divine Art would be the better choice. The Jinyang Divine Art was known for its extreme yang energy. Ezel considered that if he learned it, he realized his body wouldn't be able to absorb extreme yin energy even if he discovered it by chance. If both arts were the same price, the Tai Manifestation Divine Art would be better. But something felt wrong. He thought there was no way Seokyun would go to this extent for him. Ezel knew that if he set his mind on something, he'd do whatever it took to accomplish it. Seokyun affirmed that he knew Ezel better than anyone else. Ezel pressed him, saying if he didn't want his profits reduced in half, he should spill it. Ezel wondered why Seokyun was so desperately recommending the Tai Manifestation Divine Art to him. Seokyun stammered, unable to answer. Ezel questioned what Seokyun was scheming. Seokyun, visibly nervous, remained silent. The silence stretched, thick with unspoken tension. Seokyun's hands trembled as he knelt. He prostrated himself completely. Seokyun begged Ezel not to kill him, wondering what he was doing. Ezel asked if he had said he'd kill him. Seokyun began to wail. Ezel declared that he would not kill Seokyun, stating that it was in their contract. Meanwhile, Seokyun believed that death did not necessarily mean the end of breathing, lamenting that this was no way to live. Seokyun pleaded, promising to swear fealty from the bottom of his heart for life if he were helped just this once. Suddenly, Ezel's expression hardened as he thought about his martial arts. Ezel demanded that his heavenly divine art be returned to him. The world is one where people are obsessed with martial arts. High above, a figure stands on a rooftop, sword at their side. Mr. Choi sells dumplings, Mr. Kim begs for money, and excited children run away. Even an old man with a curved back knows martial arts. Their martial arts may not be strong, but they all know martial arts nonetheless. What would life be like for a man who suddenly becomes a novice in martial arts? The man in question appears nervous. Well, it's obvious. A small deer stands before a bear and a wolf. There's a limit to how long he can hide it from people. He realizes that if his wife finds out about this somehow, he'll be beaten to death by her. He's definitely in a tricky situation, but he considered the implications of using the extract, knowing it would cause a significant drop in level. He wondered why he should endure such a loss. That's why, Seokyun explained, he recommended the Tai Manifestation Divine Art, noting that its concept was similar to Heavenly Divine Art, and so were the endpoints. The man in the dark robes assured him that while he might suffer a bit of loss, he would be able to recover that loss quickly. Furthermore, Seokyun added, if he passed on the secret manual on top of that, he would be able to achieve a higher level as well. He knew Seokyun was right, but he thought he would look like an easy target if he accepted his offer right away. He couldn't just fall into his pace of things. He decided to continue digging. Seokyun asked if he thought he didn't know what he was thinking, stating that he had known him for way longer than he thought. The man in the dark robes observed that he was boiling on the inside, right? The old man was shocked. He realized that Seokyun was just waiting for that one moment that he let his guard down. The old man stuttered, wondering how he knew. He questioned how Seokyun knew what he was thinking. The old man stammered, claiming it was nothing and that he knew what would become of him if he tried anything funny. He thought that it might have been possible, but it looked like it was true. He insisted it was a misunderstanding. The old man's face contorted in disbelief as he heard Ezel's proposition. Ezel, however, seemed unsurprised by the reaction, having anticipated it all along. He thought to himself that he only offered the secret manual out of goodwill. The old man, attempting to regain composure, declared he would pretend he hadn't heard Ezel's words and thanked him profusely. Ezel pondered what he should do next. An idea struck him, and he resolved to act on it. The old man internally resolved that if Ezel was going to act like a traitor, he shouldn't appeal to his emotions but stick to the basics. The old man questioned what Ezel meant by his offer. Ezel countered that since an 8-star Heavenly Divine Art cost around 5,000 to 6,000 coins, he should at least match that price. Ezel stated that if the old man wanted to get back his internal energy cultivation method, he should come back with a proposal that would entice him, adding that he would give him one. The old man exclaimed, asking if Ezel was giving him one day. Ezel looked forward to what the old man had said about swearing fealty to him from the bottom of his heart. The scene shifted to a view of Marquis Albrecht's territory. Inside a lavish room, two figures stood discussing something. One of the figures pondered why Kunz had run away from home. Marquis Dorian considered that it might be presumptuous to say, but they did not know for sure. The Marquis recognized the handwriting on the document as belonging to his son. Marquis Dorian examined the document closely. Meanwhile, back in Albrecht's territory, Albrecht insisted that they could not believe everything just because it was his handwriting. Albrecht was asked if he was suggesting that the young master might have been threatened. Albrecht agreed. Marquis Dorian believed his son was too ambitious and greedy to abandon everything and run away, especially since he was not that capable. Albrecht clarified that was not what he meant, adding that if he ran away from home, there should have been traces. However, no one saw him leave, nor did anyone prepare to accompany him on his trip that day. Albrecht considered that he was either kidnapped or someone was helping him out. Marquis Dorian realized it could be revenge, too. Marquis Dorian pondered the possibilities. Albrecht realized something. 5 days prior, back in Acadio, an unknown figure knelt before Marquis Dorian. Suddenly, the Marquis's rage erupted, shattering a nearby vase. He demanded to know what they were thinking, questioning why they had to mess with the steel guards of all people, and if they couldn't have dealt with the situation in a more dignified manner. The kneeling figure apologized. The Marquis questioned the use of investing money into the Night Order. Each time they improved their reputation, someone brought it down. The Marquis's outburst continued, sending objects flying. The kneeling figure remained in place, seemingly unfazed by the Marquis's anger. The Marquis calmed slightly, sighing heavily. The Marquis was told that the youngest of the Steel Guard family was unexpectedly strong and totally different from what they had heard. It was revealed that he was indeed someone from the bloodline of Lazgan. Mihail, kneeling, appeared concerned. The Marquis realized that the Heart of Steel, Navarro, was guarding him. The Marquis Dorian, visibly agitated, insisted that if they hadn't intervened, the young master's heart would have stopped. Behind him, an advisor agreed, acknowledging that the young master was alive and well thanks to their actions. In any case, Dorian found it strange that the Steel Guards had gone to Acadio. He continued, suggesting that even if the Steel Guards harbored motives and hurt Kunz. The advisor responded that it was still too far-fetched to say it was due to revenge, but it was too coincidental. Ezel recalled the chilling eyes he had seen previously. He realized that those eyes might not have been directed towards the soldiers who insulted the steel guards. Moreover, the young master disappeared when the steel guards left. The advisor stated that he was sure that they're somehow related to it. The Marquis Dorian declared that it was reason enough for them to look into it. Ezel thought that something about them bothered Dorian. Dorian instructed them to look into it, stating that they needed to do everything for the sake of finding his son. He warned them to be very careful about this. The advisor, kneeling, stated that they were up against the steel guards and that he would put his life on the line. The Marquis Dorian looked on determined. Under the light of the crescent moon, the city slept. The quiet was deceptive, however, as unseen dangers lurked within the city's walls. Elsewhere, a man gasped for breath, his eyes wide with terror. Driven by desperation, he sprinted through the streets, muttering that it was all crazy. He realized there was no turning back, and no matter what he did, he was going to die. His heart pounded in his chest as he continued to flee. He steeled himself, knowing this was the only way to go. The man ran through the streets. The situation was crazy. Chapter 45. The Lord's coins aren't decreasing. He tried to stifle his amusement, reminding himself that he shouldn't be laughing. He continued to smirk, unable to contain his glee. He wondered how he was supposed to hold back after seeing such a treasure. The soul-obliterating heavenly sword secret manual. The manual contained techniques known throughout the System 5 Miram world, a super high-grade martial art with the principles of the Supreme Peak realm. Mastering it would be no exaggeration to call oneself the ultimate swordsman, for it was the martial art that made the heavenly sword castle what it was today. He realized that to obtain this sword technique, everyone in the System 5 Miram world knew about it. He could barely contain his excitement. Meanwhile, Siakian exclaimed that he had risked his life to get this out. Ezel thought that it was pretty good and indeed worth 5,000 coins. Siakian insisted that it was worth way more than that, an item that couldn't be bought anywhere. He agreed, stating that they wouldn't be selling such a valuable item in the first place. Meanwhile, the man in the dark robe was praised for his loyalty and performance. He responded that nothing was better than having a pushover at his beck and call. He was informed that the heavenly divine art had already been extracted, and the Xiantian sword technique's secret manual would be delivered to him as soon as it arrived, hopefully by the following night. He instructed them to contact him when it was done. Arun logged out. It seemed Arun had been quite desperate and had done something crazy. The man in the dark robe mused that it was on a totally different level compared to the incident with the cultivation technique of chaos. He announced that he was done with the preparations. The system displayed a purchase history for the Xiantian sword technique, 7 stars, the Chuanjin sect's forgotten secret technique. The system also displayed a body purification energy operation, absorbing energy from the outside to get rid of built-up impure energy from within. He also received an achievement. The achievement, King of Gold 2, was for using a total of 75,000 coins in System 1, rewarding him with 5,000 coins. He remarked that things had been going so well after the settlement fee auction incident. He realized that the Xiantian sword technique, 7 stars, was one level above the heavenly divine art, 8 stars. If he trusted his privileges and put everything into it, he might become sick like last time. Although it might take a long time, he decided he would have to go with partial absorption. Having partially absorbed the Xiantian sword technique, Ezel realized that without the inner cultivation technique, the internal energy of the Dantian would become useless. He would have to rely on the mana of his heart for the time being, deciding to keep a low profile for a few days. Meanwhile, Mikhail inquired if something was the matter. Mikhail announced that they were about to arrive at their destination. The destination was Theros. The Night Order would soon find accommodations and rest, as he would be going to the academy with Sir Davis. Mikhail confirmed that he understood, and Ezel suggested they finish things up. The kingdom's Night Academy. It had been 15 years. The academy that Layskin's Steel Guard graduated from was impressive. Mikhail asked if it was the first time seeing this place, and the other person confirmed it was. He had always wanted to visit this place, but the destination of his missions were always different. He was finally getting to visit this place, thanks to Ezel. Comparing this with the Empire Academy, it wasn't as good he guessed. Mihail observed the academy grounds with a smile. He thought that the scale of things was different here. Ezel watched Mihail, who was clearly impressed. Mihail continued, thinking there had to be a reason why this place was able to turn Navarro, which wasn't a strong country, into a strong night country. He believed that, in terms of symbolism, this place held much more meaning compared to the Empire Academy. Ezel chuckled, remarking that Mihail was indeed a spy with his smooth talking. Mihail wondered where the admissions office was. The academy loomed large. Meanwhile, inside a lavish office, a man stretched languidly. Ezel and Mihail stood before the office door, confirming that this was indeed the admissions office. The man inside requested their recommendation letter. He examined the letter with interest. He recognized the pattern on the seal. The man declared it an honor. He stated that he would even serve them as their masters, as expected of the blood of the Steel Guard family, adding that he knew they were from the Steel Guard family as soon as he saw them. Mihail noted that the man hadn't even glanced at them earlier. The admissions officer, seemingly impressed, wondered if Ezel had gained any new achievements recently. Elsewhere, A figure lamented that even after achieving the heroic rank, he was still looked upon as lesser, always compared to his grandfather, who achieved the mythical rank. He thought that he should have at least achieved the legendary rank, as that was what people would say. Meanwhile, Ezel thought to himself that he and his siblings were way worse, not even at the awakened rank, much less the heroic rank. The admissions officer apologized, stating that he may have been disrespectful. He clarified that Ezel's admissions had been processed using his recommendation letter. Ezel, overhearing the conversation, wondered if the test was to be held at a sparring ground, and why it was happening now, as the admissions test ended months ago. The admissions officer explained that, from what he knew, Steel Guards had special admission, and this was to decide which class they would go into. Ezel questioned if special admissions weren't a type of special privilege. The admissions officer countered that it was more like simplifying procedures, and that it was impossible for a Steel Guard to fail the admissions test. He added that there weren't any exceptions to the assignment of classes, and asked what the test was about. Ezel looked on, curious about the nature of the test. It was revealed that the first test was to leave palm prints on the stone wall at the back. Instructor Zirkel stood, ready to oversee the test. The admissions officer explained that the test was not about physical strength, but about mana control. He clarified that the goal was to push the stone, not hit it. The admissions officer added that failing to push the stone adequately would result in the lowest score. Ezel wondered aloud how much force was needed to achieve the highest score. Meanwhile, Raphael observed Ezel, noting that children from reputable families would normally be annoyed by casual speech, but Ezel and his brother were different. Raphael mused that interesting fellows had arrived. The admissions officer stated that there was no limit to how much they should push, as they needed to see how far each student could go. Ezel acknowledged the instructions, resolving to give it a try. Ezel realized he didn't know what this test was for in his previous life. It was explained that the depth of the imprint determined mana output, and the clarity of the shape determined how well one controlled mana. It was noted that the existing palm prints were all failing grades and not useful for reference. Someone had already made a good imprint, and Ezel wondered who it was. It was revealed that the rascal who made the good imprint was one of the students who had been admitted. The admissions officer asked Ezel why he was staring and told him to do it quickly. Ezel replied that he would. Raphael wondered if Ezel was nervous, but thought this should be a piece of cake for him. Ezel placed his hand firmly against the stone wall, preparing to test his mana control. He took a deep breath, focusing his energy. Meanwhile, Raphael observed Ezel from a distance, flanked by another student. Raphael's gaze remained fixed on Ezel, his expression unreadable. Ezel's focus intensified as he channeled his mana. A surge of energy emanated from Ezel as he pressed his palm against the wall. The energy crackled and surged around him. Far below, two figures stood before a wall, one examining it closely. One of the observers wondered aloud if the person responsible was truly a Steel Guard. The handprint on the wall was neither deep nor shallow. The observer questioned how the two of them could have performed so poorly. One of the figures below wondered if the handprint was a full mark. The observer noted that it was only 5 out of 10 points. Another figure looked on, confused. Two figures sparred with wooden swords. One of the observers thought that the swordsmanship was pretty normal and wondered if that was all he could do. The observer concluded that the Steel Guard family's future did not look bright. The sparring match continued. The observer declared that the display was sufficient. The assessment continued, noting that both mana utilization and sword technique were normal. The assessor stated that Ezel was only in the middle grade class. The Steel Guard estate stood tall and imposing. The two figures walked along the grounds, discussing the middle grade class assessment. One wondered if this was a setback to the plan mentioned previously, noting that Ezel was supposed to graduate within 2 years, which was earlier than usual. The other figure confirmed that the Empire had reported him as 6-7th grade, and that he needed to match up to the report first. He thought it was amazing, and that he would be too frustrated to do something like that. He wondered how long Ezel would be hiding his abilities. He resolved to wait until he was sure that the Empire was ready. The figure stood, cloaked in shadow. The figure's expression was one of surprise. It was clear that he was not just making things up, and that the young master's potential was definitely on par with Laskin. The Steel Guards might once again become the ones to stand in the way of the Empire. A knight rode on horseback, carrying the flag of the Empire. Ezel walked alongside the admissions officer. The admissions officer asked if he saw doubt in Ezel's face, but Ezel denied it. The admissions officer stated that for the next 2 years, Ezel would need to work without rest. Elsewhere, an unknown figure considered the direction of the Empire and the constant reports on the Steel Guard family situation. They planned to disguise themselves as Yulav to gain footholds near the Steel Guards. The figure hoped that if things went well, they would be free from their solitude in 2 years. Ezel stated that he was just feeling nervous, unlike his usual self, and asked the admissions officer to leave him be. The admissions officer said it was great and that he would be looking forward to Ezel's work. The admissions officer handed Ezel a bag of money, asking if he wasn't coming along with them, and reminding him that the admission ceremony was the day after tomorrow. Ezel thought to himself that he couldn't just be fooling around, and that he needed to graduate in half the time that people usually take. The admissions officer told Ezel that it wasn't like they wouldn't be seeing each other ever again, and that he should just go and enjoy himself thoroughly. Ezel accepted the bag of money, thanking the admissions officer for it. The admissions officer hoped that Ezel would stay healthy and achieve great things. Ezel stood on the steps, looking down. Ezel realized he had done everything that could be done at this point in time. He knew he needed to prepare for his family's downfall, which he believed would occur in 2 years. The Theros Knight Academy stood tall. The start of training life began again, and he wondered if he should give it his all. Ezel walked along the grounds. His boots clicked against the stone path. The next day, after the admissions ceremony, the school semester started. The academy's curriculum, also known as the Hell's Race, had begun. Arun asked if he knew that the first lesson would be sparring against each other. Dmitry Toleberman was the son of the Viscount Toleberman family. One student explained that it was per the name internal hierarchy battle, and the other confirmed he knew about it. Dmitry thought to himself that he had done it so many times in his previous life that he was sick of it. It was explained that this hierarchy battle was a creative concept that only Theros Academy had, and every single student had the right to watch every battle that took place. It was not possible to refuse to spar. The students discussed that they could only spar up to 3 times, but if they won twice, their ranking would be swapped with the other person. Dmitry Toleberman thought that no matter how hard he tried to recall, he couldn't remember a single detail about him. He had no thoughts of getting along or being bothered about him, though. Most of the new people here came into the academy without knowing. The student beside Ezel continued to complain, lamenting that his roommate never stopped talking. He cursed under his breath, realizing he had been assigned the wrong roommate. Growing increasingly irritated, the student wondered why the form teacher wasn't present and demanded someone silence the loudmouth. Suddenly, a voice boomed, declaring the room was too noisy. Ezel noticed the arrival of the form teacher. The form teacher commanded everyone to return to their seats. The students quickly scrambled to obey. The teacher stood tall, surveying the room. He announced that he would be their form teacher from then on. The teacher stated that they would learn about who he was and the kind of person he was as time went on. His expression was stern as he spoke. He explained that there would be a full tournament where everyone in the class would participate and that sparring opponents would be selected at random. He warned them not to bother trying to do reconnaissance, and that if they lost in the first round, they were guaranteed to be one of the low ranks. The teacher asked if they understood, and the students responded with a resounding, "Yes, sir." He ordered them to gather at the sparring grounds. A student is struck down by a wooden sword. The defeated student falls to the ground. Holland raises his wooden sword in victory as the crowd cheers. The form teacher watches with his arms crossed. Another student wishes Arun the best of luck. Franz observes that Arun's evaluation places him in the middle rank of the middle grade class, but his sword techniques are high rank. It is thought that if Arun's mana utilization was of a higher rank, he could easily become one of the high ranks. On the other hand, it is also thought that he is nothing more and nothing less than a middle rank. The form teacher thinks that for someone who's from a family of a hero to be in the middle rank of a middle grade class is disappointing. It looks like some pathetic plays will be seen here. The admissions officer observed the sparring match, realizing his initial assessment had been correct. The sound of clashing wooden swords echoed through the training hall. While the student managed to block some attacks, he couldn't launch any counters. The force of the blows reverberated through the training hall. The admissions officer considered the student's performance, disappointed that the middle grade class was at this level. The admissions officer thought the student was just too weak. The student was clumsy and couldn't catch the timing of the attacks, causing him to panic. The admissions officer realized it wasn't easy for him to act as if he was at the student's level, but he needed to win in a natural way. The student, frustrated by the officer's persistence, exclaimed in annoyance. The student, determined to block the next attack, braced himself. The admissions officer grinned, realizing he had found his opening. The sparring match continued. The sounds of clashing would filling the air. The admissions officer expressed disbelief that his opponent had dodged his attack. With a burst of speed, Mihail evaded the blow. The admissions officer noted that his attack had landed cleanly, impressed by Mihail's skill. Mihail grunted in pain, having taken a hit despite his efforts to dodge. Mihail, now on the ground, realized the attack was too strong, even though the admissions officer claimed not to have used any mana. The admissions officer cursed under his breath, vowing to make Mihail pay. He considered the situation, realizing that a 6th grade student was threatening a 1st grade student. He decided to aim for the middle rank to avoid further complications. The admissions officer resolved to win up to the 2nd round and then give up in the 3rd. He considered who his next opponent would be, Verendarius versus Dmitry Toleberman. The admissions officer pondered his next move. The admissions officer is struck by the blow. The sparring match continues, with Mihail landing another blow. Suddenly, a voice booms out, declaring Varen the victor and ordering a stop to the match. A sinister smile spreads across the face of the man who called out. Varen continues his assault, striking the admissions officer with his wooden sword. The admissions officer cries out in pain as he is struck repeatedly. The force of the blows sends the admissions officer staggering. The man who stopped the match approaches the downed admissions officer, accompanied by Mihail. He demands to know if his words are a joke. The man glares down at the admissions officer. The admissions officer apologizes, claiming he didn't hear because he was too excited. The man warns him that he will only warn him once, to which the admissions officer replies that he will bear that in mind. The man orders the admissions officer to go to the infirmary and rest. The man stares intently. The form teacher stood with his arms crossed, observing the students. Meanwhile, another student attempted to defuse the tension, telling the other to chill and that there was no need to be so tense. The student responded that he would end him quickly. The form teacher overheard and thought to himself that the bastard got scared. The student who was threatened looked away. The form teacher continued to observe the students. The student who made the threat was reminded of the past. He thought about the version of himself in the past who was angry at his own incompetence. The student thought that it wouldn't exactly be for his roommate, and that he guessed it was payback for dragging up memories that he wished to forget. He was ready to take a beating today. The match was announced. Aruin Steelguard versus Varen Darius. Aruin launched himself forward, his movements swift and precise. The momentum carried him into a powerful downward strike. Meanwhile, Varen grinned, anticipating the attack. The force of Aruin's blow connected, eliciting a pained cry from Varen. Varen, clearly annoyed, exclaimed that Aruin's small swings were irritating him. Aruin continued his relentless assault. Varen, now visibly frustrated, struggled to defend himself. Aruin's relentless attacks drew a sharp retort from Varen, who insulted his fighting style. Aruin simply thanked him for the compliment. Varen, growing increasingly agitated, vowed to see how long Aruin's tricks would last. The intensity of the battle escalated. Aruin pressed his advantage, continuing to strike at Varen. The clash of their weapons echoed through the arena. The audience watched with bated breath, their expressions a mixture of shock and anticipation. Varen's face contorted in a mask of fury and desperation. Varen coughed, collapsing to his knees. The young man, still kneeling, questioned if Aruin was aware of his identity, vowing to meet again in a week. Nearby, an observer wondered if he had misjudged the fight, questioning how the middle-ranked Aruin could defeat the high-ranked Varen. The observer continued, admitting he could understand if Varen was motivated to win due to the intensity of the sparring match, but Aruin had practically toyed with him. It was declared that Aruin had won. Varen, refusing to accept defeat, insisted he could still fight. Enraged, Varen accused Aruin of fighting improperly and using shallow tricks. Varen demanded another spar from the instructor. The instructor, surprised, reminded him that they were in the midst of a tournament and that he couldn't fight the same person consecutively, needing to wait at least a week for another spar. Varen cursed under his breath. Aruin was addressed, and Varen questioned how he dared drop him to his knees. Varen identified himself as the third son of Count Darius. He demanded that Aruin remember his name. The instructor laughed at Varen's outburst. Varen, further enraged, questioned if the instructor was laughing at his family. The admissions officer chuckled, waving his hands dismissively. He assured everyone that he wouldn't dream of mocking a Count's family. The student found it amusing that someone like Darius would dare to threaten a steel guard. The surrounding students gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. They whispered amongst themselves, acknowledging the legendary Heart of Steel. Even though both families held the title of Count, the students knew the Steel Guards were in a completely different league. The student questioned why he hadn't revealed his Steel Guard lineage sooner. A voice boomed, questioning if anyone had asked. The Steel Guard stood tall, a wooden practice sword resting on his shoulder. The morning sun filtered through the window as Ezel's thoughts drifted back to his earlier defeat. It seemed his loss had motivated him more than anyone realized. He had dismissed Ezel as merely a talkative and unimpressive student, not someone to be remembered. He now realized that Ezel was far better than he had been in his past life. He recalled crying for 3 nights after becoming a low-ranking student. He decided he should get going soon, remembering how young he was back then. He told Sari to eat and stay there quietly, forbidding her from eating other things. He promised to be back soon to play with her. Kyuang responded with a happy cry. The first thing scheduled for an academy trainee was to climb the Rocky Mountain. Because it was very tall and had steep slopes, it was called the Hell's Race. Ezel moved with incredible speed. The speed allowed him to ascend the mountain with ease. He wondered if the mountain was truly this easy. If he used a myriad changing stride, he mused, he probably wouldn't even break a sweat. He resolved to try it later. Suddenly, Ezel stopped, a look of surprise on his face. Below, someone else was also ascending the mountain. Ezel wondered if that was the guy he fought in round 1. Meanwhile, Aruin seemed to have forgotten someone's name. He remembered that Aruin was waiting for him. Ezel was asked why he was being sought. Aruin stated that he thought Ezel needed to come with him for a minute because his friend, Dimitri, was looking for him. Ezel corrected him, stating that Dimitri was not his friend, just a roommate. Aruin seemed confused. Aruin explained that, in any case, Dimitri had fallen off the rock slide, and he thought Ezel needed to come quickly. He added that if an accident happened, they should have called for the instructor instead. Aruin insisted that he had already gone to call for them, but Dimitri was looking for Ezel. Ezel was told that Dimitri claimed he would gain some strength if he saw Ezel's face. Ezel was confused. Ezel thought to himself that Dmitri needed to do a better job at setting up a trap if he wanted to do it, and that he was seriously embarrassed on Dmitri's behalf. Ezel felt like things would get more troublesome if he didn't entertain Dmitri. Ezel mused that he would have to stop his morning training. Meanwhile, another man demanded to know what he had said. Someone smugly stated that he knew the other would fall for it, prompting a furious response. Elsewhere, a man lay prone on the ground, a foot pressing down on him. The man on the ground groaned in pain. The man standing over him asked how it felt to see his friend beaten up. The other man sneered. He claimed he was merely curious and stated he would ask one thing. The two men stood over the fallen figure. One of the men angrily asked if he was serious, stating that he became a low rank because of him. He continued, asking if he knew what made him angrier, that he was beaten with petty tricks and gave up in the next round. The other man asked if taking revenge for a friend was good enough. The man being beaten declares that the other is not his friend. He demands that the taunting stop, reminding him that his actions yesterday were driven by feeling bad. The taunting man dismisses this with a whatever. He observes that they seem confident, having gathered 5 people, including himself. The man being beaten is surprised that the taunting man knows something. The taunting man says it would be strange if he didn't know. He tells the man being beaten that he ought to breathe properly. The taunting man asks if he went to a lot of trouble and if he can handle what's coming next after messing around with him. The taunting man asks if he thought he'd be scared if he mentioned their families. The taunting man reveals that he heard it all from his older brother, who knows his second brother. The taunting man heard that he's just a rascal that the Steel Guard has given up on. The man being beaten realizes that is right. He thinks to himself that his second brother doesn't know what he looks like because he's at the academy. The taunting man says that he doesn't consider someone like him as his younger brother and that he can beat him up or not, do whatever he wants. The taunting man says that something like that wouldn't even turn any heads within their family. It becomes clear that he's definitely capable of doing even worse. The man being beaten says that after he went on an outburst yesterday, he thought he had some huge guts. He denies that he went on an outburst. The taunting man says that he's scouted the spot that he'll be lying down on. He declares that he's the one who's going to be lying down, bastard, and asks what they are doing and to get him. The men descended upon Ezel, their intentions clear. Meanwhile, a man in a white shirt and red tie took a breath. His eyes narrowed. The man from before was struck in the face. The force of the blow sent him staggering. The attackers continued their assault. The man who had been breathing deeply looked shocked. He watched the scene unfold below him, realizing the gravity of the situation. I guess. The man who was attacked was now surrounded. The man from before taunted. You'll be lying in a coffin, huh? The man smirked. He raised his fist, ready to strike. The fist connected with its target. The man's expression was unreadable. Aruin's sudden attack was stopped with a single hand. The attacker realized that Ezel had stopped an attack infused with all of his mana. The force of the impact radiated outwards. Ezel screamed in pain. The man in the white shirt remarked that it appeared Ezel had gathered the maximum amount of mana he could. He found it disappointing. Ezel continued to scream. Aruin declared that this was how one used mana. Aruin unleashed a blast of mana. The force of the blast sent Ezel flying. Ezel crashed to the ground. Dmitri looked on in shock. Aruin glanced back at Dmitri. Dmitri stammered, calling out Aruin's name in disbelief. Aruin asked if Dmitri could see anything. Aruin smiled sinisterly. After the lesson he gave on the Rocky Mountain, Ezel found that his life in the middle grade class became a lot easier. Following behind him, other students walked down the hallway. If there was a problem, it would be that the academy's standard did not match up with his current abilities. Ezel wondered if he should have gone to the high-grade class. He realized it would still be too low for him anyway. He needed to get out of this place as soon as possible in order to get his internal energy back. Body purification was complete. Absorption was complete, Tai manifestation divine art. Ezel smiled, a red glint in his eye. Perfect timing. The capital city of Navarro, Theros, shone brightly under the moonlight. As with any large city, both light and darkness existed side by side. Within that darkness, a figure sought something specific. Standing on a rooftop, the figure considered his options. If the academy guaranteed his freedom, he would have to get his hands on that person. Suddenly, he sensed something. Below, a group of figures made their way through the streets. One of them announced that he was here. One of the figures noted that he had seen him a few times that day and could recognize him by his back. Another figure agreed, recognizing the build and way of walking. He was sure it was Instructor Zirkle. Zirkle continued to walk through the city. Elsewhere, Ezel prepared himself, equipping a human skin mask and a voice-changing pill. Ezel, disguised, observed Zirkle from a distance. He wondered how long he would have to do this for. He knew, however, that there were no other ways available. Ezel, disguised, sensed a sudden, sharp killing intent directed at him. Nearby, figures moved through the city streets, cloaked and seemingly unaware of the danger. The disguised Ezel's expression hardened as he focused on the source of the killing intent. Elsewhere in the city, ordinary citizens went about their lives, oblivious to the events unfolding around them. The city bustled with activity as people gathered in small groups, their conversations unheard. The disguised Ezel was shocked that the killing intent disappeared so quickly. He wondered who had been targeting him, certain that he had been stared at. A sense of unease washed over him, and he knew he had to leave immediately. He quickly fled the area, moving with purpose. He remained on high alert, wary of any further attacks. He stopped abruptly, sensing something was amiss. Ahead, a figure in dark clothing blocked his path. The disguised Ezel wondered what was happening. The figure remained silent, their intentions unclear. The figure in dark clothing stood silently as Ezel, disguised as Kieran, considered the situation. He mused that it was indeed possible for an academy instructor, who should be a role model, to fall into debauchery. Elsewhere, a man considered the implications of a knight's love for a bar girl. He believed it would cause quite a ruckus if people in the capital were to find out. He then demanded to know who Ezel was. The cloaked figure responded that he did not believe they were in a situation where an introduction was needed. Ezel, still in disguise, sensed no other presences in the vicinity. He needed to find out how much the cloaked figure knew and why he had approached him. The man narrowed his eyes. He resolved to find out. He declared his intent to capture Ezel first. The man launched himself at Ezel. The attack was swift and powerful. The man realized that Ezel was not an average opponent. The man knew that if the fight dragged on and he made a mistake, it could become dangerous for him. He decided that if that was the case, then he would end the fight quickly. Ezel throws a punch, his fist crackling with blue energy. The force of the blow sends the hooded figure flying backwards through the air. The sound of cracking bones echoes as the figure is struck. Ezel watches his opponent, his expression grim. A surge of power emanates from Ezel. The hooded figure remains standing, unfazed by the attack. The figure remarks that the punch was quite heavy, estimating Ezel to be a second-level fighter close to the first level. Ezel is shocked to hear this. The hooded figure stands in the distance. Ezel realizes that his opponent is an aura user who can cover his upper body in aura. Ezel realizes that the hooded figure is at least first level. The hooded figure states that Ezel is not an average person and asks what business he has with him. Ezel is taken aback, wondering how much the figure knows, especially regarding Sylvia. He thinks it can't be. The hooded figure assures Ezel that he won't be humiliated and should relax. The hooded figure claims he is there to protect Ezel's secret. Nearby, the sound of the recent explosion caused some to wonder what had happened. One man speculated that something had exploded in the alley. He suggested that they change locations first. With a gesture, he urged the other to follow. Following the hooded figure, they arrived at tavern. Inside, the hooded figure sat across from Mihail. Mihail affirmed that they were not in the kind of relationship he believed they were. He added that life was typically filled with unexpected matters, and he thought Mihail's life was pretty crazy. The hooded figure stated that he was doing things for his first love's daughter that was not related to him by blood. He was doing things that Sylvia did not wish for right now. He paid for a few hours per week and hoped that she could feel at ease when she was with him. Mihail remarked that the hooded figure must have used quite a lot of gold and would probably continue to use a ton of it. He asked why he didn't just pay for her freedom. The hooded figure responded that it was impossible with his salary, as they were requesting 10,000 gold. Mihail asked if he had just beaten up the owner of that place. He suggested that if he exercised his influence as a knight, that'd be a piece of cake. The hooded figure was asked if he knew about Black Snake. Mihail explained that they were a large organization that controlled the underworld of Theros. The hooded figure stated that he knew about them, as well as the fact that the city security squad couldn't mess with them either. He added that the place that Sylvia was working at was under their jurisdiction. The hooded figure realized that there was nothing he could do. He was quite surprised, since it was quite different from what he knew. Mihail thought he had fallen into debauchery and ruined his life, but he was just someone who was filled with pure love to the extent that it was tear-jerking. The hooded figure considered his options. He had initially planned to threaten his target, but he realized that such tactics would be ineffective. He knew that dealing with this individual required a different approach. Therefore, he reasoned that offering favors would be a far more effective strategy. Elsewhere, Mihail gasped, realizing he might be able to assist with the situation. An offer was made, a deal. The hooded figure proposed a deal, his expression suggesting a mixture of confidence and anticipation. The title proclaims, "The Lord's coins aren't decreasing?" The instructor was asked what needed to be done. The man inquired if he knew a ruined steel guard. He confirmed that he was the instructor in charge of a ruin, and was told that he needed to look after him. The instructor seemed surprised by the request. He questioned if this was Master Levadin's order. The man denied that it was someone who would do this. He asked if the instructor was with the third young master, stating that whoever sent him, there was no use in doing this. The instructor explained that the evaluation of trainees was done by other instructors as well, and even if he manipulated the results for his class, it wouldn't make much of a difference overall. The man stated that he thought the instructor misunderstood what he was saying, clarifying that he wasn't asking him to manipulate Arun's results, but just to make sure he could. The instructor dismissed this as nonsense, asking if he thought he was the only one who did this. It was revealed that all the powerful families were always bribing instructors. The instructor was not a person who manipulated results. The man stated that he needed to be clear. The hooded figure declared that he did not care about Arun's results, clarifying that he was merely requesting that Arun be allowed to go where he wanted while he was at the academy. Meanwhile, Seokyun listened intently. The hooded figure continued, suggesting that if Arun had freedom, Sylvia could have her freedom as well. Seokyun stammered, questioning how he intended to do that, realizing that the man was going to make her an escapee. He knew that the black snakes were persistent. Seokyun realized that Sylvia did not have the power to escape from them. Heartstone stated that was not it, and that she did not have to leave Theros. Seokyun considered that he could not manipulate results, though. Heartstone questioned how. Seokyun asked Heartstone to wait a minute, as he was thinking. Seokyun gasped. Heartstone gasped as well. Seokyun realized that he recognized the voice. Seokyun was in disbelief. Seokyun was shocked. Ezel's name was called out in surprise. The academy instructor's hand gripped his sword. The instructor called out, telling him to wait. The instructor realized that Ezel was an aura user and wondered how this was possible. Ezel responded that he usually learns things faster than others. The instructor thought that if a first-year student was barely able to make aura, they would already be a genius recorded in history. The instructor was shocked at Ezel's abilities. The instructor realized that Ezel was not a second-level, but a first-level aura user at the age of 16. Ezel asked why the instructor would need him to manipulate his results. Ezel stated that he needed one thing, to be able to skip classes but without breaking any rules. The instructor responded that if that was it, he could definitely do it from his end. The instructor wondered why Ezel hid his abilities and how he knew about Sylvia. The instructor was surprised. A voice warned that too much curiosity would lead to nightmares. The warning hung in the air. The man in the cloak dismissed the warning, stating that it was not what was important at the moment. He urged someone to think over the situation properly. The man offered to make a deal. Inside a grand hall, a hooded figure stood before a seated man, surrounded by others. The hooded figure questioned if the man wanted to take Sylvia away with him. The seated man listened intently. The hooded figure affirmed that he would leave right away. Elsewhere, the seated man wondered if Sylvia knew the hooded figure. Sylvia gasped. The hooded figure, revealing himself to be Heartstone, told Sylvia that Zirkle had sent him and that he would get her out of this place. The woman confirmed that Pilaf was one of her regular customers. The man agreed that it was a strange name. The hooded figure admitted he had just made up the name at random, clarifying that it was Yella, not Pilaf. Elsewhere, Ezel sat quietly. Ezel was told to bring 10,000 gold, and if he did, he could take her away. Ezel questioned the amount. The hooded figure stated that it was exactly 10,000 gold. Ezel realized that there were people who could bring that amount of gold. The hooded figure declared that he would take her away now. Then, Ezel told him to wait a minute. Ezel asked how he could just leave like that, and insisted he should hear him out until the end. The hooded figure asked what the problem was, stating that he was a businessman and didn't do anything that put him at a loss, and that the price was just what he said to send nobodies away. Ezel stated that they should some things up there. Ezel wondered how much the ace of his business, Sylvia, could earn them in a year. He thought that for a normal business owner, it would be around 8,000 gold, but for him, he was able to get at least 12,000 gold out of her. Ezel considered if it would make sense to sell Sylvia for the amount he could earn from her in a year. Heartstone questioned what Ezel wanted. Ezel remarked that Sylvia could still be used for another 10 years. Sylvia overheard that even though her popularity would drop as she aged, she could still be sold off as a mistress to some rich man in the countryside. Ezel stated that he could at least sell her for 20,000 gold, but that she was worth around 140,000 gold. He declared that he was being generous and would round it down to 130,000 for Heartstone. Heartstone pointed out that Ezel was already selling below cost. Ezel asked if Heartstone had 130,000 gold, reminding him that he had been acting rich a moment ago. Heartstone stated that if Ezel didn't have the money, he should get lost. Heartstone looked down. Heartstone said that he would be generous to Ezel too, and would give him one more chance. Ezel was surprised. Heartstone offered Ezel a coin to get this over with. Heartstone asked if Ezel wanted to fight him. The man sighed, clearly burdened by the situation. He told someone to do their best. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure remarked that things were proceeding as expected, given the nature of those who operated in the shadows. Though he didn't consider himself a good person, the man resolved to teach them a lesson. Pilaf asked what the cloaked man intended to do, noting that their opponents were from the Red Snake. Sylvia was told to stay right behind him. The cloaked man stood firm, protecting Sylvia. Meanwhile, the man ordered someone to get rid of him. The order was carried out, resulting in a violent attack. Sylvia looked on in shock. The man lay defeated, bloodied on the floor. A figure stated that the man should have ended things with 10,000 gold. The figure wondered why the man would incur wrath upon himself. The figure held up several gold coins. The attacker prepared to strike. The coin struck Mihail. The force of the impact sent him flying. Mihail crashed into a nearby table. Gasping, the attacker called Mihail a crazy bastard. He cast a spell, invoking the flames of purgatory upon his enemy. The spell manifested as a dark energy, and he shouted, "Inferno!" Meanwhile, the cloaked figure prepared to strike. The figure struck. Mihail, struggling to move his hand, wondered what was happening. The cloaked figure stood over Mihail, a bloody knife in hand. The cloaked figure asked if Mihail had tried to rhyme black magic with being in the dark, and Mihail asked what he was talking about. The cloaked figure stated that if Mihail didn't know what rhyming was, it was time for a beating. The cloaked figure continued his assault. The cloaked figure remarked that Mihail was making things troublesome for others. Mihail gasped, realizing he had underestimated his opponent. Staggering to his feet, Mihail offered to pay double what he was paid if the cloaked figure would reveal who hired him. Seok-hyun, observing the scene from a distance, wondered what was happening. The knight refused the offer, countering with a promise to triple the original payment. Seok-hyun seemed surprised that Mihail was offering 3 times the money. Mihail confidently stated that he had tons of money, reminding the cloaked figure of his capabilities. Mihail upped the offer, promising to pay 4 times the original amount if the cloaked figure revealed who was behind the attack. Seok-hyun pondered what he should do. The cloaked figure offered Mihail a recommendation to work within their organization, but Mihail rejected the offer. Seok-hyun mused that 4 times 0 gold was still 0 gold, lamenting the waste. Seok-hyun wondered if he should have taken up a request. Mihail questioned if Seok-hyun was there because of someone's request. The cloaked figure reiterated that he was there to take Sylvia away. Ezel looked up at him, concern etched on his face. The cloaked figure explained that his actions were due to something. The reason remained unspoken. The cloaked figure stated that someone should have taken the opportunity when it was presented to them. The cloaked figure held out a small, glowing object. Ezel, realizing something, demanded that the cloaked figure wait a minute. The cloaked figure stood over a fallen figure in a grand room. The cloaked figure turned to face Sylvia, who looked at him with shock. Sylvia gasped. The cloaked figure told Sylvia that he made her see him do something cruel, and that something in her snapped as she listened to him talk. Sylvia, in disbelief, asked who he was. Sylvia questioned how he had defeated them all by himself, looking at the bodies on the floor. The cloaked figure responded that he was someone that Zirkle sent. The cloaked figure finished by saying that he was the person who had set her free. The city was quiet under the moonlight. Gold coins rained down. The innkeeper, intimidated, was told to rent the entire top floor and to ensure he was the one who brought food. He was warned not to come near the top floor unless summoned. The innkeeper, eyes gleaming with greed, vowed to keep even rats away from the top floor. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure assured the blond man that he would be in the room opposite his, encouraging him to rest at ease. The blond man thanked him. The cloaked figure told the blond man to have a good rest. The cloaked figure thought to himself that he had erased all traces with bone-melting acid and got out without anyone seeing him. He believed they should be safe for the night. The man with the beard stated that he would. Meanwhile, Ezel lay asleep. The high-level technique of shooting the gold coins by infusing it with internal energy and using myriad changing stride to carry Sylvia there was being performed. He realized one thing after using his abilities without hiding them: the requirement to mastering the Tai Manifestation Divine Art. The Heavenly Divine Art and the Tai Manifestation Divine Art were of the same origin. However, he had missed a fundamental principle that was in the Heavenly Divine Art, but not in the Tai Manifestation Divine Art: the intersection of both martial arts that would connect the scattered link. He knew he had to understand the origin of the Heavenly Divine Art and the Tai Manifestation Divine Art. The next morning, Ezel sat in meditation. Finally, Seok-hyun managed to connect the 2 martial arts. He was pleased with his progress. He purified his body with the body purification. The Tai Manifestation Divine Art, that's its 7 stars, had planted the seed. The fruit had been born. Seok-hyun was surrounded by blue aura. It was said that humanity's only transcendent rank, the founding emperor, Feiwer Tangdrides, achieved it at the age of 17 years and 89 days. A ruined steel guard achieved it at 16 years and 225 days. The record of immortality had been updated. The description of the lightning sword detailed that the hilt was made from a tree struck by lightning, and the blade from refined black iron. It was further explained that because the sword was imbued with lightning, it released electricity. One could increase the power of the lightning by infusing internal energy into it. Ezel considered the sword, finding it quite good, but not too overpowering. He wondered if others would consider it a magic sword. The purchase record showed that Ezel had acquired the lightning sword, black iron shards, the supreme ruler dominating stride's secret manual, and an appearance-changing technique. Ezel considered that the black iron shards would be Sari's food. He also noted that the supreme ruler dominating stride would be a high-level mobility technique for those who had awakened. He admitted to buying the face-changing technique on impulse. The technique allowed the user to use internal energy to make even the most minute changes to the muscles and bones on their face to obtain the face they wanted. Ezel reasoned that he needed the face-changing technique because human face masks were quite troublesome, trying hard to justify his purchase. He then wondered if he should test it out. Meanwhile, in a sunlit room, a maid was making a bed. The maid appeared to be deep in thought. The maid approached the door, knocking gently. The door opened, and Mihail confirmed her presence. Suddenly, Karen's eyes widened in shock. Mihail stood behind her, seemingly unaware of her reaction. Karen screamed as she pushed Mihail back into the room. The door slammed shut. Mihail winced, complaining about his aching feet. He explained that this was his original appearance, revealing he had used transformation magic the previous day to avoid being discovered. Karen apologized, admitting she had mistaken him for someone from Red Snake. Mihail questioned why she looked so tired and asked if she hadn't slept. She responded that she hadn't slept at all, feeling too uneasy. Mihail suggested she should have come to his room, reminding her that she had told him not to go anywhere near her. Karen handed Mihail a bucket. She insisted that he couldn't go around in his current state. Karen stand with a man, seemingly surprised by something. Elsewhere, Mihail seems to be thinking about something. Meanwhile, Arun stands with Karen, his hand on her shoulder. Arun apologizes, stating he believes he came to the right place. Karen smiles, telling him that it is her. Mihail appears shocked. He recalls Karen saying that she dyed and cut her hair, and that he feels somewhat unfamiliar with her. Arun notes that Karen's pendant is a magic item. Karen thinks that with the pendant, they can avoid being tracked down by the black snakes. Mihail wonders where she got the pendant. It becomes clear that Arun's face is also different. Mihail seems surprised. Mihail is confused. A sudden force strikes the admissions officer, sending him flying. A woman screams in terror. Mihail coos at Kyuang. The cat seems to enjoy Mihail's attention. Meanwhile, Karen apologizes, noting that her clothes are torn. Mihail realizes that Kyuang is still able to recognize Karen despite her altered appearance, wondering if it is due to the cat's instincts. Mihail introduces Karen as sorry to someone off-panel, clarifying that Arun is Sylvia. Karen greets Kyuang. Kyuang seems to be assessing Karen's relationship with Ezel, deciding that they seem to be on friendly terms. Kyuang purrs. The woman from panel 2 thinks that this is the best thing she has seen all day. Mihail hands Kyuang to Karen. Karen holds Kyuang. Mihail asks about what he asked for. On record, the admissions officer noted that the student had gone into isolated training. Isolated training was a measure for geniuses to reach higher heights by giving them space. Mihail thought that was good, quite an appropriate excuse. The admissions officer stated that it would be 15 days at most. Mihail thought that was too short. The admissions officer explained that was all that was allowed for a middle grade class, but based on school rules, they could actually have up to 3 isolated trainings. Mihail realized he had no choice then, and would need to think of some other methods. Mihail stated that now that everything was over, they should do the settlement. The admissions officer asked him to repeat that. Mihail opened a drawer. Elsewhere, Sylvia petted Kyuang. A bag of coins was revealed. Sylvia was surprised. Mihail explained that it was her compensation for being exploited so far, and that when he was taking care of them, he emptied their safe as well. Sylvia thought that was too much. The admissions officer offered Sylvia the bag. Sylvia stated that she couldn't accept that. Mihail told her to just think of it as payment for the information she got on Black. Mihail stared at the bag of coins, a sense of unease washing over him. It didn't feel right to take it all. He wondered if resolving the restriction was supposed to be so easy, as he had felt it would last forever. The restriction was resolved in a single day. Mihail vowed to pay back the favor, no matter what it took. He would pay back the favor, no matter how he had to do it. Meanwhile, Sia-kyun suggested that they continue working well together, or whatever methods he had to use. Sia-kyun inquired what Karen was going to do now, and if she had anything in mind. Karen responded that it wasn't yet time, as everything had happened so quickly. Sia-kyun considered her words. Mihail, standing nearby, was taken aback by Sia-kyun's offer. Sia-kyun stated that he would hire Mihail officially and asked him to work with him. Sia-kyun smiled, awaiting Mihail's response. Sia-kyun gestured with his hand. The chapter opens, titled, "The Lord's Coins Aren't Decreasing." Hape was the problem, apparently not paying his taxes. One of Black Snake's subordinates admitted to understanding the situation to a certain extent. After Kamazan was dealt with, Hape took over as boss. The subordinate added that Hape had been taking quite a lot from him. Black Snake realized it wasn't Hape who looted the safe. Black Snake's subordinate noted that he was acting all serious again, stating that Hape obviously gathered everything he had before disappearing. Titan questioned if it looked like Hape opened the safe with a key. Another voice confirmed that he definitely cut it open forcefully. The subordinate realized that meant Hape's subordinates joined him and looted the safe together. Black Snake wondered if there was someone among Hape's subordinates who was able to cut an iron plate so cleanly. The subordinate didn't think so. Black Snake realized the only way to cut it like that was with aura, and no other explanations made any sense. Someone questioned if it was aura. Black Snake wondered why an aura user would help Hape. The subordinate stated he didn't know. The subordinate was sure something happened there, commenting on how clean the place was. The subordinate walked through the room. The subordinate continued to investigate. One of Black Snake's subordinates expressed surprise, noting that someone unknown had entered the room. Black Snake questioned what he meant. Black Snake held up a gold coin, his expression grim. He wondered how many aura users could kill people using gold coins. Furthermore, the intruder had acted so secretly that no one knew about it. Meanwhile, back at the academy, Ezel's grandfather questioned who was responsible for the intrusion, but dismissed the individual's identity as unimportant. He declared that what truly mattered was that the intruder dared to interfere with them. Ezel stood, surrounded by glowing aura. He realized that to expand his dantian, he needed to use a lot of heavenly-grade elixir unsparingly. He knew that if it was for the enlightenment of the 100 years of internal energy he'd gathered in his dantian and the Tai manifestation divine art, then he would do it. Ezel sat in a meditative pose, surrounded by the glowing aura. He wondered if this was all he could do for now. Ezel, having reached a certain point in his training, pauses to catch his breath. He decides that he has done enough for now. He reflects on his ambition, realizing he was too eager to reach the third flower bloom so quickly. Now having reached the level he desired, he decides to rest for a while. The building is quite reasonably priced, considering its location in the capital. The young master reflects on the value of his purchase. He believes it was worth the money he spent. Ezel realizes that Sylvia is more capable than he initially thought, based on his observations over the past few days. He acknowledges that if he entrusted her with a task and gave her full authority, she would handle everything efficiently. Sylvia also knows how to read and write, and is familiar with the etiquette of nobility. Ezel guesses that she comes from a fallen noble family, but decides not to approach her about it directly. If his guess is correct, it might be a painful memory for her. The young master reflects on his own past experiences. He concludes that there's no need for him to be involved with everything. Ezel realized he only had 10 days left until his isolated training concluded. He knew he mustn't waste a single day. The screen displayed information about a medium-grade mana stone, noting that the average transaction was 25 coins, but its frequency was rare. Ezel seemed surprised by the information. Even though he knew they were pushing for the high price policy, he hadn't expected it to go beyond 20 coins. It seemed to him that the seller had better acumen than he had thought. The time was right, and the price was very good. He thought that pulling up his fishing rod was approaching. The screen advertised a medium-grade mana stone for 20 coins, calling the seller's return an icon of a win-win situation that all consumers wanted. It was limited to 500 mana stones. The screen showed the seller's button. The price was finally dropping to 20 coins, as one man pointed out that 25 coins didn't make sense. The men discussed that if Dharma Ravine wasn't able to sell their stocks, they'd inevitably reduce the price, but another man pointed out that this wasn't Dharma Ravine. The men noticed that the trader who went up against the Dharma Ravine was back. Someone realized that there was a limited quantity and that they must get one. A fort pierces a piece of cake topped with fruit. Meanwhile, in a grand hall, a flurry of notifications indicates the rapid sale of medium-grade mana stones. Nearby, Aruan mused that it was a good time to sell. Suddenly, a message from Heartstone appeared, asking if he wanted to talk. He thought that he should respond quickly. Elsewhere, Raphael erupted in fury, demanding to know what tricks were being attempted. Aruan responded to Heartstone, saying it was nice to meet him too. Heartstone inquired about Aruan's business, and Aruan explained that he was able to sell something he bought for 4 coins for 20 coins. Raphael was shocked, wondering if Aruan was the one who bought all that time. Aruan smiled, thinking about the trade. Raphael's anger intensified. Raphael roared in anger. Aruan, seated calmly, stated that he was not there to fight and held no animosity. Aruan thought he would get lost after earning just 10,000 coins. Raphael listened intently. Accusations flew as someone pointed out that they had been slandered on a selling post, further warning that such actions could be reported. The target of the accusation, seemingly unconcerned, told the complainer to wait right there, as he would lodge an official complaint. He admitted to going a little overboard with the selling post. A smirk played on his lips. Regarding the Mana Stone transaction restrictions, he had asked his junior among the administrators of System Zero to take care of it, ensuring comfortable trading in System Zero from now on. An elf expressed his gratitude, stating he owed a debt. The man waved off the thanks, saying there was no need for such formality between them, and that he would feel sad if they spoke like that. The elf acknowledged that there was a saying that one should receive as one gives. He agreed, stating he was someone who was very clear when it came down to things like this. The elf thanked him again, promising to be in his care from now on. Heartstone wished him all the best, wondering what he would say to him later on. Just then his device rang. He wondered if the complaint had already been lodged. The message was from Jade Golden Dragon, Jo Jiamwi, asking to talk for a moment and proposing something regarding part-timers. He wondered if the big shots had sent this guy. Activating the Eye of Providence, he prepared to respond. The Eye of Providence glowed brightly. The Eye of Providence focused on a figure. What was with this person? He was a real big shot. The report detailed Jo Gumwi, also known as the Jade Golden Dragon, a human from the 5th Murim world. He was the grandson and only blood relative of the owner of the Myriad Gold Merchant Association, Gold King Jo Gyunum. The title Golden Dragon was bestowed upon him due to his capabilities and wealth, while Jade was attributed to his handsome features. This was why Murim called him the Jade Golden Dragon. The report continued, stating that he was powerful enough to be a menace to active martial masters, but he concealed his true abilities to avenge his parents. Ezel seemed to consider the implications of this information. Another message arrived from the Jade Golden Dragon, Jo Gumwi, stating that he was sending another message even though it might be rude, as the matter was time-sensitive. He guaranteed that Ezel would benefit from it. Ezel wondered why he was so persistent. According to the report, The Jade Golden Dragon seemed to have everything. Ezel seemed to be getting annoyed. Ezel realized it had been 4 hours since he received the message. Since he had made the Jade Golden Dragon wait long enough, he decided it was time to do some poking. Ezel requested a chat with the Jade Golden Dragon, Jo Gumwi. Ezel reads the Jade Golden Dragon's message, inquiring about the matter at hand. The dragon then apologizes for disturbing him. The Jade Golden Dragon's prompt reply suggests he is in a hurry. Meanwhile, the Jade Golden Dragon explains that he had been busy and could only read Ezel's message just now, assuring him that it's all right. Ezel suggests they discuss business and asks what the dragon heard about part-timers. The Jade Golden Dragon admits that he only showed how urgent he was because of his impatience. The dragon reveals that the leader Young Shingu of the Taisen Medicine Center claimed he was humiliated. Ezel remarks that the dragon must know the Taisen Medicine Center very well, deducing that Young Shingu pulled him into this because he couldn't handle it alone. The Jade Golden Dragon claims he just happened to hear about it and asks what Ezel needs, dismissing the previous topic as unimportant. The dragon states that he heard Ezel possesses 10 report purchase tickets. Ezel is observed, and it's thought that his words do carry weight. Ezel realizes that if he plays along, he won't make any losses anyway. Ezel wonders if he should spice things up a little. The Jade Golden Dragon is surprised that it's really true. Ezel considered his options, knowing there was always a way to find out more. He reminded himself that he had 10 report purchase tickets. The Jade Golden Dragon expressed his gratitude, but admitted he couldn't use them now. The Jade Golden Dragon thanked Ezel for taking time out of his busy schedule. The young master admitted that he didn't have all 10 tickets, but he still had some left. Ezel pressed him, asking how many tickets he possessed. The Jade Golden Dragon revealed that he had used 5 to go after the part-timers. He confirmed that he had 5 tickets remaining. The young master questioned the Jade Golden Dragon's trustworthiness. The Jade Golden Dragon laughed maniacally. He declared that the opportunity to take his revenge was finally at hand. He thought of those evil bastards who deserved to be fried in hot oil, stating that even the heavens had abandoned them. Ezel wondered if he was really the same person, feeling like a blood demon had just dropped by. He questioned if he was imagining things. The young master was shocked. The Jade Golden Dragon apologized for getting too excited. Ezel responded that it was all right, and that he had met all sorts of traitors. The Jade Golden Dragon stated that he had people that he couldn't live alongside under the same sky, referring to the enemies that killed both his parents. The Jade Golden Dragon declared that he had lived his entire life waiting to take his revenge. Ezel realized that the Jade Golden Dragon was finally seeing some rays of light and wanted to report purchasing tickets. The Jade Golden Dragon confirmed that he had people he suspected. Ezel understood the Jade Golden Dragon's situation, but he was not able to share the report purchasing tickets with him. The Jade Golden Dragon stated that it was all right and that Ezel just needed to share the details with him. Ezel considered the situation. Based on his soul status, Ezel was currently giving up all 50,000 coins he had. It seemed he was definitely from a pretty powerful family. Jo Gumwi's grandfather, Jo Gyunum, was incredibly powerful. The narrator had never heard of him in his previous life either. Seeing as how his name didn't appear when searching among traders, the Gold King didn't seem to be doing dimensional trading. He had taken revenge personally. Emotions that couldn't be expressed surged within him. Jade Golden Dragon, Jo Gumwi. Ezel's eyes glowed red. He wondered if the value of revenge was worth a mere 50,000 coins to the Jade Golden Dragon. Ezel realized that the life the Jade Golden Dragon had lived up until now for revenge had been all a lie. The man with long hair appeared shocked by something. Another man, seemingly in response, expressed his extreme excitement. He declared how long he had waited for this day, as Ezel watched, pleased with the reaction. If he gave him another push, he thought, then... Ezel smirked, his eyes glowing with a red light. Ezel turned away from the window. He told the person on the other end of the line that they would talk later, explaining that something urgent had come up and that he would see them soon. The person on the other end seemed surprised that he was hanging up so suddenly. Ezel sensed multiple suspicious presences gathering. The scene shifted to a large building at night. Someone asked if they were sure this was the place. A figure responded that it was all right. The camera panned up to show a group of soldiers. The squad was ordered to enter. Soldiers advanced through the halls. The group continued their march, weapons drawn. The lead soldier signaled for the others to halt. He approached a door, hand outstretched. He reached for the handle. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted. The energy crackled and spread. The soldier cried out in pain. The force of the energy threw him back. The other soldiers reacted in shock and alarm. One of the soldiers questioned what had just happened. Ezel, now glowing with power, struck down the remaining soldiers. Energy crackled around Ezel as he stood ready for what was to come. The soldiers realized that Ezel had anticipated their ambush. Driven by desperation, the soldiers charged forward, swords raised. A sinister smile crept across Ezel's face as his power surged. The soldiers lunged, their swords aimed at Ezel, but he moved with impossible speed. Ezel's eyes glowed with intense energy as he prepared to strike. He struck one of the soldiers, sending him flying backwards. The soldier gasped in pain from the blow. Energy crackled around the room. Another soldier screamed as Ezel's power overwhelmed him. The soldier's face was contorted in agony as he collapsed. Ezel questioned the downed soldier, asking if someone was after him and promising to let him go if he answered. Ezel's hair fell over his face as he looked down at the soldier. A man with blue hair appeared, questioning if Ezel was referring to him. The estate was quiet, but the silence was broken by the arrival of more soldiers. One of the soldiers confirmed that things were not looking good, as he believed their comrades had been defeated. He wondered if their enemy knew they were coming. Another soldier admitted he didn't know, but he knew their opponent was someone who could use aura. He added that there was no point in dispersing their troops now. A commanding officer declared that in that case, all hands should be on deck. The soldiers agreed that they would kill him in one go. The soldiers advanced, swords drawn. The sound of footsteps echoed through the halls. A large group of soldiers moved through the estate. One of the soldiers commented on the eerie silence and ordered everyone to be on their toes, as they didn't know where he would ambush them from. The captain noticed something and called out. It seemed like a lot of people had come, but the blue-haired man was more flustered since they were coming head-on. One of the soldiers demanded to know who he was. The blue-haired man wondered what they wanted, and mused that if anyone heard them, they might think he was the intruder. The man recalled that the others called him Hape Hyungnim. One of the soldiers demanded to know if Hape was the boss of Black Snake. The other soldiers questioned what they were doing and ordered for him to be captured. The soldiers rushed forward. The blue-haired man gripped his sword, declaring that he would slowly introduce himself later. A large man swung a massive blade down towards the blue-haired man. The blue-haired man deflected the blow with his sword. Another soldier moved in to attack. The blue-haired man thought it was a waste for him to be in the underworld as he fought off the soldiers. He slashed at the incoming soldier. The blue-haired man continued to fight. He struck down another soldier. The large man prepared to strike again. The large man was struck, a look of shock on his face. The soldier who had questioned Hape cursed, realizing that the subordinates he brought were the top elites, and that he had even brought their vanguard specialist, Titan. A man, holding a small device, wished he didn't have to use it, but knew it was all or nothing. Elsewhere, a soldier realized it was a signal. The man with the device shouted for everyone to dodge and survive on their own. Suddenly, the blue-haired man felt a surge of power. He stood in the center of a swirling, glowing circle. The blue-haired man drew his sword. He unleashed an ice blast. The ice blast manifested as massive, sharp pillars. The pillars of ice towered over the surrounding area. The blue-haired man looked on with determination. The ice crystal shattered. A soldier yelled for everyone to take cover, warning that it was going to explode. The ice crystals continued to explode outwards. The explosion of ice engulfed the surrounding buildings. The aftermath of the ice blast left the building encased in a thick layer of frost. Nearby, two figures observed the destruction. One commented on the power of the magic, while the other noted the scroll used was worth a fortune. One of the men remarked that it was genocide magic, typically used on battlefields. Elsewhere, the other man expressed his frustration, noting that he had only recently purchased the mansion. He doubted anyone could survive such an attack. From within the icy ruins, a voice declared that they would be charged for the repairs. The blue-haired man stood amidst the ice, seemingly unharmed. The man who had purchased the mansion was shocked, wondering how anyone could have survived the full force of the attack. The blue-haired man mused that his superior, first-rate body-shielding chi had protected him from the magic. He admitted that he was a little disappointed that he couldn't offset the coldness. Turning away, he cursed under his breath. He angrily demanded to know if they understood how much effort he put into taking care of himself. He continued to shout, demanding to know if they were going to take responsibility if his hair got damaged. The blue-haired man was surrounded by crackling energy. The man with blue hair was indeed furious, but not for the reason his companion assumed. He was angry because of something else entirely. The energy crackled around the building, a testament to the raw power being unleashed. An injured man coughed, blood staining his lips. The force of the recent attack had left several men injured and struggling to stand. Elsewhere, Mihail exhaled slowly, recovering from the blast. He realized that if he had been any more excited, he would have destroyed the entire house. Mihail walked through the damaged building. He mused that this problem was related to his hair after all. Meanwhile, one of the injured men realized the numbers weren't adding up. The man realized he had missed a few when he was avoiding the ice blast. Mihail continued to walk through the building. He realized that of all directions, they went there. Mihail moved quickly. He slid across the floor, sword in hand. Mihail's eyes narrowed. Mihail's eyes widened as he took in the scene before him. The bodies of the knights lay scattered across the floor, their mission a failure. He observed the wounds, realizing that the knights had been stabbed in their abdomens. It was clear that a sword had not been used. Mihail wondered who could have been responsible for such a brutal attack. He continued down the corridor, his footsteps echoing in the silence. The knight gripped his sword tightly, the blade crackling with energy. The sound of hooves echoed through the corridor. Mihail's eyes widened as he realized who it could be. A large, crimson unicorn stood before him. Mihail called out in disbelief, "Sorry." Sorry, in her horse form, told him that he could shapeshift now and that he looked cool. Mihail asks if Sorry took care of all of them. Pilafnim's voice echoes. Meanwhile, Pilafnim wonders what is happening, but more importantly, he thinks of Sari. Pilafnim asks if Mihail didn't know that Sari is a shapeshifter, questioning why he would have an ordinary sable travel with him. Pilafnim explains that Sari has the ability to change into different shapes, and that he will see this happen more often in the future, so he should get used to it. Sari realizes that she felt different. Pilafnim asks what is the matter, mentioning that he heard a lot of noises just now. Pilafnim wonders about the suspicious-looking people. Sari reveals that they are from Black Snake, but assures Pilafnim that she has already taken care of them. Pilafnim is glad that Sari is alright, and tells her to stay in the room with Sari for a while. Pilafnim's voice echoes again. Mihail declares that he is going to interrogate them, as he has a lot of questions for them. Someone groans. One of the men suddenly gasped, confusion clouding his features as he wondered if he was dreaming. He questioned if he was truly alive, recalling the sensation of being struck by lightning. The man struggled, realizing he couldn't move his arms and legs. Meanwhile, Pilaf approached, carrying a chair. As Pilaf approached, the first man, now enraged, cursed him. Pilaf, unfazed, wondered why the man was so hostile, considering he had saved him with a resuscitation elixir. The second man groaned in pain. The first man exclaimed that they were alive, but his companion cursed, unable to move his arms. The second man told him not to waste his strength, suspecting it was magic. Pilaf clapped his hands together, stating that they should be glad they were alive. Pilaf introduced himself. Pilaf warned them not to waste his time by staying quiet, making his intentions clear. Pilaf stated that he could revive them several times. Pilaf ominously declared that he would kill and revive them all night. A sinister smile spreads across the man's face. The two men across from him appear shocked. He confirms that he is Titan, which seems to please Kamazan. Kamazan muses that this task seems beneath someone of his station. One of the men asks if they are considered middle bosses, but the other scoffs at the notion, questioning if an executive would do the job of a hunting hound. Kamazan states that they are disposable to the new boss. He assesses that they are around level 3, while those who came with them should be around level 4, implying that both levels are disposable. Kamazan asks if their organization is the Royal Knight Order. One of the men wonders if they risk their lives fighting an aura user, while Kamazan states that if that's the case, he'd understand. The man calls Kamazan a bastard, realizing that he is sending all those who aren't on his side to their deaths. The other man agrees that this is one way to put it. Kamazan confirms that they are disposable. He continues, stating that if they die, it's a win for him, and if they kill him and get the money back, it's also a win for him. Kamazan moves on, asking the next question. The man with blue hair recounted how he found Sylvia. Despite everyone believing another organization was responsible, he focused on other details. He figured that if someone had taken her, there were only two possibilities. Either they had left the capital, or they were hiding somewhere in Theros. He had looked into several routes and dug into real estate transactions. That's how he found her. The man with blue hair asked how he found her. He knew that although she could change her appearance and voice, it would take a long time for her to change her habits and gestures. She was the ace of the business, so he had been watching her. He thought the man was pretty good, quite sharp and meticulous for someone who worked in the underworld. One was the muscle, and the other was the brain. A pretty good combination. They could be pretty useful. The man with blue hair chuckled. Now knowing everything he wanted, the man considered his options. He mused that killing them would be the cleanest way to handle things. One of the men, desperate, questioned the point of killing them. The man smiled, thinking that at least this way, there would be no further trouble for him, though he wouldn't be getting any repair fees for the mansion. He knew that even though they were disposable to the organization, they wouldn't just overlook this. The man was reminded that they had connections all over the capital, and there was no place that wasn't in their pockets. He was asked if he could deal with the aftermath of messing with Black Snake. The man considered this, realizing that while their organization wasn't a big threat, he couldn't neglect the fallout. He acknowledged that the men wanted to live, and he wanted to get rid of any further trouble. He doubted there existed a way for all three of them to get what they wanted, as something like a perfect solution would not exist. He urged them to think carefully, asking how they would know something that he didn't know. The man realized there was one way, though. The men were shocked by the suggestion. They questioned if they were really going after Kamazan. The man sitting on the throne confirmed that they would be taking over Black Snake. The assembled men listened intently. One of the men admitted they had failed their mission. He wondered if they could even kill him if they attacked again. The men were visibly shaken. The man on the throne thought to himself that he still had more resuscitation elixirs left. He wondered if he should continue killing and reviving them. The men remained stunned. One of the men stated that it would be hard. Another man replied that it was way harder than just hard. The men realized that they wouldn't stand a chance even if everyone on their side came. One of them questioned how they could believe what he said. One of the men pointed out that he had saved them from dying. Another man asked what they could do even if they didn't believe him. He reminded them that they saw him endure the ice blast with his bare body. The man standing before the group stated that things had become a little strange, but he made the offer first. He added that this was a chance that wouldn't be given to them again. The men realized that Kamazan would continue to treat them as disposable manpower and that he would try to get rid of them discreetly somehow. One of the men exclaimed that now that they had come back from almost dying, they wanted to live cool lives. If they're going to die either way, one man wondered if it even mattered. The speaker thought the two of them had good chemistry and were a good combination. Another man admitted he couldn't risk his life for someone he knew nothing about. Another man agreed. However, one of the men stated he believed in the two of them. One of the men exclaimed that they were right. The man questioned how they could be asked to kill an aura user they knew nothing about, stating that it was basically like asking them to die. Another man stated that they were the original Black Snake. He recalled that when the boss was alive, the current leader couldn't say a single word in front of him, but now he was calling himself the boss. He declared that since it had come to this, they should flip the tables. The man declared that they should flip the tables. He nodded in agreement. The man declared that the master of Theros' underworld would change hands. The man with the eye patch questioned if they had defeated him. Another man confirmed that they were downstairs. The man with the eye patch sighed, referring to them as cockroach-like bastards, lamenting that they kept surviving. The man with the eye patch inquired if the aura user was in, to which the other man responded that he was now a corpse, a bloody mess. The man with the eye patch considered that if they could defeat him, then they must have reached level 3. He ordered that restraints, chains, and handcuffs be put on them, and that they be brought back. He added that, just in case something went wrong, some strong guy should be sent there. One of the men simply acknowledged the order. The man who acknowledged the order stood in the foreground, while the man with the eye patch remained at the desk. The man with the eye patch thought how nice it would be if they had just died instead. He mused that this was the level of a shoplifter. Chains rattled. More chains rattled. 3 men stood bound by chains. The man who had confirmed the order earlier stated that he had never seen them before, asking who they were and where they were from. The captured man stood bound in chains, surrounded by guards. From somewhere above, a voice responded with a sarcastic agreement. The man with the eye patch listened intently. The captive remained silent, despite his injuries and restraints. A sinister smile crept across the eye patch man's face as he declared that the captive was his now. The voice from above dismissed him as a lunatic, reminding him that the captive was the property of Black Snake. The eye patch man retorted that Black Snake was his. The voice questioned if he had brought it along, right? The eye patch man clicked his tongue, annoyed that the captive remained silent. He demanded that the captive use his mouth and look him in the eyes. The captive finally spoke, stating that he did not do meaningless things. The eye patch man, taken aback, questioned the point of talking to a dead corpse, demanding to know what the captive was saying. Another man looked on with a smirk as the captive spoke. The guards remained silent and watchful. One of the men declared that no one in the room needed to be spared. The captive's face was marked with blood. Bound by chains, the captive was surrounded by a strange, ethereal energy. The chains tightened around his wrists. The captive stood defiant, chains hanging loosely from his wrists and ankles. The men watched with expressions of shock and fear. A voice commanded Titan to leave the room. The captive's eyes glowed red as he warned that if they didn't want to die, they would do as he said. Chains crackled with energy. The chains tightened around one of the men, who cried out. The chains constricted, drawing blood. More chains wrapped around another man. Swords clashed against the chains, but they held firm. The men struggled against their restraints. The chains continued to tighten, pulling the men closer together. One of the men grimaced in pain as the chains cut into his skin. The man with the eye patch realized that they had been used to scheme against the aura user. The man with the eye patch lunged forward, knife in hand, as the chains tightened around him. The man's face was contorted in pain and anger. Another man grinned, declaring that he had his target. The chains continued to constrict, the situation growing more dire. The man with blue hair watched as the one-eyed man struggled against his restraints. His eyes narrowed. The one-eyed man continued to struggle against the chains binding him. The man with blue hair watched as the one-eyed man was restrained. He thanked Kamazan for his help. The one-eyed man, struggling, realized he was being given to Black Snake and yelled for them to wait. The man with blue hair continued to walk forward. Meanwhile, 2 men watched the scene unfold. The 2 men continued to watch. The man with blue hair sat down, while the one-eyed man and others were chained on the floor. The man with blue hair wiped blood from his face. He questioned why the men were standing there blankly and told them to come in, then asked for pardon. The men responded affirmatively, and the man with blue hair asked what about downstairs. The servants and members of the organization who were not loyal to Kamazan were dealt with, and those whose loyalties were uncertain were tied up. The man with blue hair was told he did a good job, and that speed was key to finishing everything before sunrise. Brothels, gambling houses, the merchant association, and the smuggling ring were the main businesses, according to the man with spiky hair. The man with blue hair confirmed this. Having killed the executives, the man with blue hair believed he had spilled enough blood, but he was asked if he could capture the rest of them. The smuggling ring was still operating while remaining loyal to the previous boss, and since Titan used to be a part of that team, they would be friendly towards them. The Merchant Association also expressed negative feelings about Kamazan because of the excessive demand for money, and half of them would be coming over. The man with spiky hair agreed, but the problem was the justification, as this was a revolt. The man with blue hair stated that they could just make up a justification anytime. The man with blue hair instructed them to spread the rumor that Kamazan killed Hape and that it was Kamazan who hired the Aura user. The man with spiky hair stated that they found out about it while investigating the brothel case and fought with the user. The man with spiky hair thought that was amazing, and they could attract the brothel side over to them too. The man with blue hair added that the gambling houses would be left alone after that, and they would have no choice but to surrender. One of the captured men wondered if the members of Black Snake would believe them. The man with blue hair asked why they thought he let them capture him and bring him in. The man with blue hair stated that there was no reason not to believe what they had said, that VES and Titan caught the Aura user who devastated the brothel, and asked if they didn't say that they were the original members of Black Snake. The man with blue hair, seemingly in charge, declared that he was merely a shadow within the organization. He instructed his subordinates to step up when it came to organizational work. Meanwhile, a hand offered an opportunity for the underworld to seize the people's sentiment. The subordinates acknowledged the order, promising to give it their best effort. The blue-haired man instructed them to report to his mansion as soon as they were done. The subordinates affirmed their understanding. Elsewhere, a man in a luxurious room lamented the mess happening in the middle of the night, but noted that he had managed to get Black Snake into his hands. He wondered if the Golden Dragon had made his decision. The Golden Dragon was asked if he could talk, and he confirmed that he had been waiting for this moment. The man realized that the Golden Dragon had answered within a second, and he seemed hooked. The man was informed that his grandfather had something to say to him, and that from now on, he would deliver his grandfather's words. He was surprised to hear that it was the Gold King himself. The Gold King, Joe Ginham, greeted him. The man considered this to be an absolutely positive sign. He realized that from now on, he would be dealing with an experienced businessman, not the next-generation leader who didn't know how the world works. The Gold King knew that he couldn't see the man's information with the eye of providence since he wasn't dealing with him directly. He resolved to be careful. The man recalled that he didn't think he'd meet the owner of the Myriad Gold Merchant Association like this. He acknowledged that the Gold King was quite famous. The Gold King stated that he had done some research on the people around the man's grandson. The Gold King had heard that the man knew Yong Shingu from Taisen Medicine Center for business dealings. He admitted that the man was pretty good, considering he had avoided doing dimensional transactions his whole life, so he didn't expect someone from System Zero to know him. The man reminded the Gold King that he was a merchant, an expert not only in selling but also in purchasing. The Gold King believed that the man's request seemed a little excessive. If he added what he requested to the settlement of the 32,000 coins of profit he'd earned so far, he would have well over 50,000 coins from what he'd heard. The man agreed that was right. Although the heavenly grade medicine was expensive, the original price was already quite high, yet he wanted to earn close to another 20,000 coins. The man thought that not even Yong Shingu, who owns Taisen Medicine Center, will be able to earn that much either. The Gold King understood that Jiamui was ignorant when doing dimensional trades, but he asked if the man didn't think he was being too much. The man thought that it wasn't like he could show the Gold King what he had. The Gold King thought that the man was the one who was being too much. He stated that he was seriously underestimating the value of the 5 tickets, but he acknowledged their value. The Gold King's mind went blank. The man was deep in thought. He wondered how one could put a price on the revenge of one's parents, but he reminded himself that he was a merchant. The Gold King stated that revenge still needed to be achieved in a merchant's way, believing that 50,000 coins would be enough. Meanwhile, the man at the desk was observed to be different from Joe Jiamui. He didn't get excited easily, leading one to wonder if that was what a veteran was like. He remained calm and able to discern what was true and what was not. However, a sinister smile crept across his face as he thought that they had made a big mistake. He wondered if they should try negotiating again. Someone declared that they, too, were a merchant. The figure considered that 50,000 coins might be a reasonable price. It was an amount that could be managed. However, he wondered if he was confident he wouldn't regret this. The question of regret hung in the air. It was said that children bury their parents in the ground, but parents bury their children in their hearts. After failing to get revenge, one would spend the rest of their life in misery. Thinking that, because he was a merchant, he had to take revenge like a merchant, he wondered if he would be able to find solace in saying that. Looking at the Gold King, he realized this revenge wasn't just Joe Jiamui's, but also their family's grudge. He was the one who needed this more, not him. He stated that he was the only one who could give him what he needed. He asked what the conditions were, realizing this was it. The young man smiled, seemingly amused by the situation. He wondered if this was the hodl that Trader spoke of, the one that promised good days to those who waited and held out. What he desired, however, was neither an item nor coins. It was credibility. Meanwhile, the Gold King pondered the situation. He had intended to fulfill the requests if he could, but this man continued to make outrageous demands. Jiamui affirmed his understanding. The Gold King explained that the Myriad Gold Merchant Association did not deal in dimensional trades. He added that they couldn't expand their way of doing business just for the report, and instructed Jiamui to tell him that. The Gold King thought that Trader Arun was so greedy. He wondered if Arun wasn't satisfied with just completing a transaction of a heaven-grade item. The Gold King observed that Arun had such high ambitions and wanted an exclusive contract with the Myriad Gold Merchant Association. The Gold King knew that if they got into dimensional trades, that fact alone would cause a huge uproar in the Miram world. He realized that Arun wanted to become the sole agent and make a profit as the intermediary, but that couldn't happen. The Gold King couldn't imagine what kind of big shot Arun would become. Trader Arun had made another offer, and if the Gold King couldn't fulfill this condition, then the Gold King demanded that he speak up. The young master proposed investing 200,000 coins. The Gold King questioned the amount. The young master confirmed that Trader Arun had even said he would return it with interest later on. The Gold King wondered how they could believe such a claim. The young master suggested using a contract that the exchange guarantees. The Gold King admitted he didn't know if Arun was capable of such a thing, and that they could lose everything if they made a blind investment. The young master countered that there was a way around that, a way to totally root out the risks. The Gold King asked what he had said. Meanwhile, the absorption had begun, and the effect of my brain's a sponge had been applied. He was absorbing an introduction to commercial studies, 97 types of negotiation skills, and the principle of human resources. He was also absorbing how to win the hearts of customers and everything about accounting. Ezel's expression remained neutral. It felt like someone opened his head and forced knowledge into it, like putting something back into its original position. The absorption was complete. It was noted that the person from which this was extracted wouldn't be able to work in this industry anymore. The Gold King affirmed that Trader Arun was one of his closest friends, having been by his side since the very beginning of his business ventures. Ezel realized he needed to thank the person who had helped him. The Gold King insisted that Ezel did not need to thank him. He explained that he was trying to protect Ezel from ridicule. The Gold King recalled that a friend had told him something. The Gold King thought that while it was sad that Ezel had become a normal villager, if his abilities could continue to be used in other dimensions, then he would be happy and thankful for it. The Gold King assured Ezel that he would take care of his own people and that he had taken very good care of him, so he shouldn't worry. Ezel acknowledged the Gold King's words. The Gold King then mentioned that he had heard that the Myriad Gold Merchant Association didn't do dimensional transactions and wondered how Ezel had gotten it extracted so soon. It was confirmed that they would not trade under the name of the Myriad Gold Merchant Association. Ezel realized this was a huge win anyway, as it was the knowledge of one of the experts who had 50 years of experience with the Gold King, knowledge that the Gold King himself guaranteed. It was also on top of a huge investment and the contract he wanted. The trade contract with Trader Arun was for his revenge for the next 3 years, with a coin value of 252,131. The Gold King stated that he did everything Ezel asked for, under the condition that he held Jiamui fully, and reminded him that they had made a concession for him. Ezel promised to provide resources and would keep that in mind. It was stated that this Trader Arun was definitely no ordinary man. The Gold King admitted to himself that he hadn't anticipated having to make so many concessions for this particular deal. Meanwhile, Ezel was being observed by the Gold King. The Gold King thought that if he used him carefully, he would be of great help to Jiamui someday. Ezel stated that he hoped to see him again. The Gold King remained silent. The Gold King considered Ezel to be a sharp sword. He mused that good days would come. The Gold King watched Ezel depart. The Gold King's attendant assured him that he would give him the name list right away. The attachment included the names Origin Destroyer, Wanderer, Tempest Knight, Hangzhou's strongest swordsman Kwandong, and unrivaled in Central Plains. Meanwhile, Ezel considered that they were all from the 5th Miram world. He noted that the coins and the transaction level for each of them were different, but they had one thing in common. The soul status said that he possessed transcendental martial arts. Although Zhou Jiamui was at the transcendent rank, Ezel wondered if he would be able to take them on. Ezel thought that it was none of his business. He decided to just send him the report. Ezel acknowledged that he had forwarded the report and asked him to please check it. He thanked him. The person on the other end of the line asked if he was joking and asked what he meant. Ezel is asked if he forged something and if he could be honest about it, while another voice adds that he should add conditions. Yong Xingu had also said that. Something must have gone wrong, Ezel realizes, wondering if his enemy wasn't there by any chance. The speaker notes that there are 2 of them, but the most important culprit is missing. The speaker apologizes, but asks one more time if Ezel really didn't mess with it. Ezel thinks it would have been better if he actually did it, stating that no matter how many times they ask, the answer will be the same. It is announced that Jade Golden Dragon, Zhou Jiamui, has left the chat room. Ezel feels a feeling of despair that feels like anger and frustration, and he could feel that clearly even from a different dimension. Ezel wonders if Jiamui is that disappointed since he was that desperate. Ezel realizes that unfortunately, there is nothing he can do, but if 2 of the 5 are enemies, then it would be these 2 people who have something in common. Origin Destroyer, Iron Blood Phantom, Sword Yung Hagun, who currently lead the Iron Blood clan, the strongest clan in Jiangdong, and is the ruler of Jiangdong. The other is Tempest Warrior, Li Nanhe, warrior of the Beck clan, and the main cause of the Nanzhou bloodshed. She is the lady of the Beck clan, a prestigious orthodox sect, and famed to be a chivalrous warrior through her various acts of chivalry and saving others. She's always nervous as she wants to hide her ugly past. The main cause of the Nanzhou bloodshed. Ezel, deep in thought, rests his chin on his hand, his gaze intense. One of the men questioned if what they were experiencing was a dream, but the other confirmed it was reality, though he still struggled to believe it. The man with spiky hair recalled that when he first heard of the master of the Therose's night streets, he dismissed it as nonsense. It had all gone according to Pilaf's plan. The man with spiky hair looked at Titan. Titan was told to sit there from then on. Titan was told that he knew the business. He responded that he was only good at using brute strength. Titan stated that even if he sat there, he would be as useless as a decoration. The man with spiky hair thanked him. The man with spiky hair looked at Titan with a serious expression. Titan realized that neither doctors nor magicians had a chance of doing what needed to be done. The man with spiky hair thought that unless they became unimaginable magicians, they couldn't even try. Titan realized that the man knew the pain from experience. Someone felt like something was very wrong when the man was being so friendly and told him a drink. The man with blue hair stated that since they were one family now, they should have a drink, and that he was taking special care of them. The man with blue hair told them to bottoms up. A sinister smile spread across the blue-haired man's face as Titan and the other man gulped down their drinks. Because of the drink, the other man exclaimed that the blue-haired man was a devilish bastard. Elsewhere, a man asked what the other thought. The two men stood before a seated figure. The seated figure questioned how they could run the organization with so many worries, stating that he was a reasonable person. He intended to give them a lot of discretion in running the organization, as he was not interested in the underworld business. The seated figure watched as the two men reacted with surprise. The seated figure presented a requirement, stating that if they abided by it, they wouldn't end up like Kamazan. The two men looked at each other, unsure of what to do. As one of the men read the document, he gasped, realizing that the seated figure knew. The document stated that any attempt to find out who he was would be considered a rebellion, and that 15% of the organization's net income should be paid to him monthly. The document also stated that they would actively cooperate with the Pilaf Merchant Association and that everything within the organization would be discussed by the joint bosses. The two men wondered if these were demands or threats. The man reading the document sighed, stating that the conditions were roughly acceptable. The blue-haired man questioned the offer he was given. The man being offered the drink stuttered, claiming it was a generous offer. The blue-haired man laughed, while the other man seemed less convinced. Elsewhere, the man with the scar thought that the terms were not the worst, and that the fees were high, but within their means. The blue-haired man asked what the Pilaf Merchant Association was, stating he had never heard of it before. The man with short brown hair questioned if the blue-haired man was a merchant. The blue-haired man held up his hand, seemingly to stop the conversation. The two men looked on in confusion. The scene shifted to a castle at night. The castle's interior was dimly lit. The door opened with a creak. The man with short brown hair realized he didn't even need to use transparentization. He thought that the school security was not as tight as he had feared, but there was no harm in being careful, as he would be expelled if he was caught. 15 days had passed, and a lot had happened within that time frame. The man with short brown hair had achieved the awakened rank. He had formed a connection with the Gold King, gaining lifelong know-how from an experienced merchant. He managed to set aside 220,000 coins. Thanks to that, he was able to take over the failing Merchant Association and started the Pilaf Merchant Association. He also managed to get the boss of Black Snake to be under him instead. The rough plan was ready. He was glad he didn't just stay in the academy. If he looked outside, there were so many possibilities available. Dimensional transactions existed to improve reality. He would have to go harass Zirkle and get him to let him go into isolated training one more time. Meanwhile, Ezel was relieved to see the man with blue hair. He was not late. Ezel greeted him, saying it had been a long time. He had been about to look for him. In regards to the period of the isolated training, the man with blue hair stated there was a problem that was more urgent than that. Ezel questioned what the problem was. The man with blue hair asked if Ezel had caused any trouble before entering the school, as the Inspection Night Order had come looking for him yesterday and wanted to meet with him. Ezel responded that he had told them that he was ending his isolated training today, asked them to come back next time, and sent them back. He then asked if the man with blue hair had any idea why they were looking for him. The man with blue hair responded that he did not know at all. He thought it would be a serious matter if the Inspection Night Order came here, though. The man with blue hair revealed that they came with someone and asked if Ezel knew of a Dirka from Albret. Aruin is visibly startled. He realized that if that was the case, he wouldn't even need to guess. He was almost certain of it. Marquis Dorian suspected him. Aruin walked through the halls. He knew that a murder without any traces couldn't be punished, and he had made a solid alibi that didn't have any loopholes. Even if they were the Inspection Night Order, they wouldn't be able to deny his alibi. Aruin's expression hardened. Elsewhere, someone asked if he was Aruin's steel guard. Aruin's eyes narrowed. Genitz, the captain of the Inspection Night Order, greeted him. Genitz adjusted his tie. Aruin wondered what business the Night Order captain himself had with him. Aruin was told not to be surprised, as Genitz stated he was only there to ask a few questions. Now, Genitz began to approach. Meanwhile, a hand reached out towards Ezel, who sat at a table. Genitz asked if Aruin would mind if they started right away. Genitz clasped his hands together. The man across the table explained that this was the situation. They still hadn't found Kuntz. The young man seemed surprised that something like that had happened. The man shook his head slightly. The man guessed there was no way the young man would know, since the Steel Guard's escort squad had left a day earlier, and this had happened between the middle of the night and the next morning. He asked if it didn't seem strange that Kuntz wasn't at the academy. At first, when the class was split up, he had been surprised when he didn't see him at all. He also did things as he wanted, so he just thought that he went back to the Albrechts. The man stated that he understood. The young man wondered if that was it, and why he was called to the interrogation room, if that was all. He thought there would be some kind of high-intensity interrogation that would take place. The young man asked if he could go now, but the man told him to hold on, as there was someone else who wanted to ask him questions. The man stated that he thought he could come in now. The young man realized that this was when the actual interrogation started. The interrogator stood tall, his gaze unwavering. The man commented that it had been a long time since they last met. The other man observed that Ezel did not look well. Ezel confirmed this, stating that it was naturally so. The two men sat across from each other at a table, a single candle illuminating the space between them. The interrogator's expression remained stern. Meanwhile, Jennets watched the interrogation from behind a wall. The interrogator's gaze intensified. Ezel scoffed, remarking that they were getting right into the interrogation. He wondered what they meant by that. The interrogator stated that it had only been a day since Ezel left. The interrogator continued, noting that the day before Ezel left, there had been a scuffle between knights, and the day after, young Master Kuntz went missing. The interrogator questioned if it was not too coincidental, adding that Ezel's evidence was insignificant and wondered if that was all he had prepared. Ezel stated that he was being suspected because of the coincidence. The interrogator revealed that he had thought about this 1,000 times, no, tens of thousands of times so far, and that it had been almost a month since young Master Kuntz went missing. The investigator considered the facts. If Ezel had simply wandered off, he would have been found by now. And if it were a kidnapping for ransom, there would have been a demand. But there were no signs of him anywhere, nor any demands made. This led the investigator to believe that Ezel did not run away, nor was he kidnapped. Meanwhile, Grandfather Raphael stood by as the interrogation continued. That meant, by eliminating all impossible possibilities and assuming that the last thing left is the truth, that's what he was believing in. The interrogator stated that Ezel had both a motive and the ability to act on that motive. The investigator asked him to mind his manners, and Ezel apologized. Ezel questioned if this person was even authorized to interrogate him, adding that he wasn't even in. The investigator stated that Marquis Dorian had specifically asked him to come along, and he beseeched Ezel's understanding. Ezel responded that if they didn't like it, they could stop for the day, but he was curious too. Ezel continued, saying that he had a motive, and that the world was one where people could kill another just because they looked at another person offensively. He then asked on what grounds they claimed that he could actually act on that motive. Ezel asked on what grounds they were making these accusations. The investigator stated that on the night the young master went missing, the Steel Guard escort squad unpacked their luggage in the village of Thane, which was only one day away from the academy by carriage, or less than a day without much rest. The investigator found it odd that Ezel had to come to the village. Well, Ezel explained that sleeping on the streets was difficult. The investigator admitted he would have done the same. The investigator stated that, if that was the case, things were getting interesting. The investigator recounted that the escort squad was seen that day, and the guard stayed from the evening until the next morning. The investigator stated that their suspicions were not supported because there were dozens of witnesses, giving Ezel an ironclad alibi. However, the investigator pointed out a critical point missing from the witnesses' statements. Someone used the room alone and never came out all night. That person was Arun's Steel Guard. Ezel thought that Arun was pretty good, but giving him a round of applause was still not enough. So, as per what Ezel said, Arun went back to the academy during dawn, caused the disappearance of Kuntz, and returned to the village? Exactly that. Arun was in the intermediate class, which might be possible for Ezel or the investigator, but the investigator thought it worked, but by a very thin margin. Even if it was physically possible, how did he avoid being seen, given that Arcadio has low walls and it's not hard to sneak in and out at dawn? The investigator pressed Ezel, questioning how Arun's Steel Guard managed to trick him and his men in the next room. Ezel confirmed that he had. Siakian stated that the claims were full of speculation and hard to believe, suggesting that Ezel needed to rest, as he seemed too preoccupied with the case. That was why Mihail had been asked for a favor. Mihail was told that he simply had to check once. He was to see if Arun's Steel Guard was hiding his skills. Mihail considered that a level 1 at the age of 16 was ridiculous. But he recalled that when he first saw Arun, there was an extraordinary vibe around him. Mihail knew that if their opponent was a Steel Guard, they couldn't conclude things by guesses. Arun's Steel Guard must be a level 1. Only then would all their questions be answered. Siakian thought that if Arun was just a prime suspect, he could understand it, but this wasn't a convincing charge. Besides, they weren't just up against an ordinary family, they were up against the Steel Guard family, and this could turn into a family dispute. Siakian stated that one couldn't just put mana into someone else's body. Siakian made it clear that he couldn't believe they were saying he was involved in the disappearance of Kuntz. Arun felt a little insulted, as it felt like someone was framing him too. Arun considered the consequences should he be found innocent. He resolved that he would do anything to prove his innocence. Meanwhile, Mihail declared that he would get this over with. The two men clasped hands. Energy surged from their joined hands. The energy enveloped Arun. Mihail focused intently. He was shocked by what he found. Mihail realized Arun was at level 4, an impossibility. He couldn't find the excess mana. Mihail wondered where the excess mana was. Arun realized that if Mihail didn't know the existence of System 1's martial arts, he would never get anything out of him. Arun thought about the level 1 mana hidden in his circulatory system and the 100 years of internal energy stored in his dantian. He knew that couldn't even be compared to the mana in his heart. As the two stood surrounded by swirling mana, Mihail continued to examine Arun. The mana swirled around them. The mana continued to swirl. The two men stood in a courtyard, the air thick with unspoken tension. Elsewhere, a man's expression shifted, a flicker of concern crossing his face. The man's gaze hardened, a resolve settling in his eyes. The man inquired what the other thought of him after checking on him personally. The response came that he was a level 4, close to becoming a level 3. The man questioned how a level 4 could be in the intermediate class. It was explained that he had achieved some growth recently. The other man acknowledged this with a simple I see. The man found it odd that a first-year intermediate class student would go into isolated training, but he guessed there was a good reason for it. He was assured that his father would be proud of him and was encouraged to keep up his efforts. The man thanked him. The man apologized, admitting he had made a mistake. He was asked to understand that Vice Captain Dirka was really desperate, which was why he acted that way. The man responded that it was fine and that he was just glad that he had resolved his suspicions. The man stated that the other's actions were uncalled for. Something must have possessed him to go this far, he thought. The two stood in silence. Even though he didn't know him well, he hoped that he would find Kuntz. The man stated that he would take his leave, as he had a class to attend. The other man thanked him for cooperating. The man walked away. He thought that with this, he would be able to achieve his goals. As the man walked away, the other watched him leave with a smirk. Someone wondered how the other could do this to him. The man was asked why he was being gross and sulking. He was asked how he could just go into isolated training without telling him, and if he knew how worried he was. The man stated that he stayed up all night. The other man thought that he was so noisy, and that he could have just asked their homeroom teacher, and he would have found out. The man wondered something. Someone wondered how a low-middle rank could enter isolated training, and if he received special benefits because of his family. They realized that this was the academy. The man who had been the subject of gossip earlier considered the rumors he'd heard. He dismissed them as nonsense. Meanwhile, Cassian Tross was speaking with Arun Steelguard. Arun's companion was surprised that Cassian was speaking to him. Cassian had been the top student, constantly at the top of the class until graduation. His existence alone made others feel inferior. Cassian stood tall, his gaze unwavering. Arun wondered why Cassian was looking for him. Cassian stated that he was there to request a sparring session with Arun. Arun's companion was shocked by the request. The other students were also surprised. The students wondered why Cassian was requesting a sparring session with Arun, and how that was even possible. The students thought that the top student in the upper rank class requesting a sparring session with Arun should have been the opposite. Arun heard Cassian's request for a sparring session and stated that he did not want to. Cassian asked why. Cassian stated he didn't want to spar, but the other student, whose name is unknown, couldn't accept that reason. The student questioned why Cassian was suddenly requesting a spar out of the blue, asking if he even knew him. Cassian explained that it was impossible to refuse sparring, as that was the school's rule. The student asked why Cassian thought that rule was made, explaining that it was so the high ranks wouldn't monopolize the rankings and would respond to challenges made to them, a right given to the lower rankers. Cassian stated that he had that right too, but the student countered that it wasn't a right he could use to feel superior by killing people who were weaker than him. The student argued that high rankers should only play among the high rankers. Cassian countered that Instructor Zirkle had permitted this, and he was even going to be witnessing their match. The student relented, guessing it could be because there was a lot of talk about his isolated training. The student sighed, realizing he didn't have a choice, and agreed to spar, asking when Cassian wanted to do it. Cassian looked on, awaiting the student's answer. Other students looked on, surprised by the exchange. The student thought that it wouldn't take too long for the match to finish anyway. The student told Cassian to lead the way. Cassian and the student walked together. The sound of footsteps echoed through the halls. Meanwhile, others questioned the wisdom of the upcoming duel. How could the top student among the first years fight against the 72nd ranked student? Some wondered if they should go see what Cassian was capable of. One student admitted he was curious about how much of a genius Cassian truly was. A group of students made their way to the sparring grounds. The doors to the sparring grounds loomed large. Wooden swords lay ready for use. One student looked on with concern as another apologized, saying he couldn't do anything about the school rules. The apologetic student felt helpless, bound by the academy's regulations. Another student seemed to be lost in thought. The student with brown hair asked if it wasn't time the other student told him the reason for requesting the spar. The student with blue hair stated that he had heard the other was in the special training room until this morning, and that he was the first to do that among the first years. The student with brown hair admitted that it had only been 1 week since their matriculation, and that this was indeed a first in the history of the academy. The student with blue hair stated that he didn't understand how that could have been possible, since his application was rejected. The student with brown hair wondered if the other was acting like this because he couldn't be the first to enter the training room. Aruin's frustration mounted as he declared the situation to be nonsense, admitting his curiosity about why the other student could achieve something he couldn't. The other student remarked that he seemed to have struck a nerve. The student with brown hair dismissed Aruin as lame, confident that Aruin already knew the reason for his rejection. He explained that the decision wasn't based on class allocation rankings, but on the potential of the student. The brown-haired student continued, stating that he was approaching his limits and was able to break through them because of the isolated training. He questioned if that wasn't a good enough reason to go into special training. The student with brown hair pressed Aruin, asking what he didn't understand, since he claimed to know the reason. The student with brown hair questioned if, just because Aruin was the top student in the admission, he thought he had to be first in everything. Aruin vehemently denied that was the case. The student with brown hair was surprised that Aruin responded to such light provocation. He thought to himself that Aruin was the guy who shone brilliantly in everything he did in his previous life, and that he shouldn't think he was the only one who broke through his own limits. Aruin declared that he had achieved the same. The student with brown hair hoped that Aruin would work hard to surpass him. Then, Aruin told him not to think about backing out of the spar, stating that he would see his abilities for himself. Aruin wondered just how much the intermediate class student had improved. Aruin also wondered whether the student was even qualified to go for isolated training. Aruin prepared to attack. The title reads, The Lord's Coins Aren't Decreasing? Original fantasy novel by Ma Hyun. Drawn by Trubra, adapted by Hongdae 2. The studio's notice states that unauthorized reproduction, capture, distribution, and sharing are prohibited. The clash of steel echoed as Ezel parried a blow. The force of the impact reverberated through the onlookers. The duel continued, each strike carrying immense power, as the crowd watched with bated breath. Ezel's movements were swift and precise. One of the spectators thought to himself that Ezel was behaving as expected of a genius. Another admitted to himself that he had spent his entire previous life looking up to Ezel. The intensity of the fight escalated. Ezel wondered if the people he had fought recently were too strong. His opponent pressed the attack. The clash of weapons grew more furious. Ezel found the fight boring. With a final, decisive strike, Ezel ended the duel. The duel continued, a flurry of motion and clashing steel. His opponent, frustrated, remarked on Ezel's tight defense, questioning how long he intended to simply defend. Ezel found the situation frustrating, realizing he couldn't simply knock his opponent out with a single blow. He considered how he should lose the fight, pondering whether to make it a severe or close loss, as winning against Cassian at his current level made no sense. Ezel's eyes widened as a realization dawned on him. He realized that Cassian's palm print lacked control, despite his exceptional mana output. A plan formed in Ezel's mind. Cassian, with a shout, pressed his attack. The two traded blows, their swords flashing. The clash of steel echoed through the training grounds. Cassian, breathing heavily, continued his assault. Ezel lowered his sword. Cassian, surprised, demanded to know what Ezel was doing and why he had lowered his sword. It was said that a knight who had reached a certain level was able to control strength with gentleness. A voice echoed, explaining that lightness could be used to suppress something heavy and slowness against something fast. The words were what Ezel's father had told him. Mihail wondered why they were suddenly talking in the midst of a fight, recalling that Count Levadon had said something similar. The onlookers questioned if it was even possible, musing that being strong, having heavier attacks, and being faster was a good thing. Mihail asked if Ezel's father had said anything else, but was told that he hadn't. Ezel declared that he would show it to Mihail personally. He moved with incredible speed. The force of the blow sent Mihail flying. Mihail looked on in shock. The force of the impact was clear. Mihail wondered what he had just experienced. He was sure he had hit Ezel, but he didn't feel any impact. Ezel smirked. The wooden sword hurtled towards Ezel. Mihail's face contorted in anger. With a shout, Mihail unleashed a powerful strike. Mihail held his sword confidently. Ezel was shocked by the force of the attack. Mihail questioned how Ezel was able to block his attack. Mihail asked if they still doubted his qualifications. Ezel stood his ground against Mihail's attack. Mihail's sinister smile contrasted with Ezel's look of shock. Ezel thought to himself that he didn't think so. Mihail stood with his sword, awaiting the next move. An official declared that he saw no more will to fight and that the spar would be concluded as a draw. Someone thought that a draw was impossible. The crowd urged them to fight more, saying it was just about to get interesting. The official declared the end of the spar, ordering everyone back to their classrooms. Nearby, onlookers questioned the draw, wondering if there had been collusion. One noted that the official, Siekyun, looked flustered. The crowd wondered what Aruin had done to qualify, since the spar ended in a draw. It was suggested that a draw with the Academy's #1 student was enough to qualify. Siekyun stood silently, observing the students. He continued to watch as the students dispersed. Mihail was congratulated for ending the spar well. He replied that he thought it would be good to end things this way. The official asked if he had gone a little overboard. Mihail admitted it was a technique he wasn't even sure about. Mihail stated that if one fully mastered the technique, it would be no different than opening the door to achieving the special level. What Mihail showed Ezel was the principle of the 8-star Shintian sword technique. It was the realization of level 1, but he only showed him the tip of the iceberg. Seokyun mused that for someone aiming for level 2, Ezel might be confused after seeing the level above that. Mihail confirmed that was what he was going for, adding that thanks to that, the spar ended. Seokyun suggested that Mihail could have just lost him, asking if he didn't intend to hide his abilities. Seokyun admitted he was merely toying with Ezel psychologically, as he did not want to lose to him. Seokyun mentioned needing a pass to leave after classes ended that day. Elsewhere, another official questioned why Seokyun had even entered the academy. A man with blue hair mused that everything was his. The city offered an incredible view. The blue-haired man was greeted by Marcus, the vice association leader, who assured him that everything was going well. Marcus stated that the blue-haired man had arrived at the right time, as there was something that needed his approval. The blue-haired man reviewed the new hires, 15 porters, 10 merchants, and 3 assistant clerks. He found the number too low and ordered it doubled. When questioned if that wasn't too many, the blue-haired man insisted it was still not enough, as transaction volumes would continue to increase. The clerk appeared shocked by the blue-haired man's demands, questioning if the volume could possibly increase further. The blue-haired man, unfazed, wondered why the clerk seemed so surprised. He stated that, if it were up to him, he would increase the volume 3 or 4 times over. He admitted that he was only holding back because they couldn't handle it yet, but that it would only get busier from then on. The reason for this, he believed, was that the Pilaf Merchant Association would become the best in Theros in a few years. The second-in-command of the Merchant Association was reminded that while caution was good, he needed to think bigger to lead the association effectively. He added one more thing to the list of tasks. The man was told that the building was too old and that he should get a carpenter to repair it and expand the storage as well. The man wondered if it wasn't overkill, considering that the business had just started. Marcus noted that there was still quite a bit of storage space left. He was asked what he had been told. The man affirmed that he was told to think big. If the Pilaf Merchant Association's buildings all looked like they were about to collapse, how would they look in their customers' eyes? He was told not to skimp on the expenses and to use whatever he needed. The man understood. From the perspective of a veteran merchant with 50 years of experience, Marcus was definitely a good worker. Not only was he not greedy, but he was also hardworking and quite good at business. However, he wasn't able to think big, which caused him to make timid decisions. That was his only flaw. Of course, there could always be unexpected situations, so he would need to put someone else in an important position as well. He wondered where the clerk was and if she was inside. The title card displays the name of the series. A hand knocks on a wooden door. He inquired if the clerk's work was progressing smoothly. The clerk, upon hearing her name, greeted him with enthusiasm. He seemed pleased by the warm reception from the clerk and Qiang. He expressed his happiness at seeing them, even after only a day apart. He admitted he had been concerned that managing the numbers and caring for Sari might have been too much for her. She assured him that she was doing it because she wanted to, and that things were going smoother thanks to his guidance. He complimented her, noting that she was a fast learner and very reliable, exceeding his expectations. He then offered his assistance if anything was troubling her. She thanked him and assured him that she would let him know if anything came up. She informed him that someone from the workshop had contacted her, stating that his order was ready. He was surprised at how quickly it was completed. He mentioned that the vice leader had retrieved it that morning and that it was now in the backyard, though he felt the vice leader didn't need to do that for him. She inquired how he intended to use it. Ezel smiled, holding the small creature. He stated that it was for Sari. The maid tilted her head, questioning who was making the Q sound. Meanwhile, outside, a horse-drawn carriage waited. Back inside, Ezel told Sari that her special food was there and asked if she could finish it all. Qiang, eyes wide, made the queuing sound. The sound of something being chewed filled the air. Ezel wondered if, from a human's point of view, it would be like a horse carriage made of cookies. He also wondered if Sari was taking a while to finish because it was huge. Now that he thought about it, Ezel realized it was about time for the results to come out. He wondered if he should check it out while waiting. Ezel entered System 1. A notification appeared, congratulating Trader Arun and informing him that he had passed the test. The system informed him that he could now use the Coalition Store. Ezel was surprised that it really worked. He realized that the true investment of the coins he received from the Gold King would be in this, the Coalition Store. The system displayed options to edit the store name and introduction, transaction settings, event/promotion, inventory management, and purchase/sell. It noted that, in comparison to this, the money being used by the Pilaf Merchant Association was nothing, and the total fee just to get here was 100,000 coins. While 100,000 gold seemed an astronomical amount, Ezel considered it worth the price to access the Coalition Store. He mused that the Channel Master was proving quite useful. Ezel wondered if he should start by changing the store's name. The store was now called Aruin's Everything Murim Store, promising a great variety of System 1's products, from elixirs to martial arts books. It was advertised as a solution to the trouble of going to so many different places, offering to settle all worries with the Everything Murum store. He wondered if the name was too cliché. The Coalition store was quite exclusive, so they all had something they specialized in selling. Ezel knew there were already tons of specialization shops in System 1, such as heaven-grade elixir stores and clan-specific internal energy specialization stores. He reminded himself that he was strictly a middleman, not a manufacturer, and that he could not sell items that were better than theirs in large quantities. Since that was how it was going to be, he would just set up a shop that sells a large variety of things. However, he still didn't have enough stock. At that moment, Sia-kyun entered the chat room. Ezel asked if he had called him, noting how quickly Arun had picked up. Sia-kyun replied that things were going very well for him, thanking Ezel for his help in slowly buying and accumulating internal energy. Sia-kyun, still on the call, is asked if he thinks that is what Ezel is interested in. He responds, mentioning the library's security and how it has tightened recently. Meanwhile, the man with glasses remarks on how crazy things are at the library, noting how difficult it is to even borrow a single book. The man with glasses is asked if there is nothing that can be done. He had hoped to gain a long-term customer. Ezel wonders why he would want to know that, reminding him that the security is very tight now. The man with glasses assures him that they will just need to get past them, reminding Ezel that he is the legend who is still alive after risking his life to steal from the Heavenly Sword Castle. Ezel tells him that is enough, asking if he is saying it is possible. He then asks how many manuals Ezel needs. The man with glasses states that the more, the better. He would like around 3,000 coins worth of manuals per month. He would get 600 coins even if the man takes 80%. If he does this for a year, he can get back at least half of the internal energy that he used to have. The man with glasses mentions a coalition store, and Ezel exclaims that is great, as there is no chance of them getting scammed. The man with glasses asks what the store's name is. Ezel replies that it is Ruin's Everything Murum store. Ezel warns him to not laugh, or he will kill him, noting that is literally what the store is supposed to be. Ezel denied the suggestion. He told Sia-kyun that he simply needed to prepare the martial art manuals, as he intended to sell them at 10% below the average price. The other man thought that selling them at 10% cheaper was a bit much, as he would be profiting less. Ezel inquired if he had opened up a coalition store, noting that he had heard the test was really hard to pass. Sia-kyun guessed that he had. Ezel told him that if he understood, then he should pass him those manuals once they were ready. The conversation ended. Ezel affirmed that he had the martial art manuals settled. He wondered if he should start stocking up on the rest, too. Ezel received confirmation. Under the watchful gaze of the moon, the castle stood silent. Inside, Ezel made his way down the stairs. He reflected that although it was a short trip, it felt like a lot was accomplished. Now that he had opened up the coalition store and accomplished the given task, Ezel reviewed the rewards he received, 15,000 coins. On top of that, he was able to confirm Sari's transformation ability, which he was unsure about previously. A carriage waited outside. Elsewhere, someone exclaimed in disbelief, noting that even the details were replicated. The individual realized that the reason Sari was unable to transform into a magic sword was just because it hadn't grown enough. That time it became a unicorn was indeed not a fluke. With this, it had become certain that Sari was definitely the top-tier Bulgasel, and it would be very useful even outside of battle. He would feed it all sorts of things from now on. Back at the castle, Ezel wondered if Dmitri had gone out for training. Ezel thought to himself, great. He was itching to find out just how well the coalition store was doing. Ezel's eyes glow with an intense, inner light as he contemplates a decision. Suddenly, a notification appears. Jade Golden Dragon, Zhou Jiamui, requests to chat. Ezel wonders if Zhou Jiamui has finally made his decision. Elsewhere, a figure holds a glowing, rectangular object, seemingly deep in thought. Meanwhile, Sia-kyun sits, receiving a message. He wonders if the other party has made a decision. After much consideration, Zhou Gyunum confirms that he has decided. He resolves to seek revenge, even if it is incomplete. Ezel is told that Zhou Gyunum has made the right decision, but it still eats away at him. Zhou Gyunum reflects that while he loathes the two others involved, he loathes the main culprit more. He believes that taking down the two will make the main culprit realize who seeks revenge. Zhou Gyunum vows that if the main culprit decides to go underground, he would never be able to seek revenge against him again. Ezel asks if Zhou Jiamui is still in contact with the three of them, noting that a lot of time has passed. Zhou Gyunum states that since they are well known in Jianghu, he hears about them from time to time. Zhou Jiamui smirks, seemingly pleased with the unfolding events. Since he was the main culprit behind the Nanzhou bloodshed, Zhou Gyunum's rage intensified. Ezel inquired if Zhou Jiamui knew who the culprit was. Zhou Jiamui admitted he had a rough idea, though he barely knew about it, because he had sent Sia-kyun on a work trip to Nanzhou. The Nanzhou bloodshed was a tragedy that occurred after dimensional trading began in the Murum world. It was an incident where the culprits abused the ability to trade internal energy with dimensional trading. They did so by slaughtering everyone after extorting internal energy from hundreds of people. Zhou Jiamui realized that his parents were among the victims. He had wanted to wait until the main culprit was found to get them all in one fell swoop. But now that the main culprit had been found, he could no longer hold himself back. Jo Gyunam vowed to make him experience the exact same suffering. He would make him experience what he inflicted on them. Genitz assured Jo Jiamwi that he would support him in any way possible, as per their contract. Genitz added that he could feel free to contact him anytime, offering the extra service of being his talking companion. Jo Gyunam thanked him. The message indicated that Jo Jiamwi had left the chatroom, promising to speak again soon. Meanwhile, Jo Jiamwi contemplated revenge. He resolved to take care of what he needed to do, deciding to check on the coalition store's progress. His eyes glowed with an inner power. He muttered in disbelief at the store's success. The store owner realized he was correct in opening a general store instead of a specialized one, as it had attracted far more attention than anticipated. Customers exclaimed that the store was insane, praising the quality and variety of goods. One customer noted that they no longer needed to waste time searching for channels or dealing with scammers. Another customer raved about the reasonable prices, while another admitted it was a little expensive, but still better than other coalition stores. The customers wondered how many promotion events were happening simultaneously and if they had enough coins left. A customer thanked the store for the coupon. Jo Jiamwi observed that the store was doing frighteningly well, with sales expected to be crazy throughout the week and inventory constantly moving out of the warehouse. He reflected that he would soon be able to get access to Sister Tao's inheritance and dimensional trade. He had originally allocated 2 years for getting there, but with how things were going, it probably wouldn't be long until he reached the next level. Jo Jiamwi paused, deep in thought. Ezel sensed a familiar presence nearby. Nearby, Jason Steelguard remarked on Ezel's apparent laziness. Jason expressed disbelief that Ezel was wasting time. Ezel noted that it had taken Jason a month to find him since he entered the academy. Jason retorted that if Ezel had kept a low profile, he could have left him alone for the entire year. The two stood on a wooden pier overlooking a serene lake. Ezel responded, then questioned if Jason was his brother. Jason Steelguard, Steelguard's second son and third child, was a level 4 knight. Ezel asked what had happened to Jason. Jason revealed that he thought Ezel would be in the basic class, but he was not only in the intermediate class but also ranked 72nd. Ezel questioned if that was surprising. Jason stated that it was Ezel, of all people. Ezel thought that Jason remembered him as the person he used to be. Ezel asked if Jason felt anxious because of that, and Jason questioned what he meant. Jason stated that Ezel knew exactly what he meant, adding that, to be honest, Ezel wasn't exactly meeting the expectations of the Steelguard family either. Even the eldest brother, who graduated second in his class, faced criticism. He eventually succumbed to despair, unable to surpass the barrier of an aura user. Ironically, Jason was the one who looked down on Ezel the most, yet he was also the most careful of him. Ezel thought that no matter what he did, he wouldn't be able to win against his big brother. If he stayed in the middle, he wouldn't get criticized. He just needed to be better than Aruen, after all. That was his mindset. He didn't know it back then. But now that he sees him, Ezel thinks Jason looks pathetic. The two figures stood on a stone bridge, the city's architecture rising around them. One of them stated that he doubted the other was there for a tear-jerking reunion with his brother. The other man inquired what business the first had with him. He then brought up the spar with Cassian, questioning what had happened there and what else was on his mind. The man with light hair scoffed, finding the claim that things went smoothly to be a load of nonsense. He insisted there was no way someone like him could have drawn with Cassian. He questioned why he couldn't do that. The man with dark hair denied that was the case, wondering how the number 72 in rank could draw with the number 1 in rank. The light-haired man stated that he had his ways, confirming that he was being asked about meeting someone because of that. He wondered who wanted to meet him. The dark-haired man revealed the name, Thane. Thane Carlson? The man with dark hair remained silent. The light-haired man found it ridiculous that if Thane had something to say, he should say it himself, and wondered why he asked the other man to do it. The dark-haired man told him to watch his words. A man wonders why the other is making such a fuss, as it is only the two of them present. The other man wonders if he should go now, questioning where Thane wants to meet him. He is told that there is no way he is going there with that outfit, and is asked if he thinks Thane would meet him in private. He is instructed to come to the place written on the letter that evening. He is asked if he has an outfit for banquets. Ezel wonders about the place he is supposed to go to. It is said that it is not a common occurrence for first years to enter the club, but the man being spoken to is told that he should be honored. It is said that this is just a mere invitation to play house. The man is asked, seriously, what is wrong with him? He is told not to be late. The man walks down the stairs. He wonders if he should take a look then. He realizes that there is also someone among them who he wants to meet. The club is called Z Club, Theros Academy's unofficial high society club. The number 21 is displayed within a stylized emblem. The exclusive nature of the club was emphasized. It could only have 21 members, and only high-ranking students from renowned families were offered entry. The benefits of joining were clear. The connections made within the club would last forever, and everyone in it would help each other. It was a gathering of Navarro's current rising stars. The lower halves of many people in formal attire were visible, suggesting a large gathering. Footsteps echoed through the hall. The hall buzzed with conversation as people mingled. More footsteps echoed. Whispers rippled through the crowd as someone new arrived. Some wondered who he was, never having seen him before, while others questioned if he was a first-year student or if such a person even existed. The whispers continued, with one person remarking that he looked just like his leech brother. Another person thought Cassian was the most handsome of the first years and questioned if this newcomer was better looking. Someone else retorted that ugly people should just stay quiet. Someone thought to themselves that they were cute bastards, and it was no wonder they were on guard against him, as he was someone. The figure was revealed to be the one who was once known as the star of Navarro's high society. A close-up of the man's face showed a calm, knowing expression. Ezel continued deeper into Zik Club, unaware of the stir he was causing. Meanwhile, Selina Lepevra stood surrounded by roses, seemingly unaware of Ezel's presence. Elsewhere, a man recalled that Selina had also been a member of Zik Club, a fact he had completely forgotten. He resolved to avoid getting involved with her. Others whispered about Ezel, wondering why he had ignored Selina and who he thought he was to do so. Selina, visibly angered, questioned how he dared to humiliate her. The man reflected that he hadn't been able to see Selina's true colors in his previous life, having been flustered by her beauty. He decided there was nothing to be gained from her, that it would be best to avoid her. Meanwhile, two men questioned if it was a ruined steel guard. One of the men responded. The other man questioned what he said. One of the men exclaimed that the other must have gone crazy, questioning if he had any respect for his seniors. It was revealed that this was all because of their youngest brother, and that he despised them because he beat up Varen. The two men were Duran Darius, the second son, and Hilan Darius, the eldest son of the Darius family. One of the Darius brothers remarked on who had arrived, questioning if they were Varen's older brothers. After taking a closer look, it became clear that they did, in fact, resemble each other. Ezel surmised that Varen must have recounted his defeat at Ezel's hands. He wondered what he should do, not wanting to cause a scene with so many onlookers. They didn't appear as though they would back down easily. The Darius brothers stood their ground. Genitz intervened, telling the Darius brothers to stop. Genitz stated his presence. Genitz confirmed that he was there for Jason's sake. Hilan questioned if Jason wanted them to stop, and if he was covering for his younger brother. Hilan reminded Jason that he had previously claimed to have never considered Jason a younger brother, questioning if he was suddenly feeling like an older brother. Genitz remained silent. Jason stated that he wasn't trying to cover for Ezel, explaining that Thane was the one who invited him. Jason suggested that they leave. The Darius brothers and Jason began to depart. The group walked away. One of the Darius brothers asks about Thane's whereabouts. The other brother responds, indicating that Thane is inside, alone. Thane wonders if the future Duke does not want to associate with commoners. Someone warns another to watch their words, questioning if they have gone insane since their last meeting. Thane tells the Darius brothers to be quiet and follow him, noting that it is not like there is anyone else around to hear them. Thane observes that the Darius brothers and their second brother seem very scared of him. Thane reflects on his own background, noting that he comes from a powerful family, has exceptional swordsmanship, and possesses an ice-like charisma. It is said that not just cadets, but even instructors are afraid of him. Thane recalls that he also did his best not to upset himself in his previous life. Thane expresses that he is curious. Thane wonders what he looks like now. Thane smirks. It was said that there were 3 nobles in Navarro who shared similar nicknames. One was the steel-blooded Count, Levadon Steelguard. Another was the hot-blooded Marquis, Dorian Albret, and the cold-blooded Duke, Luther Carlson. Together, they were known as the 3 Count Marquis Duke. While all 3 held considerable influence within Navarro, there were also powerful nobles recognized throughout the world. Among them was the successor of the Carlson family, who wielded absolute power. That man was Thane Carlson. Thane Carlson was being stepped on. The other nobles watched as Thane Carlson was humiliated. One of the nobles watched with a smirk. The noble greeted Erlin Steelguard. The noble remarked that Erlin was a little short. Erlin Steelguard spoke to the young man beneath him, commenting that he would likely grow taller since he was still young. Thane Carlson wondered why he was being evaluated all of a sudden. Olin continued to stare down at Thane. Another noble, standing beside Erlin, told him not to be rude. Thane's eyes narrowed. Thane remained on the floor, humiliated. Jason Steelguard watched the scene unfold, thinking that he must be mistaken. Jason wondered if Thane had lost his mind. He was surprised to see a pearl hidden among the steel guards. Jason questioned what he had heard. He knew there were no mud flats in the north. He found the situation quite interesting. Meanwhile, Erlin spoke to Jason, telling him that he needed to step up. He added that Jason's younger brother looked better than him. Jason wondered how this brat could be better than him. Olin responded that even though Jason kept calling him a brat, he looked better as an accessory to bring around than Jason. Jason was speechless. Erlin suggested that they see how capable Thane was. Thane told Erlin to get lost, stating that he didn't need his footstool anymore. Thane stood stiffly as Erlin towered over him, the steel guard air's presence suffocating. Thane's eyes narrowed, a flicker of suppressed rage crossing his face. Meanwhile, Erlin maintained his composed, almost bored expression. The tension in the room was palpable, the air thick with unspoken animosity as Jason Steelguard and another man looked on. Jason watched the exchange with a growing sense of unease. Olin seemed to revel in the discomfort he was causing. The atmosphere was so intense that those present felt as though they would rather bite off their own tongues than be in Thane's position. Thane, however, questioned if he was being too much. Erlin scoffed, unable to believe Thane thought he was being inhumane for using a human as a footstool. Thane's opinion, however, did not matter to Erlin. But Olin remarked on Thane's casual tone. The man standing behind Erlin appeared anxious. Olin's words hung in the air as he and Jason stood over the defeated Thane. Thane, sprawled on the floor, seemed unfazed by the apparent disrespect. He wondered if this was simply the local custom. Jason, observing the exchange, found Thane's casual demeanor irritating. He mused that calling him by his first name seemed rather informal. Thane questioned if Jason had a problem with his behavior. Jason simply stated that he was simply doing the same. Jason scoffed, unimpressed by Thane's response. Thane laughed, seemingly amused by Jason's reaction. He remarked on Jason's bold talk, stating that the more he looked at him, the more he wanted to make him his. Jason wondered if Thane wanted to spar or what, as he had been talking about abilities since a short while ago. Thane reclined on the couch, a smirk playing on his lips. Jason questioned if Thane had sparred with Cassian, noting that Thane had been acting strangely ever since that fight. Thane, surrounded by onlookers, stated that he had roughly heard about what happened. He noted that everyone's been curious, though. The crowd wondered as to why Cassian gave up during the spar. The crowd discussed how it could be possible with just a few words. They said that there must be some other reasons. Thane dismissed the crowd's speculation, calling them fools. He thought to himself that the results of such a spar aren't even that important. Jason asked what was important. Thane responded that hearing the enlightenment of the steel-blooded count was important. Jason wondered if Thane was throwing bait to dig something big out of him. He thought that if it's Thane, he'd be interested in those principles. Thane Carlson was known as an ace among the third-year students, and one of the higher-ranked students across the academy. The camera focused on his dark boots. Thane brought the conversation back to the steel-blooded count, inquiring if Jason had heard anything from him. Jason considered that if he could hear what the steel-blooded count said, he might be able to get a hint as to where to head. Duran Darius considered the situation. Duran saw this as a rare opportunity for Jason to put him in his debt. Duran observed that Jason was asking for a favor, but acting like he was doing Duran a favor. Duran wondered if he should screw Jason over like he did to Cassian, to make it look mysterious, and make him fall into a labyrinth of thoughts as he savored the mystery. Jason stated that he heard something and asked Duran to tell him about it. Duran recalled that he told Cassian to control strength with weakness, and to use lightness to overcome weight and slowness to overcome swiftness. Duran confirmed that was what he told Cassian. Lastly, one should be humble despite being capable. Duran adjusted his tie. Thane seemed to be in deep thought. Thane considered the idea that even if one could achieve enlightenment with just a few words, he would have suffered much less. He wondered why it was different for what he had said. Thane paused, remarking that there was such a thing, and that it felt like his thoughts had totally cleared up. Meanwhile, Jason was being observed, with someone noting that he was bluffing and acting as if he founded a country or something. Thane questioned what he had said. Thane was told that it was a level where, even if you've achieved something extraordinary, you choose to look normal. The observer remarked that in any case, this was unexpected, and that he thought Kieran was the only decent one within the family. Thane admitted that he was joking when he asked Jason to step up just now, but he thinks he's starting to mean it now. Thane stated that he liked this Urun guy, but it was stated that they couldn't accept him since the club is full already. Thane explained that having 21 members is a symbolism to their club, and they can't simply add members. Thane declared that he doesn't want to just let Jason go either. Thane wondered what. Jason was asked if he thought about leaving for his younger brother. The lower halves of several men in suits were visible. Thane's companion seemed surprised by his words, questioning if he was serious. The man continued to press the issue, asking if Thane was asking him to leave the club. Thane retorted that the man had nothing to his name besides being a part of the Steelguard family. Thane dismissed the need for both of them to be present. The other man seemed taken aback by Thane's words. Thane quickly tried to defuse the situation, claiming he was joking and telling the man to relax. The man acknowledged that he was enjoying everything thanks to Layskin, and that he ought to be grateful for it. The man seemed to sense hidden meanings behind Thane's words. Thane seemed to be waiting for a response. Thane pressed the man, asking if he was thankful and if he could listen to one of his requests. Thane stated that he felt something just now, and suggested a casual spar. Thane looked down at his hand with a sinister expression. The other man seemed scared, questioning what he was so scared of. Thane spoke with a sinister smile, stating it would be a casual spar, but he was trying to confirm something. The fight began, and Jason was immediately struck. The force of the blow sent him staggering back. He crashed to the floor. Thane watched with a cold expression. Elsewhere, Erlin observed the fight, realizing it was simply a difference in abilities. Thane's voice echoed, telling Jason to do better, as he couldn't tell if he was fighting properly. The audience murmured amongst themselves, one wondering if Jason was the sandbag this time around. Another audience member remarked that Jason was a good-for-nothing, and they knew he'd end up like that eventually. Another wondered what else he had besides his family. Seok-hyun watched the fight with a calculating gaze. Thane gestured impatiently, demanding Jason bring it on already. Jason launched himself at Thane. Jason is sent flying backwards from Thane's strike. Thane muses on the need to control strength with weakness. The force of Thane's blow is evident on Jason's face. Thane wonders if he should use lightness to overcome weight. Jason groans, admitting he isn't really feeling the fight. Jason struggles to rise, wiping blood from his mouth. Jason is struck again. Thane wonders if his attacks are working, but quickly dismisses the thought. Seok-hyun watches the fight with a calculating gaze. The audience continues to observe the spar. Jason is sent crashing into the floor. Thane questions why Jason is already sprawled on the ground when the fight has barely begun. Jason lies on the floor, groaning in pain. Thane demands that Jason get up, stating that he is starting to feel it. Jason, bruised and battered, spits out blood. Confused, the knight on the ground wonders what is happening. The knight watches as Thane stands over him. From the sidelines, someone suggests they stop the fight. Karen is shocked by the suggestion, questioning if she's being told to stop. Thane wonders how this can be considered sparring, as it is just a one-sided beating. Thane states that the fight so far was just the appetizer, and asks if he should move on to the next course. Thane thinks that if limits could be overcome by acting like a bully, then even dogs or cows could be aura users. Thane asks if he's being called a bully, stating that he was being nice because it has been a while since he has seen someone with guts. Thane states that they're acting all big when they have nothing, and asks how long they're going to leech off the feet of their grandfather for. Thane asks what exactly they have done for Navarro. Thane asks if they are curious about that. Someone states that all they do is act big, and that they're just northern region country bumpkins, unrefined and ignorant. The man with short brown hair and a muscular build thinks to himself that he is angry but cannot deny the fact. The narrative voice declares that the Steelguard family is no longer one that's worshipped as a hero. A statue of Raphael Steelguard stands tall, his sword held firmly in his grasp. A hand pats the shoulder of the man with short brown hair and a muscular build. The man with short brown hair and a muscular build is told to leave. The man with short brown hair, a muscular build pauses. He stops in his tracks. A handshake seals an agreement. Thane Carlson questions if he is just going to leave like that. The man with short brown hair, a muscular build, asks if Thane needs permission or something, but Thane says that's not it. Thane wants him to remember this well on his way out. Thane thinks to himself that he is someone who always pays back his debt, whether it's kindness or revenge, and what he just saw was one of the two. The man with short brown hair and a muscular build thinks that if it's kindness, then Thane doesn't need to worry about repaying it. A voice suggested that he take it as a form of sharing, but Thane Carlson questioned the kindness of the gesture. Thane Carlson stated that he gave the other man what he desperately wanted. The steel-blooded Count's enlightenment was mentioned. Thane Carlson stood with his hands on his hips. Thane Carlson observed that it didn't seem to make any difference to the other man. Thane Carlson stood in a grand hall. Thane Carlson sighed, finding the situation ridiculous. He remarked that if they were scared, they should just say so. Thane Carlson laughed, stating that it was as expected of people from the northern region. Thane Carlson walked away, followed by another man. Thane Carlson told them to laugh all they wanted for now. Thane Carlson stated that a lot of things were about to change, to the point that they would feel so inferior towards the Steelguards. Thane Carlson smirked. The title proclaims, "Coins Aren't Decreasing," an original fantasy novel by Seok-hyun. The two figures walked along the stone path. Thane Carlson cursed under his breath, regretting his restraint. He admitted to himself that he didn't like how he was feeling. Thane muttered that this was all because of the other man. The other man's face was bruised and cut. He realized he was screwed, having been chased out of the club and facing bullying within the class. Thane glanced at the injured man with a cold expression. Thane wondered if he was that scary. The injured man thought that Thane was someone who wasn't scared of the Steel Guards, and he pitied him. Thane wondered how the Steel Guard family had turned into this. The injured man was shocked. Thane stated that it was because of them, and at least his big brother wouldn't be treated like this. The injured man thought that Thane's expression suggested he felt the same way. Thane considered their next move. What should they do? He recalled how difficult it had been to restrain himself. They had reasons to fight back, and witnesses to support them. Elsewhere, the injured man seemed agitated. Thane resolved that he couldn't let this go. He had been contemplating something for a while, and now he would see it through. Thanks to recent events, the injured man had come to a decision. Thane heard him say that he didn't really like him, but since he was still his brother, Thane couldn't feign ignorance. The injured man's expression hardened. Thane realized that the recent events were definitely insults to the Steel Guard family. Thane's resolve strengthened. The two men questioned why the young master had returned. The young master was asked if he still had business there, and if they were doorkeepers, wondering why they were always in the way. The young master looked at the two men with a stern expression. The two men were angered by the young master's words, calling him an arrogant brat. Elsewhere, Thane was asked if he still had business with the Steel Guards. Thane smirked, stating that he would do whatever he wanted with them. The two men who confronted the young master laughed. One of the men asked if the young master's body was itching for a beating because only his brother got beaten, wondering if he was alone without Jason. The young master smirked, guessing that they hadn't heard from Varen. The two men stated that they had heard from Varen and that the young master played dirty in the spar. The young master asked if that was all, stating that they were as pitiful as him. The two men were enraged by the young master's words, calling him a crazy brat. The young master was struck. The young master was kicked while he was down. The two men who attacked Ezel are sent flying backwards. Thane states that the reason for this is because Varen did not do his job in informing them about him. The force of the blow sends the men crashing into a nearby pillar. The attackers lay prone on the floor. The crowd looks on in shock at the display of power. Thane calls out to the blue-haired man, asking if he would like to have a casual spar with him. Thane's sudden invitation surprises the blue-haired man, who asks what he means by a spar. Thane tells him not to be scared, and that it will be all casual. Thane stands confidently. The crowd murmurs, with some noting that Thane is acting fearless because he tied with Cassian. Others point out that the Darius brothers are both in the advanced class, and they wonder how Thane took them out in one hit. Some in the crowd think it's crazy that an intermediate class year one wants to fight Thane. The crowd wonders if the blue-haired man will accept, noting that it's a spar that benefits him in no way, even if he wins, but he'd be humiliated if he didn't accept. The blue-haired man thinks to himself that he thought Thane was quite bold. Thane thinks that the blue-haired man must be out of his mind. Thane's expression hardens as he prepares to fight. Witnessing the challenge, the onlookers appear shocked and concerned. Thane questions why Ezel is stuttering, reminding him that he spoke without issue when addressing his second brother. Ezel accepts the challenge, agreeing to spar with Thane. Ezel wonders what he can do when someone is so eager to be beaten. Thane smirks, stating that he will take this chance to show Ezel what he had told him earlier. Thane's face contorts with rage. Ezel calls Thane a lunatic. Ezel strikes first, his foot connecting with Thane. The force of the blow sends Thane flying backwards. Thane disappears from sight. Ezel appears behind Thane, announcing his presence. Thane accuses Ezel of using petty tricks. Thane prepares to strike back. Thane appeared surprised by Ezel's speed. Thane's opponent stood confidently, goading him to step up, remarking that the demonstration was no fun if he couldn't even keep up. Thane, enraged, stuttered, calling Ezel a punk. Thane recalled warning Ezel previously, declaring that he had asked for this. Thane's body glowed with a red aura as he prepared to attack. He vowed to break Ezel's jaw. Thane's face contorted in fury as he screamed his threat. Thane was sent flying backwards from powerful blow. The force of the impact was immense. The onlookers were shocked by the sudden turn of events. Karen watched with a concerned expression as Ezel stood over the fallen Thane. Thane, lying on the ground, was stunned by the attack. Ezel stood over Thane, looking down at him. Another blow landed, further incapacitating Thane. The sound of impact echoed through the room. The force of the blow sent Thane sprawling. Ezel watched as Thane crashed to the floor, a cold question hanging in the air. What do you think? Are you getting a grasp now? Thane's face contorted in pain from the impact. He tumbled roughly across the floor. A pained grunt escaped Thane's lips as he struggled to regain his footing. He gasped for breath, his expression a mix of shock and anger. The onlookers watched with a mixture of concern and apprehension. The man in the suit mused to himself, wondering if Thane would understand if you were beaten up more. It feels like you don't understand it fully yet. I wonder if you'll understand if you get beaten up more. Thane's eyes widened as he heard Aruin Steelguard's name. The crowd realized Ezel was an eagle with hidden claws. The man in the suit smirked. He casually placed his hand in his pocket. Elsewhere, a man stood observing the unfolding events. Another man knelt on the ground, seemingly injured or defeated. The observer's eyes narrowed as he watched the scene. The kneeling man's face contorted in anger and frustration. He questioned what was happening, wondering if his hidden abilities were of no consequence. He wondered if he could escape unscathed after provoking the Carlson family. His opponents called out for William, Kaplan, and Harden. The man roared for his allies to beat their opponent. A group of men watched the fight, their expressions unreadable. One of the men questioned how a reckless simpleton dared to cause trouble there. Another man scoffed, asking if this wasn't just a spar. He had wanted to deal with his opponent someday, and thought that day had come. A group of men looked on with stern expressions, one questioning if they weren't ashamed of ganging up on a first-year student. The man smirked, stating that it was even better for him, since he could rampage a little more. He wondered how strong the future Imperial Night Order was. Several men stood in a hallway. Suddenly, one of the men shouted as he launched an attack. The attack connected. The man continued his assault. The flurry of blows landed. The force of the impact reverberated through the floor. The man on the receiving end of the attack gasped in pain. The attacker continued his assault. The man was sent crashing to the floor. Witnessing the scene, one of the onlookers was shocked, wondering how this could be. It was realized that he had defeated the top few advanced class students by himself. The man who had been defeated looked up, panting. Thane Carlson, defeated, demanded that the others not just stand there. Thane Carlson's defeat amused Hearthstone. He wondered if Thane was approaching level 2. Hearthstone noted that Thane had good eyes. He had been holding himself back, not wanting to risk killing anyone. The sound of footsteps echoed through the room. It was said that if the top student of the first years was Cassian, then the top student of the third years would be Ferris, as expected of the top graduate student. Hearthstone stood before the student. Hearthstone remarked that the student seemed strong enough to fool around, but should have held himself back until graduation. The student questioned if Hearthstone and his group were the ones who had messed with someone trying to live a peaceful life. Hearthstone stated that the student was better than Cassian, possessing remarkable skills, a good family, and guts. Hearthstone's eyes narrowed. Crimson energy began to emanate from Hearthstone. Hearthstone declared that the club wasn't the place for a first year to be acting up. Those watching recognized the crimson aura as Ferris's. Another individual declared that it wouldn't just end with a few broken bones. The onlookers identified the technique as the famous Crimson Moon Chakram. Hearthstone considered testing the strength of his new technique. The purple-haired man scoffed, finding Hearthstone's actions amusing. He questioned his audacity to laugh. The purple-haired man declared that he would see how long Hearthstone's laughter would last. The Crimson Moon Chakram technique intensified. The energy blades surged forward. The blades continued their assault. Those watching warned others to be careful, lest they be caught in the crossfire. The purple-haired man admitted that Hearthstone's efforts were not bad. The purple-haired man wondered how long Hearthstone thought he could last by using mana to block. Hearthstone continued to block the attacks. Hearthstone found the display disappointing, noting that it was still far from what he would become famous for. Hearthstone realized that if he used internal energy, he could easily suppress his opponent, but it would be too shocking for him to win against an aura user without aura. Hearthstone decided that if that was the case, the purple-haired man declared that they would end this. The purple-haired man grabbed the blonde man by the collar. The force of the blow sent the blonde man flying. He crashed into the ground. The blue-haired man stood tall, declaring the fight was over. The blue-haired man smirked, confident in his victory, stating that it was over. He looked surprised. The purple-haired man screamed in pain. The purple-haired man was struck. The crowd looked on in shock. The blue-haired man looked on in disbelief. The crowd wondered if he was using aura. Ezel's fist glowed with power. The purple-haired man coughed as he was sent flying. Ezel looked down at his opponent, calling him a baby. The man who had just been defeated was being observed. It was believed his bones would recover within a week, due to him being an aura user. The surrounding crowd reacted with surprise. The blue-haired man felt the eyes of the crowd on him. He was becoming increasingly agitated by the attention. The crowd continued to watch. Someone cleared their throat, drawing even more attention. The crowd clapped, impressed by Ezel's abilities. One man thought to himself that he couldn't believe a first year was an aura user, and that Ezel was truly amazing. Another man mused that since the blue-haired man was able to win against Ferris, the Steel Guard family wasn't over yet. Ezel noticed the change in the crowd's behavior. He wondered why they were suddenly acting like that, and if he had hurt his head. The blue-haired man told Ezel that he was honestly surprised, and that they should stop with the meaningless mind games. He stated that this time around, he was serious about his offer. The man was inviting Ezel to join their club. The blue-haired man smiled, awaiting Ezel's answer. He thought to himself that Ferris was right, and if he had waited for 2 more years, it'd be his time. The blue-haired man's invitation was met with skepticism. Ezel questioned the purpose of joining such a club. He countered, stating that the true world existed beyond the confines of the academy. The man elaborated, explaining that those gathered were talents destined to lead Navarro's political future. Meanwhile, Ezel was urged to consider what would be most advantageous for himself. The blue-haired man's expression hardened as he awaited Ezel's response. The suggestion was met with derision. Another man found the situation amusing, laughing at the unfolding events.